Hello and welcome to the live session. Cracking passwords or stealing data? No, ethical hacking is much more than that. Ethical hacking means finding potential threats and scanning vulnerabilities on a computer or a network. Hello Lakshay.
Hi.
So here I have Lakshay with me, who is an expert in ethical hacking. He will answer to some of the common questions related to ethical hacking. So Lakshay, what exactly is ethical hacking?
So basically, there are three types of hackers. We have white hat hackers, black hat hackers, and grey hat hackers. So black hat hackers break into computer systems without the permission of the owner for their personal gain mainly. While on the other hand, white hat hackers are ethical hackers. They are professional hackers hired by companies who break into their systems and let the company know what are the loopholes into their systems. While on the other hand, grey hat hackers can work as both white hat and black hat hackers depending on the same situation.
That's quite good to know.
Yeah.
Okay, so in this course, will you be teaching both ethical hacking and cybersecurity?
Well, of course, ethical hacking is one of the domain of cybersecurity. So both will be taught. And not only this, we will also have SQL injection with a demo so that you will have more clarity about what exactly ethical hacking is and how hacking works.
That's really amazing. Okay, so why do we need ethical hacking?
Well, to explain that, let me tell you some statistics. According to Security Magazine, over 2,200 attacks are happening each day, which breaks down to nearly one cyber attack every 39 seconds. Globally, 30,000 websites are hacked daily, and 64% of companies worldwide have experienced at least one form of cyber attack. Companies realize that to fight against these hackers, we need our own experts, and they started hiring for this. And this is the reason there are massive openings in ethical hacking.
That's really very informative. Okay, so how can one make a career out of this domain?
Well, if you think pursuing a career in ethical hacking is challenging, you are possibly wrong. All you need to have is a little bit of confidence, certifications, and a professional background in IT. Even college and students and professional young people can go for it without worrying about anything. For those who don't have a professional background, can simply proceed with ethical hacking certifications which enable them to write equally as converts.
Okay, thank you for all those answers. So guys, even if you have any questions related to ethical hacking, you can put down in the comment section. So now let's begin off with the session.
Introduction to ethical hacking. Now, before we actually get to all of that, we need to understand what hacking is, right? So hacking by definition is defined as gaining unauthorized access to a computer system or a network. So basically getting into some place where you don't have access by some illegal means or offhand means. And then to understand that diagrammatically, if you're a hacker and there's a target system that you need to hack, there will always be security measures in today's world placed between you and the target system. So you have two choices. The first way would be to bypass those security measures, and the second way would be crack those security measures. So that is how hackers operate all around the world. There are types of hackers, obviously. Not all hacking is illegal and unauthorized. So firstly, we have the black hat hacker. Now, the black hat hacker is a malicious hacker. This hacker could be after your money, could be after disrupting your day-to-day operations, or just in general, he means ill towards your organization. So this is the kind of hacker who is operating illegally without the permission of the systems or the people that he is trying to hack. And then we have the white hat hacker. Now this is the polar opposite of the black hat hacker. This hacker hacks into systems with the permission of the owner of that system, and often the owner of the system has hired this particular individual to hack into his system. So this particular profession is a white hat hacker profession. This is completely legal as long as it is with permission. And then you have the gray area hacker, which is the gray hat hacker. Now this could be illegal or legal, depending on the laws of that particular country or organization or place. This hacker does not necessarily mean ill intent towards the target, but this hacker may not necessarily be operating with the permission of the people that he is trying to hack. So obviously the black hat hacker is an illegal profession. You shouldn't go for it. The gray hat hacker is in the gray area, so it is completely on your own risk. Whatever you do as a gray hat hacker, the recommended profession, if you're opting for this particular job role or this particular domain professionally, is to become a white hat hacker. So that is completely legal. So let us understand what ethical hacking is. So, ethical hacking is the authorized and legal process of finding out vulnerabilities, threats, and exploits in a system or computer network through penetration testing. So, penetration testing means basically testing all of the flaws or exploits in a system which could make it vulnerable to attacks. Now, a white hat hacker is a ethical hacker, obviously. So the hacker hacks into the target system with permission of the owner of the target system. He compiles a report as to how he was able to hack into that system, all of the security flaws and exploits, compiles the report of that and sends it to the employer or the owner of the system. Now, the owner of the system can hire a security patching team to patch that flaw or flaws up, and then basically stay one step ahead of any black hat hacker with actual malicious intent. So the common hacks that are prominent around the world, and some of these we are actually going to be doing in our course that we have today. So the first is malware. We're going to be implementing malware. Malware is something essentially that is a unwanted file on the system which could harm your computer system or basically cause you annoyance or basically leak sensitive details of yours to potential attackers, right? So this is what a malware is. It can be a file, it can be an injection into your web browser. So all of those things are possible with a malware. And then we have phishing. Now phishing is a social engineering attack. We are going to be understanding that in much detail as we move along with our course here today. SQL injection, we're also going to be going over an example of SQL injection. We're actually going to be implementing it in one of our tutorials. And cross-site scripting. Now cross-site scripting is you go onto a website which is not entirely moderated. It is not recommended that you go onto that website. It is not a popular website. It's a very niche website. You go onto that, and then there's some pop-up, then there's some JavaScript that is running on that. So JavaScript is essentially an executable. So anything executable that runs on your web browser can potentially harm your system if it's not properly mitigated, or if your system is not properly protected against those sort of things, right? Because your web browser runs JavaScript code. So it's important that JavaScript code is not malicious, right? So whenever that code is malicious, that is called cross-site scripting. So it affects you on the client side, it runs on your browser, and it might affect your system in a harmful way. Then we have denial of service. Now this is something we're going to be discussing here today. It's essentially when you attack a system in such a way that it is rendered useless for other consumers or users of that system. So essentially denying them service, right? And then there's the man in the middle. Now, man in the middle is somebody sends a message to somebody, right? And it is an a encrypted format, or it may be non-encrypted as well, which is not recommended, by the way. So the man in the middle will basically take that message in between the path that it is traveling from the sender to the recipient, understands the meaning of that message, and then sends it or lets it go to the recipient. So basically, it was meant for only the recipient. The man in the middle got access to the confidentiality in that message. So these are the most common hacks that are prominent today, right? So we're going to be going over some of these in our tutorial as well.
Now let's look into those strategies we were just talking about. Let me show you the list first, and then we will learn about them individually. So the types of attacks that hackers use are denial of service, malware attack, man in the middle, phishing attack, password attack, SQL injection, and social engineering. So what is denial of service? This is one of the most common techniques used to hack into web servers. To put it simply, DDoS attack is an attempt to flood the server and overwhelm the target. Because of this, the service will temporarily not available or disrupted. The actual traffic will not be able to use the service because of this. In other words, the DDoS attack will send multiple requests to the attacked website's capacity to handle multiple requests and prevent the website from functioning correctly. Here is an illustration of DDoS attack. Hacker uses botnet for these. Botnet are control units that keep and flood it. First, the attacker uses a control server to control all the botnets. Usually, botnets are thousands in numbers. These botnets then will keep sending messages to the target server at a certain point, the server responding. And that's when hacker has a chance to get into your computer. Now let's see what's a malware. Malware is a malicious software designed to exploit an electronic device, service, or network. Cybercriminals typically use it to extract data that they can leverage over victims for financial gain. But there are many types of malwares. Let me tell you about them. First, we have viruses. A computer virus is like a flu virus and it is designed to spread from host to host and has the ability to replicate itself. In more technical terms, a computer virus is a type of malicious code or program written to alter the way a computer operates and is designed to your device without your knowledge. Free software which contains some ads may be annoying, but it is not illegal. However, if a third-party program adds malicious ad software onto your device without your consent, then it's illegal. And finally, spyware is a type of malware that is installed on a computer without your knowledge. Now let's say you are working in your company and your manager asks you to send your password. You send him through your email, but what if there's a hacker that is monitoring your conversation? When you send your email, he interrupts it, makes a copy of it and let the mail go in the direction of your manager. Now this is man of the middle attack. Phishing. Let me show you an example. You all must have come across mails like this. Most of the people are not aware that these mails are sent by hackers. They think it's from their bank and they actually won the prize. When they click on the link, they are asked for their card number and OTP and then the whole amount from their bank are debited. That's why banks always say that they will never send any email or message regarding any money. If you receive an email like this, immediately report it to your bank and to verify it. Next, we have password attacks. Password attacks are the most common form of corporate and personal data attacks. Password attack is simply when a hacker tries to steal your password. Now, in password attacks, we have different types. The first type is brute force attack. A brute force attack uses trial and error method to guess login info, encryption keys, or find a hidden web page. These attacks are done by brute force, meaning they use excessive forceful attempts to try and force their way into the private accounts. Next, we have dictionary attack. It's a password guessing technique in which the attacker attempts to determine a user's password by successfully trying words from a dictionary. That dictionary is compiled with list of likely passwords that we put. Next, we have keyloggers. Keyloggers are built from the act of keystroke logging, creating records of everything you type on a computer or mobile keyboard. These are used to quietly monitor your computer activity while you use your device as normal. And finally, we have credential stuffing. It's a method in which attackers use lists of compromised user credentials to breach into a system. The attack uses bots. SQL injection is a web security vulnerability in which the attacker interferes with the queries that an application makes to its database. The hacker can retrieve sensitive data from the company. Here is an example for it. Let's say there's a website that contains a lot of username and passwords. Now this data is stored in database of websites that works on SQL queries, right? Now the hacker types a SQL query in the format that is shown. The hacker got into the website using some other's username password and then he can gain access to the website and then he can hack it and get all the data from the website. Now we move on to our last type of attack, that's social engineering. Social engineering is the most common attack. Social engineering uses psychological manipulation to trick people into giving away sensitive information such as their card numbers, their OTPs. Then the hackers use that information to breach personal or organizational devices. From day to day, cybercriminals have learned that a carefully worded email, voicemail, or text message can convince people to transfer money, provide confidential information, or download a file that installs malware on the company network. Now let's go a bit further and let's see what would motivate people to committing such cybercrimes. The first and foremost would be financial loss to the target. Suppose I do a DDoS attack and the company is no longer working. They will suffer a huge financial loss. The second, demanding ransom. Hackers can encrypt your data and then demand money in order to decrypt it. Third, damaging reputation of the target. Impersonating the user on social media platforms, making false statements, thus damaging the reputation of the person. Information theft and manipulating data. Suppose I get data that has a lot of value in dark market. I can sell it and earn from it. Creating chaos by disrupting critical infrastructure. For example, a company's infrastructure crashes and the hacker crashes it. The services are no longer to be offered by company. People start panicking about an attack by cyber criminals and they might never do any services in that company. Achieving states' military objectives. Now that's an interesting one. One country is spying on another country to gain information about their military intelligence and activities so that they can have upper hand on that country. Propagating religious or political beliefs. Now hackers promote whatever culture they want to promote or whatever party they want to promote, getting more and more followers and thus achieving their motives. And finally, disrupting business continuity. If a person don't want any organization to work, he can hack into it to stop the business. Now these are all the motives behind the cyber attack. And now we reach the most important part of the topic, how to secure your computer. Again, I am listing them out, then we will discuss one by one. We have two-way authentication, secure passwords, regular updates, antivirus, enable firewall, and say no to phishing. Now in two-factor authentication, it's an extra layer of security used to make sure that user that's trying to gain access to an online account is authentic. For example, you all must have come across this example, Google's two-step verification service. It involves the usual password, something that the user knows or you know, and a code that is sent to your device. So that is called as two-factor authentication or two-way authentication. Next we have secure passwords, and hackers are really hungry for passwords as they have lot of value in the dark market. That's the main reason companies ask you to create a strong password so that no one can hack into it. Here are the tips to make your password secure. Do not use personal information. It's strongly recommended that you don't include any words related to your name or names of your family members or pets in your passwords. Do not use real words. Password cracking tools are very effective at helping hackers guess your password. Use mixed characters by combining uppercase letters with lowercase letters, numbers, and special characters. Change passwords on a regular basis. Online financial accounts should be changed every month or two, while you may change your passwords every quarter. And that's the most important part, don't write them down. Resist the temptation to hide passwords under your keyboard or post them on your monitor. Stories about hackers getting passwords by dumpster diving and shoulder surfing are absolutely real. Regular update. Always update your computer as soon as update comes. An update comes when there is a security issue and has been resolved. Software updates are important because they often include critical patches to security holes. In addition to security fixes, software updates can also include new or enhanced features or better compatibility with different devices or applications. And that's not the only part. They can also improve the stability of your software and remove outdated features. Next we have antivirus. Well, that's very self-explanatory. Always use antivirus on your computer. It helps to detect any virus in the file that you download or get externally. Always keep your firewalls enabled. A firewall is a network security device. It helps in filtering or blocking incoming and outgoing network traffic based on the organization's policies. Most of us has habit of not checking whether the firewall in our computer is enabled or disabled. One of the worst thing that could happen to your computer is if someone attempts to take control remotely. You don't want a remote intruder to get into your digital kingdom, right? So always enable firewall in your computer. Now, phishing is the most common way to get credentials from any user. And that's the trend that's going on right now. It's very important to have awareness about this attack to protect yourself and your organization. Here are the tips to protect your PC from getting hacked. Be cautious about all communications you receive. If it appears to be phishing communication, do not respond, just delete it. Do not click on any links listed in the email message or do not open any attachments contained in a suspicious email. Do not enter personal information in a pop-up screen. Legitimate companies, agencies and organizations do not ask for personal information via pop-up screens. Install a phishing filter. That's very important. Install a phishing filter on your email applications and also on your web browsers. These filters will not keep out all phishing messages, but they will reduce the number of phishing attempts. Let's see what phishing exactly is. Phishing is a cyber attack where the attacker pretends to be someone else and try to get sensitive information. The targets are contacted by attackers mainly through email, telephone, or text message by someone posing as an institution or an organization. Now this will lure individuals into providing sensitive data such as personal identifiable information, banking and credit card details, and passwords. The information is then used to access important accounts and can result in identity theft and financial loss. So now that you have knowledge of what phishing is, let's see where it all started. It started from 1990. The term phishing is said to have been coined by the well-known spammer and hacker in the mid-90s. His name was Khan C. Smith. The first recorded mention of the term is found in the hacking tool AOL, which included a function for attempting to steal the passwords and financial details of American online users. Then we move on to 2000s. The first known phishing attack against a retail bank was reported by The Banker in September 2003. 3.6 million adults lost $3.2 billion in a 12-month period, and that ended in August 2007. Microsoft claims these estimates are grossly exaggerated and puts the annual phishing loss in the US at US dollars 60 million. And then we move on to 2010s. In August 2014, the iCloud leaks of celebrity photos was found to be based on phishing emails sent to victims that looked like they came from Apple or Google. They warned the victims that their accounts might be compromised and asking for their account details. In 2017, 76% of organizations experienced phishing attacks. Nearly half of information security professionals surveyed said that the rate of attacks increased from 2016. And that's not it. A phishing email to Google and Facebook users successfully induced employees into wiring money to the extent of $100 million to overseas banks under the control of a hacker. And finally, in August 2017, customers of Amazon faced the Amazon Prime Day phishing attack. You guys must have heard about it. When hackers sent out seemingly legitimate deals to customers of Amazon. When Amazon's customers attempted to make purchase using these deals, the transaction would not be completed, prompting the retailer's customers to input data that could be compromised and stolen. And now let's see what we are going through today. Now here are some stats for you. 97% of the users are unable to recognize a sophisticated phishing email. Only 3% of users report phishing emails to the management in a certain organization. The creation of around 1.5 million new phishing sites is witnessed every month. And that's not all. The global information security market is predicted to reach $170.4 billion in 2022. Now that we have seen that phishing is so dangerous, let's see some use cases of phishing. I'm going to tell you some news about it. The first phishing lawsuit was filed in 2004 against a Californian teenager who created the imitation of the website America Online. With this fake website, he was able to gain sensitive information from the users and access the credit card details to withdraw money from their accounts. Now that was interesting, right? Now let's see one more news. The first one is from Security Branch, and let me read out for you. Into clicking on the bogus document. For example, the email will ask the user to review a COVID-19 relief fund as approved by the board of directors. Next, we have very interesting news. According to South Asia's leading multimedia news agency, Park Group targets India's critical infrastructure. Cybersecurity firm warns of phishing attack. A suspected Pakistani group has started modern phishing attacks on India's sensitive infrastructures such as power, telecom, and finance, according to a leading cybersecurity firm. Often, the emails pretend to be from government agencies and also come attached with a fake document, such as an IT return, and urges the user to download and open it. Now guys, be careful. If you come across such emails, you have to directly report it to the government. Next, we have one more news about Twitter. Verified accounts of journalists on Twitter which have been hacked are being used to hack more Twitter accounts through phishing attacks. These verified accounts pretend to be the members of Twitter support team and tricks Twitter using to reveal their login credentials by threatening to suspend their account. Many people have been victims of this attack, while several others have received the messages but ignored them. And the latest news that we have is researchers reported that cybercriminals are mimicking legitimate correspondence to actively target popular cloud applications like DocuSign and SharePoint in phishing attacks that are designed to steal user login credentials. So that's about it, what's going on right now in our era using phishing. Now, how do we prevent phishing? Now, I have a solution for you. I have few points. Let's start them one by one. The first one is user training. People can be trained to recognize phishing attempts and to deal with them through a variety of approaches. Such education can be very effective, especially when training emphasizes conceptual knowledge and provides direct feedback. Many organizations run simulated phishing campaigns targeting their staff to measure the effectiveness of their training. The next option that we have is filtering out phishing mail. Specialized spam filters can reduce the number of phishing emails that reach their addresses inboxes. These filters use a number of techniques including machine learning and natural language processing approaches. We classify phishing emails and reject email with forged addresses. And now the third and most important part is two-factor authentication or multi-factor authentication. Organizations can implement two-factor, which requires a user to use at least two factors when logging in. For example, a user must both present a smart card and a password. This mitigates some risk, but in the event of a successful phishing attack, the stolen password on its own cannot be reused to further breach the protected system. However, there are several attack methods which can be defeated by many typical systems. And finally, we have email redaction. Organizations that prioritize security over convenience can require users of its computers to use an email client that redacts URLs from email messages, thus making it impossible for the reader to email or to click on a link or even copy a URL. While this may result in any inconvenience, it does almost completely eliminate email phishing attacks. Now, the people who are working in any organization, they must have come across this. Some organizations have email clients of their own, and no one outside from the organization cannot send messages to them.
What is cryptography? Cryptography is the muse for all our security, leading to an increase in the frequency of data breach instances. It has become more crucial. With the growing worry of losing one's privacy, the safety of consumers is at an all-time high. Technology has made our lives so much easier while still delivering a basic measure of assurance on our personal data. It is critical to learn how to protect our data and stay up with the emerging technologies. And here cryptography comes in aid. Let's start with a definition of what exactly is cryptography. Cryptography is the study of encrypting and decrypting data to prevent unauthorized access. With the advancement of modern data security, we can now change our data such that only the intended recipient can understand it. Cryptography allows for the secure transmission of digital data between willing parties. Cryptography is used to safeguard company secrets, secure classified information, and sensitive information from fraudulent activity, among other things. Encryption is a fundamental component of cryptography as it jumbles up data using various algorithms. Data encryption is the method of undoing the work done by encrypting data so that it can be read again. Cryptography is basically dependent on both of these methods. In cryptography, a plain text message is converted to ciphertext when using a technique or a combination of numerical computations that appear incomprehensible to the untrained eye. Now that we know what is cryptography, let's see how exactly cryptography works. Here's an example of cryptography. So there is this person named Samuel. Now Samuel wishes to communicate with Yari, who is currently residing in another country. The message contains trade secrets that should not be accessed or seen by any third party. He sends the message via the public network, let's say WhatsApp, The foremost aim is to create a secure connection between these two willing parties. Assume EV, a hacker with hacking knowledge, has obtained access to the message. EV can now change or corrupt the message before it reaches Yari. EV alters the message that Yari receives. Neither Samuel nor Yari are aware of the underground work. The outcomes are dreadful. Now cryptography can aid in the security of connection between Samuel and Yari. First, Samuel converts a readable message or plain text into a series of digits using various cryptographic algorithms to protect the message. He then encrypts the message with a key. The ciphertext is a term used in cryptography. That ciphertext is basically the text which has converted from the plain text. Samuel uses the internet to send the message to Yari. If Evie gains access to it and modifies the message before it reaches Yari, Yari now requires a key to decrypt Samuel's message. The message can be converted from ciphertext to plain text using the decryption key. Because Evie altered the plain text, the result of the decryption will be the original plain text as an error. Now this error is important. The error indicates that the message has been changed and is no longer the original message. As a result, encryption is critical for secure communication. The next topic on our list is types of cryptography. Cryptography is classified into two categories based on the types of keys and encryption algorithm. The first one is symmetric key cryptography, also known as secret key cryptography. Private key encryption encrypts data using a single key that only the sender and the receiver know. The secret key must be known by both the sender and the receiver. This is how symmetric key cryptography works. This is the original text and the encryption happen using a symmetric key. After encryption, the original text is converted to ciphertext. At the receiver, the receiver can use the same symmetric key to decrypt the message and convert back the ciphertext to the original text. Here, both the sender and the receiver are using only the same key, that is symmetric key. Let us take an example. Tom is sending a message to Mary that he does not want anyone else to see. He did like to encrypt his message. That is simply because Tom and Mary exchange the same key. They will use the same key for encrypting and decrypting of the original text. So first, Tom encrypts his message by using an encryption key. His message has now been encrypted and scrambled. It is also known as gibberish message. It can't be read by anyone. When Mary receives the encrypted message, she decrypts it with the same key so she can read it in a plain text or original text. Here both Tom and Mary are using the same symmetric key. The second type of cryptography is asymmetric key cryptography. Asymmetric key cryptography, also known as public key cryptography, consists of two keys, a private key used by the receiver and a public key which is announced to the public. Two different keys are used in this method to encrypt and decrypt the data. These two distinct keys are mathematically linked. They are sold in pairs. The public key is accessible to anyone, whereas the private key is only accessible to the person who generates these two keys. Let us take an example to understand exactly what asymmetric key cryptography is. For example, Bob wants to send a message to Alice, and they agree to encrypt his message using public key encryption, that is asymmetric key cryptography. So here the receiver is Alice. So the receiver initiates the public key method to encrypt the sender's message. Everyone has access to the public key. The receiver Alice is the only one who has access to the private key. So step 1, Alice generates two keys, public key and a private key. Alice stores the public key on a public key server that anyone can access, and Alice keeps private key with her. Now Alice informs Bob of the location of her public key. Bob obtains Alice's public key by following Alice's instructions. Now Bob composes a message and encrypts it with Alice's public key. Bob sends Alice the encrypted message via the network. Now Alice decrypts Bob's message using her private key. That is, she'll convert it from ciphertext to original text. Although Alice's private key can confirm that no one read or changed the document while it was in transit, but it cannot confirm the sender because Alice's public key is available to the public and anyone can access it, and they can decrypt his document and send it to Alice while posing as Bob.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of cybersecurity by answering this question. What is code red? A. An antivirus program. B. A photo editing software. C. A computer virus. D. A video editing software. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So another technique is required to prove the sender, that is digital signature. Digital signatures in cryptography. A digital signature is equivalent to a handwritten signature. It is an electronic verification of the sender. Digital signatures are commonly used for software distribution, financial transactions, and more. The digital signature serves three purposes. One is authentication, non-repudiation, and integrity. Cryptography algorithms. Cryptography algorithms are the means of altering data from a readable form to a protected form and back to the readable form. Cryptographic algorithms are used for important tasks such as data encryption, authentication, and digital signature. This is one of the cryptographic algorithms, RSA algorithm, Revert Shamir-Adleman algorithm. RSA is an asymmetric cryptographic algorithm. RSA algorithm that works on a block cipher concept that converts plain text into ciphertext and vice versa at the receiver side. If the public key of user A is used for encryption, we have to use the private key of the same user for decryption. Here is how we decrypt or encrypt data using RSA algorithm. First step, we'll select two prime numbers P and Q where P is not equal to Q. Then we'll compute N using multiplying P and Q and Z using this formula. We'll choose a number E such that E is less than N, which has no common factor other than 1 with Z. Step 4, we'll find the number D such that ED minus 1 is divisible by 2. Now keys are generated using N, D, and E. Encryption. We'll do encryption using the formula C equal to M power E mod N, where M is plain text and C is ciphertext. After encryption, decryption. We'll do decryption using this formula M equal to C power D mod N. Public key is shared and the private key is hidden. Here, E, N is the public key used for encryption and D, N is the private key used for decryption. The RSA algorithm has the drawback of being quite inefficient in cases in which large volumes of data must be authenticated by the same virtual machine. A foreign entity must substantiate the dependability of authentication tokens. Data is routed through middlemen who may corrupt with the crypto system. The second algorithm is DES algorithm, that is Data Encryption Standard, is a symmetric cipher algorithm and uses the block cipher method for encryption and decryption. DES is the landmark in cryptographic algorithms and it is widely used. It works based on Fista cipher structure. DES operates on a plain text block of 64 bits and returns ciphertext of the same size. There are two steps in DES algorithm. First one is sub-key generation and the second one is encryption. Now that we have understood what is cryptography, cryptographic algorithms, now let us discuss attacks in cryptography. Types of attacks in cryptography. There are two types of attacks in cryptography, active attack and passive attack. Active attack, in this type of attack, the intruder can alter the private data And in a passive attack, the intruder can only see the private data but can hardly make any changes to it or alter it. Now comes the question, which attack is dangerous, either the active attack or the passive attack? So, passive attacks are more dangerous because the intruder only sees the message without altering it. Then no one will ever know, right? They don't know that an attack is taking place and their hidden messages will no longer be hidden. By diving further, there are types of attacks based on active and passive attacks. The first one is snooping, also known as message content leakage. This is a non aggressive attack, that is, active attack. The intruder can only read the message, which jeopardizes the security goal of confidentiality. Masquerade. The intruder will try to gain as much as access to the system computer as possible. An active attack that threatens the credibility of security goal. The next attack is brute force attack. A brute force attack occurs when hackers use computers to feedback over loops each letter in a character set systematically. A character set consists of numbers, symbols, letters, or anything else that the hackers desired. In the most general terms, a brute force attack is a method of trial and error that attempts all possible password combinations. This method works well for short passwords, but it takes a long time to crack all the possible passwords since it is a trial and error method. The next attack is dictionary attack. This is a quick and easy password attack. The hackers generate thousands of candidate digests and their pre-matched plain text passwords using a dictionary. These candidate digests are compared to those in a stolen digest file by hackers. If a match is found, they are given the password. Although this method appears to be feasible if done manually, computers are capable of processing millions of words in a matter of hours. The next topic and the last topic is cryptography in cybersecurity. Cybersecurity has continued to evolve into one of the most innovative technologies. Both cybersecurity and cryptography are interrelated. Cryptography is now being used to hold confidential data, including private passwords and online secure transactions. Cryptography used by cybersecurity experts to foster innovation, ciphertext, as well as other protective measures enforces but also insulate businesses and personal information. These are cryptographic applications. When communicating, people want and require privacy and security in their documents or in their private data. Historically, cryptography has been extensively used by during military application to keep sensitive information hidden from enemies. To connect with his generals on the battleground, Julius Caesar used a simple shift cipher. The majority of methods and techniques for secure communication are provided by cryptography.
So, a quick introduction to CEH, which is the Certified Ethical Hacker Examination and Certification. So, this is one of the most widely accepted certifications for ethical hacking. It is accepted by national security agencies in the United States and a lot of multi-billion-dollar organizations around the world. Right. So, all of these organizations need their security, right? They need their data security and network security. So, all of these organizations prefer people who have this particular certification. Now, who is a certified ethical hacker? A certified ethical hacker who has been officially certified as an ethical hacker after passing the CAH certification exam by the EC Council. Now, the EC Council is a widely renowned council for their certifications. So, if you're able to basically qualify for this particular exam, you have a high weightage in job interviews for this particular job role. So, the International Council of Electronic Commerce Consultants is the full form of the EC Council. It is a professional organization that certifies individuals in various e-business and information security skills. And that is exactly what we are talking about today, information security. So, with regards to that, the position is of a ethical hacker, but the minimum qualifications that you would need in order to attempt this exam So the option one to attempt the CEH exam would be with training. So with training would basically mean that you have to go through an accredited training center by the EC Council to basically prepare for this training. So once you have prepared for that training, you can essentially attempt the official CEH exam. Now, Intellipaat is a partner with the EC Council. We're going to be going over more of that when we go to the tutorial section. But that is your first option. You actually go through one training of some place which is EC Council certified to basically attempt your CEH examination. The second option is without training. Now, without training would mean that you would need to have a minimum of 2 years of work experience in the information security domain, and this particular experience should be certifiable. So you should have a proof that you have actually worked 2 years in the information security domain. That also makes you eligible for the CEH exam, right? So these are the two ways you can go about that. So what are the job roles that you can get after you've successfully completed your examination? You've passed it. So the first is the most basic one, the most common one actually, which is the cybersecurity analyst. This is also called the information security analyst. The job of this particular person is to basically list down all of the security flaws and basically have an entire view of the security architecture of an organization, particularly the organization that he is working for. That is the job of the cybersecurity analyst to analyze all of those things. The second is more of a developmental sort of role. Now, what that means is essentially a security engineer's part in an application development life cycle is to ensure that the application is following some secure security protocols, basically in the development phase itself. So once the application is deployed, there is no privacy breach. There is nobody who's able to hack into the server or hack into the data, basically all of that. So, for instance, the job of the security engineer would be to ensure that the application is not susceptible to SQL injection attacks. So that is one of the things. And then finally, there is the penetration tester. Now, this is the exact job of an ethical hacker. Now, the only job that this particular person has is to hack into his own employer's system and generate a report for that. He doesn't have to concern himself with any of the security attributes. The only job that this particular person has is to hack into the system and find out all of the security exploits and flaws. So that is the job of the penetration tester. What is the average income of a certified ethical hacker? So this is the average, keep in mind. So in the United States, it's $75,000 US. India, it's about 7 lakhs per annum, and in the UK, it's about 46,000 pounds. Now, keep in mind that this is not the starting or the end salary of a certified ethical hacker. This is the average. So, this is the ballpark of what you will get if you're actually proficient at your domain. And the sky is the limit if you actually get more proficient and learn newer skills in ethical hacking, more advanced skills, right?
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cybersecurity, then Intellipaat has a post-graduation certification in cybersecurity and ethical hacking by ENICT Academy, MNIT Jaipur. This course is of very high quality and cost-effective, as it is taught by MNIT professors and industry experts.
So this is the average income for all of that. So let us go to the hacking tutorial configuration that I am going to be using today for this ethical hacking full course, right? So what I'm going to be using today are essentially, what is it? 6 virtual machines in conjunction and essentially at times, which is what I'm going to be using today for my tutorials, right? So it's Windows 10, Server 2019, Server 2016, Parrot Security, Android, and occasionally Kali Linux as well. So these upcoming tutorials have been executed on virtual machines. Now keep in mind, Parrot Security and Kali Linux are essentially the same thing, right? They are different operating systems, definitely, but they basically achieve the same thing when it comes to security domain, the information security domain. So what I'm going to be using today, because I cannot obviously run all of these virtual machines together simultaneously because my computer does not have those many resources. I only have 4 gigabytes of RAM. And to run all of these things together would mean that I would have to have a lot of computer resources. So I'm not going to be running them locally. So if you opt for a accredited training, essentially, if you opt for an accredited training for the CH certification exam, you get access to the EC Council iLabs, right? So I'm going to be explaining to you how that works in a bit. So since Intellipaat has partnered up with the EC Council, if you opt for the accredited training for the CEH certification exam at Intellipaat, you get access to iLabs, which is a cloud platform where you get all of these virtual machines already running without you having to actually run them on your own system, right? So this is basically what that is. You can complete your lab exercises and essentially practice on these cloud systems. So let's talk about iLabs for a second. iLabs is this really convenient utility that basically the EC Council provides to you as part of the package if you decide to opt for Intellipaat's CEH certification training. Now, instead of running all of these virtual machines that I talked about a little bit earlier on, like Windows Server 2019, Windows 10, Windows 2016, and your Linux and Android virtual machines all at once, it is really infeasible for any normal user grade computer to run all of those virtual machines together. So, what the EC Council provides to you is all of these virtual machines on cloud running simultaneously. So the advantage that you get with that is incredibly fast performance, and you can do all of your practice on this cloud environment, complete all of your practicals. So these are the practicals that would be part of the CEH V11 course. So these are all of the modules that you're going to be doing. These include a plethora of tools in a plethora of ways in which you can penetration test and test the security vulnerabilities and hack into the systems to basically complete your course in ethical hacking. So I'll just show one of these particular implements by launching them and showing you how that works. So if I launch one of these, you can see that it checks the browser capabilities and just starts up all of the cloud virtual machines. It says it will be ready in about 1 minute 30 seconds. So let's wait. So after it opens up, this is what you sort of get, right? So you can see on the top, I have Windows 10 selected currently. If I click on that, you can see that there are other operating systems available as well. So all of these operating systems are currently running, currently active, and then you can experiment with all of these in a sort of environment, in a network environment, because you can find all of these. You can ping one operating system device from another operating system device. So that is the advantage that you get. So you can test all of your hacking implements, right? So this is the advantage of iLabs. So the most of these tutorials that I'm going to be doing today is going to be performed on iLabs, except some. But most of these have been feasible only because I have been using iLabs and I have a 4 GB computer. So first tutorial, footprinting with Netcraft. We discussed earlier on that the first phase is footprinting. So let us understand one of the tools that helps us achieve that. So Netcraft is a provider of cybersecurity disruption services across a range of industries. The company provides web server and web hosting market share analysis, including web server and operating system detection. Now, keep the last line in mind because I'm going to be showing you exactly how that works. So essentially Netcraft is a service, right? So you can either opt for the premium applications of the service to protect your organization against cybercrime, right? The second way is to actually use this particular website to understand how vulnerable is your website, right? So if you type in a website name in the little utility that Netcraft gives you, if you go to netcraft.com and type in a little name, right, for the website that you're trying to basically get the information out of, footprint that website essentially. So if you type the website name, you'll get all of the servers that are basically operating for that website. You can get all of the subdomains of that website and the parent organization of that website, the owner of that particular domain. So to basically track all of those things down, you can essentially enter the website name and the netcraft.com web browser. That is the utility of this. Now this helps because you can get some personal information out of it. You can understand the location of the servers, and all throughout you can get a layout. You can get a layout of how this entire organization is operating and how the web application is working. So when you actually try to plan out your hack, you can keep all of those things in mind and then accordingly implement or script or basically go on with your hack. And the key draw factor of Netcraft is you can gauge the operating systems which are essentially running on the servers, right? So the website is hosted on servers and you can understand which operating systems are running on those particular servers. So Netcraft is a pretty interesting tool. It is used for the purpose of footprinting and reconnaissance. So to simply open Netcraft, you can type Netcraft on Google or you can simply type in netcraft.com in your URL bar. Once you've reached the website, it'll look something like this. Now, if you want to find out information with regards to websites that you aim to hack, or to simply just find out details about a particular organization, like for instance, if I simply open up the Facebook URL in this search bar over here at the bottom, so we can see what's that site running. So if you simply scroll down to the bottom of the Netcraft web page, you'll see this. And once you click on this little arrow icon over here, it'll first scan the details for this particular URL, which is facebook.com. So we can see some details with regards to that over here. So we can see that it gives us the website description, which means that we can create or log into our Facebook account if we go to this particular website, right? We can see the website that we've entered. We can see the owner of this particular website. We can see that's Facebook Incorporated. The hosting company is Facebook, so it's registered officially. The hosting country is the United States, obviously. We can see the IP address. There are a lot of other network related details as well. We can see the IPv6 address as well. We can see the domain is facebook.com. All right. The one of the other interesting things is that we can also see the address for the Facebook offices. We can see that it's given over here because every organization that needs to basically buy a domain would need to give some details, right? So this is a pretty interesting way to find out details, although this information is available publicly as well. But we can understand that if we were dealing with websites where the information was not available as easily, we can simply use this tool called Netcraft, right? So this is one of the basic tools. There's also one very interesting thing that we can do if we simply click on this NetBlock owner over here, right? That'll open up and we can see other domains, other websites that are registered under this particular NetBlock, right? So we have internet.org. So if you're from India, you must be familiar with this particular website, right? Which was an initiative by Facebook. We can see that if we simply type fb.com on Facebook, it'll redirect us to the Facebook login page. That is also registered under Facebook. Oculus is a virtual reality technology that is also owned by Facebook. So a lot of these websites are owned by Facebook. Basically, we can see WhatsApp, and if I simply go to the next page, we can also see that there's Instagram as well. So these companies are owned by Facebook today. So we can see all of it is there, free basics as well, right? And we can also see that the operating system on which these websites are hosted is Linux based. So that is also a very handy detail, right? We can also see the website report. If I simply open that up, we can see the site ranking. We can see a lot of other details as well with regards to that particular domain. We can also see web server related information of this particular website. So we can see that the backend is on PHP, XML, and we can see the encryption tool is the SSL. We can also see that over here, the cryptographic protocol providing communication security over the internet. And we can also see some popular websites other than Facebook that are using this technology. That means PHP. We can see what is being used on the client side. So in the case of Facebook, on the client side, JavaScript obviously is used. So we can see all of that information as well. So let us get to the hacking tutorial of Nmap and understand what Nmap is in the first place. So this is a topic that comes under the reconnaissance phase of hacking, where you're essentially trying to find out the flaws or entry points that you have in your particular target system. So what is Nmap in the first place? Nmap is an open source and free utility for discovering network elements and security auditing, compatible with all of the major operating systems. So this is not limited to Linux. You can also install Nmap on Windows and Mac OS. I'm going to be using Kali Linux, where Nmap is already installed, and I would advise you to do the same. So it'll scan all of these things. It is used as a security auditing tool as well, not just for hacking into a system. So what is Nmap used for? Nmap has many uses. It is used by network and system administrators and network security professionals for various purposes. So it's used for network inventory to understand what elements are there in your particular network, to understand the topology of the network. It is used for that, and to understand if any unknown devices are present within your network as well. So that comes under intrusion detection. So when you're doing the network inventory, if you see something that is unknown, so that is definitely an intruder. Or you can or do host monitoring with it. You can see what all services are running on the host system or the systems that are available on the network. You have service upgrade scheduling. So you can also see the versions of the services that are running on these host systems. So you can upgrade your services according to that and schedule them. And you have your service uptime. Now this alludes to how long have the services been running. You can also keep track of that as well. So what is the workflow of Nmap? So Nmap works in the simple request response basis. So Nmap sends out raw IP packets across a network to perform host discovery and get host related information like the services that the host is offering, the host's operating system, and a dozen more characteristics. So IP packets are sent out to all of the hosts that are available in the IP range in your network. And then after the IP packets are received by these hosts, they will send responses back, and that in turn will tell you all of the services that are available on these host systems. And you can then plan your hack or your security analysis accordingly. So let us now get to the hands-on section. So what we have here are two Linux-based operating systems running within a virtual network that I have created. So currently I have a Windows system, and on top of the Windows system, I'm using virtual machine or VMwares to basically create these two Linux instances. So as we can see, the first instance is a Kali instance. So this is Kali Linux, and Nmap is pre-installed on Kali Linux, so we don't have to worry about installing it or anything. And on the second Linux instance, we can see that we have our Metasploitable 2 Linux. So this is the system that we are going to be hacking, right? So firstly, let us get some background information first before we actually start using Nmap. So let us see the IP of the Metasploitable Linux. So I'll simply type in ifconfig and press enter. So we can see the IP address within this virtual network of this Metasploitable 2 Linux is 192.168.160. So I'll just show you guys. If you simply see over here, you can see the IP that is that 192.168.160. So that is the IP address of our Metasploitable 2 Linux instance. So let's first run the most basic command that Nmap provides to you. So let us just simply type in Nmap and the IP address of the target system. So 192.168.1.60, and I'll press enter. So it will start a scan, and it will basically tell me whatever TCP ports are open on my target system and what services are those particular ports corresponding to. So as we can see, we have our scan report for our IP address, which is 192.168.160, which is of the target system. And we can see all of the ports that are open with all of the services that the ports are corresponding to.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of cybersecurity by answering this question. Which one of the following can be considered as the class of computer threats? A. DOS attack. B. Phishing. C. Soliciting. D. Both A and C. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
See, now if you want a really verbose output, as in output in much detail, as opposed to the one that we just got, you can simply add in a switch in your command. So if I simply type in clear the screen up, bring up the previous statement again, and just simply add a -v over here. It will give us the output in much detail, and I press enter. Then we can see that there are much more details associated to our output. So we're getting essentially the same thing with all of the ports which are open being informed to us. It also mentions the IP address where the ports are available, right? And on the bottom, we can see there are some other details available as well, which was the previous form of output that we got. So we can see how convenient it can get when we are using Nmap to basically map out the entire configuration and all of the services that are open on the target system. So let us do something new now. Alongside finding all of the open ports in our target system, let us also find the operating system of our target system. So for that, simply type in nmap, give in the O switch. So I'll type in sudo before that, give in the O switch. And after you've given in the O switch, give the V switch again to get our normal information. And then give in the IP address 192.168.1.60. Press enter. So let us see now. We also have gotten the information about the Linux system that we are trying to get into. So if I simply scroll up, we'll look from the above. So firstly, we have all of the open ports that are available on the target system, right? We have our SIM scan for that. And next, we've initiated our OS detection as well. So once we've initiated that, the services are again shown, all of the open ports. We get the MAC address available for that particular target system. And then we can also see the Linux that is running on our target system as well, which is Linux 2.6.9. We can see that raw data packets were sent, raw IP packets were sent to our target system as a request, and we got a response back as well. So this is quite a good tool for network monitoring for an administrator or for penetration testing to essentially see the topology of our particular target network. We also have the option to get more details about the services that are running. So if I simply bring the previous statement back up again and given another switch, which is the SV switch, we'll also get the versions and the exact name of the services that are running on our target system. So if I press enter, it'll scan for it and then we'll get our output. Now we can see all of the exact services running on our Metasploitable Linux. So we can see that the services which are corresponding to FTP, SSH have their versions and names. So this could be useful when you're penetration testing and you're actually trying to find out which particular versions of these softwares or services are running on your target system essentially. So you can manipulate your hack according to that. This also is useful to understand if there are any processes that are not supposed to be running on your target system as well. So by looking at this, we can get that information. There are also options for you to get some details as well. Instead of getting these extensive details, we can also limit our output to a certain quantity. So for that, we'll simply type in, firstly, just clear the screen up and simply type in sudo nmap. And let us just simply use a ping command, the nmaps version of ping command. So we'll basically send a raw data packet and get a response back with the basic information about our target host. Type in -s, capital P, and then given the address, which is 192.168.1.60 and press enter. Now we can see the MAC address associated to that target ping. So we have our MAC address. So there may also be times where you don't exactly know the IP address of the target system, or you just simply want to find out what devices are available in the network that you're operating within. So for that, you simply bring up the previous statement again, which is the ping statement, and just remove the last part. Depending on the network subnet that you have, you can simply put in an asterisk and press an enter. And you'll get all of the IP addresses present within the 192.168.1 range that are available within your network at once. So right now, I only have 2 IP addresses within that range. So the first IP address is my IP address, which is 192.168.1.50 of the Kali Linux operating systems device that we have right now, which is the host device. And the second one is the target system, which is 1.60. So that has also been scanned from our ping scan right now. So, what if there's a case where you want to find out what services are running on port 80 in all of the systems that are present within your network range? So, for that, you can simply type in sudo nmap, given the option of -p80. So, this will only scan the 80 port in all of the target systems. And then you can simply give in your IP range, which is 192.168.1 dot asterisk, and when I press enter, it will give me what is available on port 80 on all of the systems in your network within this particular IP range. So as we can see for the IP address 192.168.160, we can see the HTTP service is open on port 80 on our target system. And for us as well on the host system, we also have the service of HTTP that is open. So port 80 is generally assigned to HTTP. So that is not a surprise. So we can understand from that that this is working the way it is supposed to work. So let us look at another case where you have multiple ports that you want to scan. So for that, simply put in a comma after 80. So say if you want to scan the port 24, if you want to scan the port 28, 80, 80, 12, and simply press an enter after that. So this will basically scan all of the ports that I just mentioned. So we can see that the 24th port is closed, and it is basically reserved for private mail. And we can see that the 8080 is for the HTTP proxy, and our 80 again is for the HTTP. So you can use all of these tools to understand the complexities of the target network that you're dealing with, or the target host that you're dealing with. And it can essentially tell you the vulnerabilities as well of the target system when you're running these commands. It is also a great tool for network administration because you can understand if any unknown device has entered your network. You can also understand what kind of services are running on that unknown device. So you can see that it is a very handy tool when we are dealing with hackers and attackers as such. Network enumeration with NetBIOS. Now, enumeration means counting or listing out. So, one of the utilities that you can use to enumerate all of the hosts that are present on a particular network is NetBIOS, and it is an acronym for Network Basic Input Output System. It provides services related to the session layer of the OSI model, allowing applications on separate computers to communicate over a local area network. So, what the NetBIOS essentially does is you can type in a IP address in your particular network of a host, and it will give you information pertaining to that IP address, maybe the MAC address, right? And if you scan within a range, right, you can get all of the hosts that are present within that IP range in your net, right? So NetBIOS enumerator is a UI tool that you can use for that. You can enter the from IP address and the to IP address, and within that particular range, it will give you all of the IP addresses that are allocated to hosts. Right. So the NetBIOS enumerator is a tool used to list all of the hosts present on a particular network within a specified IP range, also giving certain information pertaining to the host's configuration, which include the username of that host. Say you log into your Windows computer, you enter a username, there's a username, and you enter the password for that. So it will give that information, the domain that your particular computer is registered to, the MAC, and the latency. So the MAC address and the latency, which means how long it takes for the target system to respond once the attacker system sends in the request, the ping essentially, for the latency. So let us understand how this works. So let us now understand how we can use the tool NetBIOS to perform network enumeration. So say you have multiple devices present on your network. How would you find out the information with regards to them? So simply open up your command prompt with administrative privileges if you're dealing with Windows computers, and then simply go to the terminal and type in nbt stat and given a hyphen A, this is the option which I'll explain later, and then type in the IP address of the target system that you're trying to hack, which is 10.10.10.12. This might be different in your case. And when you press enter, it'll basically enumerate certain information about the target system. And as we can see, the particular option A, when we put it in with the IP address of the target system, it gives us the name of the target system, which in our case is server 2012, and it gives us the MAC address of the target system. Now, assuming the target system is not MAC spoofing, which means it's not giving us a fake MAC address, this is the actual MAC address of the target system. So this could help us further identify the technology that is being used in the target system itself. Now, the other thing that you can do with it, in the case that you do not know the IP address of the target system, you can simply scope your network out by typing nbtstat-c and you press enter, and it will give you all of the hosts that are present on your target network. And in this case, we can see that the server 2012 is available on our target network, and we can see the IP address that it has, right? So we can also scope out the IP address of the target system. Now, the second step that we can do afterward is simply type in nbt stat and hyphen a, and given the IP address itself, and you press enter, then you can get further details about that particular host. There's another tool called the NetBIOS enumerator. In this, you can specify an IP range. For instance, if I specify something like 10.10.10.11 to 10.10.10.16, it will give me all the possible hosts that are available on this particular IP range if I simply go ahead and click on scan. So as we can see, one result has come up, which is the server 2012, which we saw earlier on in our command as well. So if I simply expand this, I can see a certain amount of detail available for this particular IP, right? So this IP has been found between this particular IP range, right, on this network. Then we can see certain information with regards to that, the username, which is no one is logged onto the system currently, the domain on which that particular system is, which is the CEH domain. And as the name suggests, this is useful in enumerating the network, finding out all of the hosts that are present on the target network. Vulnerability analysis with Nessus. Now, Nessus is a tool. You can opt for the premium Nessus services, which is Nessus Professional, or you can go for the free version. You obviously get a lot less features in the free version, but it is a tool that you can essentially use to scan a particular network, right? So what does Nessus essentially scan? So you can see there's a really beautiful UI that Nessus has, and you can see all of the problems that are critical are listed in the first priority, and then you have medium range problems and high range problems as you go down. So it is a very essential tool for a security analyst to basically understand what sort of exploits are present in the network and in the hosts, and to basically look at the critical problems and resolve them as soon as possible before the black hat hacker or the hacker with the malicious intent can basically start an attack and get access to that system or cause harm to the organization. So Nessus is a very important tool for that. It runs a variety of scans to get that information. So what exactly does Nessus help patch and secure? So first thing that it does is it tells you the vulnerabilities that allow unauthorized control access over sensitive data. So any threat any exploit that can be used to get access to sensitive data, misconfigurations that leave systems exposed. So sometimes some particular individuals in departments could misconfigure their softwares or utilities that could leave an opening for an attacker to get into the system, right? So it is the job of Nessus to detect those things, and the job of the security professional to patch those things up. And second, finally, to detect default passwords. So oftentimes a lot of people, what they do, if they are operating within a domain, a network, they don't configure tough passwords. They let the default passwords be. So the default password could be something like password itself. So those are not essentially good practices. So if there is a loophole like that, Nessus will detect that, and then Nessus will obviously inform that to the security professional as a critical problem that exists within the domain, and then the security professional could ask that particular individual to change his password or change it himself manually. So that is one thing that Nessus does. And then there are DOS vulnerabilities, which is denial of service vulnerabilities. So any opening, any entry point that may make the network or system susceptible to denial of service attacks, Nessus also lets you know about that. So these are the properties of Nessus. Let us understand how this works in practice. With tools like Nessus Essentials, you get your core pack of vulnerability analysis utilities. So it provides you with a simple user interface where you can simply go to My Scans, which you can see very conveniently represented visually, and then click on Create a New Scan, right? Now this gives you a plethora of new options, right? So you can select from any of these. So firstly, if we want to simply calculate all of the vulnerabilities in the system, we can specifically provide an IP range. If we do a basic network scan, we can simply name this scan 1. We can call this a vulnerability scan, and we need to provide the target IPs, right? So in our case, let us provide 10.10.2, 10.10.10.16, right? So within this IP range, which is 10.10.10.10 to 10.10.10.16, it will basically find all of the basic vulnerabilities. So if I simply click on save, right, and if I simply select this and click on launch, the scan will begin. So we can see that the scan is currently running. After it has finished running, we'll see that icon over here. We can also go ahead and simply check the current prognosis. So we can see that we have found a certain bunch of vulnerabilities. So if I simply click on vulnerabilities, we can see that there are a lot of details that are available. We can see the Nessus SNMP so scanner, DC services emulation. If I simply open up some of this, we can see that the vulnerabilities that are involved are very detailed, and this could really help a hacker who has successfully infiltrated inside a network basically find all of these things out. And all of this information also is very beneficial to any security official whose job is to basically audit the security of their employer's network or the security of the network that they are trying to secure. We can also see a very critical analysis of the entire exploits and vulnerabilities present inside the system, because it also provides us with pie charts of the sort where we can see that there are about 81% non-threatening vulnerabilities. There's about 4% high vulnerabilities and 15% medium. And based off of all of these details, the hacker can simply plot a very well detailed hacking plan as to how he would go about infiltrating the system. System hacking with Loftcrack. Now, as the name suggests, we are going to be cracking something with this, right? So, passwords. There are passwords associated to all of the hosts that are present on a particular network. So, in order to get into those operating system accounts, you need to have passwords, and Loftcrack is one such tool that does exactly that. Loftcrack is a password auditing and recovery application originally produced by Mudge from Loft Heavy Industries. So that is the organization. It is used to test password strength and sometimes to recover lost Microsoft Windows passwords by using dictionary, brute force, hybrid, and rainbow tables. Right. So these are the various methodologies by which password cracking can happen. It is originally meant for good because it is used as a tool by the security expert to understand how strong passwords are in the domain. So if somebody writes something like password as his password, this will immediately detect that and this will inform, and then you can essentially let the person know to change the password. But yeah, it also helps with recovering lost passwords because this is the tool for that. It uses a lot of methods to understand that. So dictionary method is one where there's a word list essentially, and the brute force attack will go through that word list and try various combinations of those words to guess the password. Then there's brute force, which means the system or the tool will essentially try combinations of all characters specified for that particular brute force attacks. So it's basically a permutation and combination attack where all of the possible combinations of those characters will be tried. So that is brute force. Then there's hybrid attacks, which is the combination of dictionary and brute force, where a lot of dictionary words can be jumbled up together to try those particular attacks. And then there's rainbow tables. So what does it do? Loftcrack retrieves the hash of a particular system logon. So there's hash files that are generated. What are hash files? Whenever you enter a password, the password is not entered into systems as plain text. So they are not entered into systems as what they are. They are first converted into hashes, and then the hashes are matched with the databases present on the target system. When they are matched, when there's a successful match, then only you get your login. So this is a method to basically ensure that no particular system has the actual passwords stored. So even if somebody hacks into the database of that system, the hacker cannot simply enter the password out of that database and get access. He has to enter the correct password, which will then be algorithmically encrypted into the hash, and then it will be matched with the one present in the database, and then you'll get your login. So that is what hashing is. So it retrieves the actual hashed password. Then based on the hash password, it converts a combination of plain texts and encrypts them into that hash, matches it with that, and then you finally get your right password when the combination actually matches. So let us understand how this works as a tool. So let us implement Loftcrack version 7. So it's a pretty simple tool to use, but we can obviously implement more complexities with it. So all of those complexities would be discovered if you opt to dwell further into this particular topic. So for now, let us find out the passwords of the devices that are present on my network, right? So how to go about that? So Loftcrack gives you a simple utility which is called the password auditing wizard. This is basically used to assess the security of the passwords that your systems have, right? Because if the hacker gets access to the administrative computers, that could be really messy for the entire business, right? So you don't want that to happen. So you want to assess the security of the passwords on all of your devices. So I'll simply click on next. And then there are two options that I get. So one is for Linux and one is for Windows. So let us focus our hack currently on Windows systems. So we'll simply click Windows. We'll retrieve the password hashes from our Windows systems, and then I'll simply get a password hash. Now I can simply have a password dump from another tool such as this, a password auditing tool for that matter, or I can simply use my own credentials, my own hashes from my own Windows system. So for that, I'll simply click on the local machine. So I'll make sure I have administrative privileges so that I can actually use that. And once I have that option selected, I'll click on next. And then I'll simply use the use logged in user credentials instead of using specific user credentials, because I am currently an administrator on the system, so I don't need specific user credentials. And then I have various options available to me with regards to what sort of hack I want to perform, what sort of audit I want to perform. So what these audits are essentially going to do is that they're going to run a series of brute force methods and dictionary methods to guess the password based on the hash. And there are various options for that. Like we can apply for the strong password audit. So this is a very taxing audit. It takes about 24 hours to completely finish, right? Because it tries a various number of combinations basically to guess your password. Then there's the thorough password audit, right? It could take up to 6 hours, and then you have the 1 hour common password audit. So let us go with the 1 hour one and simply click on next, right? And I also have the option of generating a report of my auditing at the end. So if I can simply click on CSV format, and I'll get my report in CSV format in this particular location. I can simply specify that as well, right? And then I'll simply click on next. So once I click on next, it will basically give me the option to select when I want to run this particular audit. So I'll simply click on run this job immediately. And once I have that selected, I'll click on next. So it will give me all of the options to basically verify if I want to go with this. So you can check this, cross verify it, and then you can simply click on finish. So it will basically ask me for administrative privileges. So I'll click on yes, and it will basically start running onto my network. So we can see that 3 accounts on my network were without a password. So they were instantly cracked because they didn't have a password. And as we can see furthermore, other accounts are getting guessed. So the account which was Martin had the password Apple, so that was guessed. So this was a pretty simple password, so it was guessed rather quickly. But basically, what happens is the password is in plain text format. The password in plain text format runs through an algorithm which converts it into a hash code, right? So this is the hash code that you can see over here. So it basically takes a random bunch of words, tries dictionary words, and tries to convert it into the hash format. And if the hash matches with the existing hash on the target system, it basically tells us that the password hack has been successful. You've successfully cracked the password. So some particular hacks can take more than other hacks, and it basically depends on the complexity of the password. You also get a lot of options with this particular software, which is Loftcrack. So you can use custom repositories of dictionary words that you have that you may think might be compatible with the systems that you're trying to hack. They might be the passwords of the systems that you're trying to hack, right? And you can get your hashes from elsewhere as well. So if you're trying to hack into a system and it has localized hashes, you can get it from there, and you can simply get a speed boost in your hacking attempts. ARP poisoning with Kane Enable. Now, Kane Enable is a tool which is used for primarily password recovery, but that is not what we are going to be using it for today. It can recover, though, many kinds of passwords using methods such as network packet sniffing, which is something relevant to today's tutorial, cracking various passwords, hashes by using methods such as dictionary. So similar to what we discussed earlier on. So what is ARP poisoning? So ARP is a short form for address resolution protocols, right? So in ARP spoofing or poisoning, or ARP cache poisoning is a technique which the attacker uses to spoof address resolution protocols, right? And messages which are basically sent on local area networks. So he can modify those messages. He can essentially alter those messages. So it is the job of Wireshark, which we can use optionally to detect these sort of things. So in a particular network, if you have an administrative PC for that particular network, you can detect all of the network activity happening with Wireshark. So Wireshark is a free and open source packet analyzer. It is used for network development, troubleshooting, analysis, and software and communications protocol development and education. So Wireshark is also used to basically understand how all of these hacks work, because you can see network activity that is happening. So for ARP spoofing attempts or ARP poisoning attempts, you can see those things exactly as they happen when they are happening in this particular log that is appearing on your Wireshark terminal.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cybersecurity, then Intellipaat has a post graduation certification in cybersecurity and ethical hacking by ENICT Academy, MNIT Jaipur. This course is of very high quality and cost effective, as it is taught by MNIT professors and industry experts.
So Wireshark helps detect packets with suspicious origins or intent. So any packets which are suspicious, which means the corrupted or poisoned ARP packets, you can detect that with your Wireshark.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of cybersecurity by answering this question. What is code red? A. An antivirus program. B. A photo editing software. C. A computer virus. D. A video editing software. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Phishing with social engineering toolkit. Now, this is one of the most popular attacks that happen around the world. It still happens today, but it is very easy to spot these things, right? You can see the IP address of these websites and you can easily spot these things. So, what is phishing with SE toolkit? So, the social engineering toolkit, first of all, is an open source penetration testing framework designed for social engineering. SET has a number of custom attack vectors that allow you to make a believable attack really quickly, right? So it is a tool that you can download on your Linux systems, and you can initiate these attacks with this particular tool. So a lot of attacks you can do with that: social engineering attacks, penetration testing attacks, third-party modules. These are the particular things that you can do with that. There are a lot of integrations with social engineering toolkit as well. So phishing is one of those attacks. This is present in the social engineering attack section of the SE toolkit. Phishing is the process of creating a fake login page resembling an application identical or based on something that the target uses, sending the link to that page to the victim and extracting their login credentials in plain text format. So that means that you create something that looks identical to the Facebook login page, right? And you send something like a facebook.xyz to your victim, to your target. The person opens that link, thinks it's Facebook, enters his username and password in that link. So you're smart enough to redirect him to his actual Facebook page. So he actually logs into his Facebook page. But what the target does not know is that you have successfully gained access to his password and username in plain text format. So if you go ahead and go to the login tab of Facebook and type in those things that you've gained, you will also be able to log into his particular session. That is how phishing works. It's exceptionally harmful if it's happening on your bank account. Although these days there is two-factor authentication to prevent exactly this. So that means even if somebody is able to rightfully guess your password, they still wouldn't get access to your account because they'll get a text on their phone or they'll get an authenticator message on their phone. And until you enter that authenticator message that they've received on their phone, you cannot actually log in. So this is how social engineering toolkit works. DDoS attacks with HOIC, which is the High Orbital Ion Cannon. Sounds like a pretty fancy name, but this particular thing has been developed by fancy people, which is Anonymous, the Hacktivist Collective. So it is a free open source network stress application developed by Anonymous, a hacktivist collective, and used for denial of service attacks. So it's not entirely intended for harm. It's basically used to test the proficiency of a network in handling high traffic. So what is a denial of service attack? It is essentially an attack where a particular host or a particular server is flooded with requests. So these particular web applications these days, they work on a request response basis. So the client sends a request to the server sends a response back. It goes on and on. That is how a website works. So in this particular case, what will happen is a lot of like thousands or to millions of requests would be sent to the web server at once. And then obviously the web server will slow down and it will crash at some instances, or it will slow down to the extent that none of the other users are able to use it, right? So that is essentially denying them the service. So that is why it's called denial of service, right? So DDoS, it is exactly that, but at a much higher extent, where you're using these botnets, you're using these bots that are present all around the world. So it is harder to detect a DDoS attack, because in a DDoS attack, what will happen is all of these attacks, all of these requests will be coming from different hosts, right? So it's not entirely easy to identify if they are malicious in intent or not, right? That is what a DDoS attack imitation is, what a high orbital ionic cannon will do. You can simply click on the fire the laser button and it will send a plethora of requests to a particular server at once, and then you can see how well the server deals with that, right? Or if the server is able to subvert that attack. So that is what a denial of service attack is. So let us understand how this works in the tutorial. But before we actually do that, we also need to understand about anti-DDoS Guardian, which is a tool to prevent exactly this. So there are DDoS attacks So there are tools to prevent those DDoS attacks. So Anti-DDoS Guardian is a high-performance DDoS protection software for Windows servers, specifically the Windows servers that we are going to be using today, the Windows 2019 and 2016 server. It stops most DDoS or DOS attacks, including SYN attacks, IP flood, TCP flood, UDP flood, ICMP flood, slow HTTP DDoS attacks, layer 7 attacks, application attacks, Windows remote desktop brute force password guessing attacks. So a long list of things, but the DDoS Guardian is prepared for this, especially if you subscribe to their premium services as well. But even in non-premium mode, it works exceptionally fine. So Anti-DDoS Guardian monitors the server and keeps a lookout for suspiciously large number of incoming requests and prevents a server overload by mitigating those requests. So say what this particular tool will do is it'll establish a baseline of activity for a particular web application. So if the baseline of activity is altered, if somehow there are a lot of requests suddenly, right? So obviously something is wrong. That should not be happening because that is not on the baseline of activity, right? So once that happens, this particular tool will automatically detect that and subvert that attack. So we'll see this in action as well in this particular tutorial. So this is going to be a demonstration with regards to how to initiate and detect a DDoS attack. So in this particular case, what is going to happen is my Windows 10 virtual machine has this tool installed called the Anti-DDoS Guardian 5.0. Right now, this tool is supposed to detect DDoS attacks. So any attack which has a lot of packets coming from one IP in general, this particular Guardian will stop that. So I have it installed and ready to be deployed. So let me switch to the attacker computer. So my attacker computer in this case is going to be a Windows Server 2019, and I already have a high orbit ion cannon in place. Now the name might sound fancy, it's just a replacement name for a DDoS attacker. This particular application will send a lot of packets to the target computer, in this case my Windows 10 virtual machine, at the same time and effectively dismantle the services of that particular Windows 10 computer. So the first thing that I would do is select that particular IP. So I'll click on the plus icon and put in the IP address of the Windows 10 virtual machine. So I've put that in, and then I am going to increase the power of this particular orbital cannon attack to high. So this means instead of a low number of packets, a high number of packets will be sent, which means a higher load. And then I'll select the generic boost HOIC attack, right? And I'll click on add. Just a moment, my IP was a little bit wrong. I'll edit that. So I'll also make sure that I put in the IP in the form of a URL. So HTTP. And after I've done that, put it to high and select the generic boost. Click on add. Now, as we can see, the status of this cannon is ready. I just have to simply click on this red button over here, which is fire the laser. So once I click on that, this particular DDoS attack will start. So let me begin. Right, so the status is engaging. Let me switch back to my Windows 10 PC and look at what is going on in the DDoS Guardian. So if I scroll down, I can see, like, right over here, I can see that there's a lot of activity in outgoing and incoming IP packets, right? So this is obviously an attempt to DDoS this computer, or it might just be suspicious. So we'll check it out. Right. So once we double click on that, we can see that a lot of IP packets are coming in. It's just swarming this computer with IP packets, right? So one simple thing I can do now that as a security specialist, I have detected that a computer or a IP is trying to hack into the system by causing a DDoS attack, I'll simply block this IP. So once I block this IP, we can see that it goes red, and it doesn't matter how many packets are being sent by that particular PC or virtual machine. It does not matter to us because we are simply hard blocking that particular IP. So we can see how with the tools such as anti-DDoS Guardian or any other anti-DDoS tool, we can prevent such attacks. And it is important as well because if we are operating in organizations like Amazon or Facebook, it is very damaging for any of those organizations to have these attacks put on them because it could temporarily suspend their services. Session hijacking with BetterCap. Now, BetterCap is a tool that is used for this particular task, which is called session hijacking. So, essentially, when you log into your social media accounts or your bank accounts, what happens is these particular websites are generating a session key for you. Now, this session key is valid only and only for you because they need to provide you with the privacy because these particular accounts are very sensitive. So BetterCap is a tool. If your session is unprotected, BetterCap is a tool that can detect all of these things and essentially get access to your session, right? That is called session hijacking. So if your session is unprotected, BetterCap can give the attacker access to your username and password. So it is also used as a tool for a lot of engineers, red team users, and researchers. To it is an essentially easy to use all-in-one solution with all of the features that they might possibly need to perform reconnaissance and understanding how susceptible systems are to Wi-Fi network attacks or how their Bluetooth low energy devices are susceptible or wireless HID devices and devices all spread all across the Ethernet networks, right? So if your session is unprotected, BetterCap can very easily capture credentials and sensitive information or confidential information from unprotected sessions on a particular network. So if you log into a particular website, BetterCap has got it. It'll basically get your user ID and login credentials, and then the attacker has access to that as well. So it is used as an application to test whether these sessions are protected or unprotected. Honeypotting with Honeypot. Now, Honeypot is a tool used for honeypotting. What is honeypotting? We'll get to that. Honeypot is a medium interaction honeypot for Windows. It is a fake device occurrence on our local network. The device works as a target for hackers and to get what they want from a fake data on the device. This is great to learn how the attacker thinks and what his intent is. So essentially, you're creating a trap for the attacker. So the attacker will basically access that trap and might reveal something about how he attacks your system or might reveal his own personal information as well. Because you're essentially baiting the hacker into hacking into your system by pretending that there is some information that is available, which is fake information, right? So how does it work? A honeypot is a device placed on a computer network specifically designed to capture malicious network traffic. The logging capability of a honeypot is far greater than any other security tool and captures raw packet level data, including the keystrokes and mistakes made by hackers. So essentially baiting the hacker into thinking your system is vulnerable and susceptible. The hacker will do whatever he needs to do and might reveal something about himself or something about the nature of the attack that he's trying to carry out, right? So all of this information is very relevant for security team experts because they can understand how these hacks work. And secondly, to basically track down any person with ill intent, essentially, because any person who commits a mistake and is caught can be caught using a honeypot. So let us understand how this works in practice. So as it can be seen here on my Windows Server 2016 virtual machine, I have my Honeybot service currently open, right? So this is being used to monitor any activity that happens. Now, the next thing that I'll do to basically imitate an attack is I'll switch to my Parrot security terminal. So let us open up the terminal and switch to the sudo user. So once I have done that, I'll simply put in an FTP request to 10.10.10.16, which is my Windows Server 2016 virtual machine's IP. When I press enter, it says connected to 10.10.10.16. So if I go back and switch back to my Windows Server 2016 and check back in my honeypot, simply by firstly I'll log into that. So we can see that there's some information available over here. So if I expand ports, right, so I can see this. So the thing that I can do is view details. So when I view details, I can get the details about the attacker that may be trying to get into my system, specifically the file system of my system, because the attacker has initiated a file transfer protocol, the FTP. So we can see those details over here. We can see the packet information over here when I open up the view details section, right? So if I close this up and I expand remotes, we can also see the attacker IP, which is 10.10.10.13, which is the IP of my Parrot security virtual machine, right? So in this way, you can essentially determine which particular system within your own network may be trying to get into your system or your file system. So this is how certain people would evade firewalls and other security measures. And this being a honeypot basically is a trap for those potential attackers to identify themselves. Web server reconnaissance with HTTP recon. Now, HTTP recon or HTTP fingerprinting is a tool developed by Computec and modified by W3DD. These are the authors to help return highly accurate identification of given HTTP implementation. So essentially, you enter the URL of a particular website and the server of that website. This particular tool will return the information of that server. So this is very important within professional vulnerability analysis because you need to ensure that your server's information is not accessible to any outside person. So if you run the HTTP recon tool for your particular web application and some sensitive information with regards to how your server is operating is revealed to the attacker, that is a very risky thing, and you should ensure that whatever means you're implementing in your particular website is subverting those particular risks, right? So that is the entire role of HTTP recon in the professional security community. It is used by hackers to essentially gain information with regards to how your server is operating. It is used by security professionals to patch those things up, to not basically allow that information to be revealed to the hacker. Let us understand how this works for websites. From footprinting of a particular website, we can also use HTTP recon. So let us open that. You can open that up without any administrative privileges, but that might cause some issues. So I'll open that up with administrative privileges. So once you've opened that up, I'll expand this a little bit. So in here, you can write the website name that you want to footprint. So in our case, let us type in www.intellipaat.com, right? So once I've written that, stop, and then I'll click on analyze. So it will take a bit of time, but it will give us all of the footprinting details of this particular website. So we can see right over here on the get existing part, we can see over here there are servers that are mentioned. So there are percentages that are over here. There is a match percentage that we can see. So for this Microsoft IIS 6.0, we can see that it is a 100% match. So what footprinting will do, it will essentially analyze the data from the website and it will try to determine which particular backend server is being used for this website. So the traits for this particular one match 100% with Microsoft IIS, but you can also see there are other matches as well, which are not as accurate as the Microsoft one. You have an AOL server, you have Apache, right? You have Zeus, you have Nginx, so on and so forth. You can see the match percentage is decreasing in descending order. So we have all of this. So right now we don't need to worry about it much because we already have 100% match. But in the cases where we don't get a 100% match, we have to go on probability. To see all of the get requests, I'll click on get long requests, right? So over here we can see all of the get requests, right? The other thing that I can do is click on fingerprint details. So one of the most important details that we can see over here is that there's a protocol name and there's a protocol version which is 1.1. So hackers can essentially use these details in order to basically maneuver their hacks in accordance with the exploitations that are available for these particular protocol versions. So you can see if you are a hacker with a certain level of knowledge, you can manipulate all of this information to basically help you out in whatever hack you're planning to do. So this is a software utility in order to basically recon a particular website to perform footprinting and reconnaissance. Web application footprinting with what web. Now, this is very similar to what we just discussed, except this also gives information with regards to the application itself, not just the server. So what happens is what web recognizes web technologies, including content management systems, blogging platforms, statistical analytics packages, JavaScript libraries, web servers, and embedded services. What happens is, what web will scan a website to detail out the category of a web application, the author, and the technologies that are being implemented in that web application. So a website is authored by someone, that will be revealed. What is the password field? What is the login ID field? That will be revealed. So everything on the client side that is visible is revealed. So the HTTP server information, what server it might be using, all of that information, the IP address, the author. So these particular details are there. So even something like what particular organization is powering this particular website, that is also revealed. So that is how what web essentially works. So let us see what web in action as well. Keep in mind that this is exclusively for web applications. For web servers, it is entirely recommended to go with HTTP recon. For web applications, the client side of things, you can go for what web. So one of the tools that we use when we are trying to actually hack into a web application is what web. So let us see the sample website first. The sample website is moviescope.com. So we can see that it is a dummy website which we are essentially going to get some information out of. So if we go to our Parrot security terminal, right, and I'll open up a Parrot terminal. So I'll first switch to sudo mode. So for that, I'll simply type in sudo su and enter in the password for my sudo account, right? And then I'll change my directory to the root directory. And afterward, I'll simply type in what web, right? So this is a utility that is present in Parrot security, which is used for this exact purpose. When I enter that, it will give me a help, essentially has some help commands as to what the usage format for what web actually is, right? So if you want to actually run this on a particular application, so for instance, on this particular subnet, the website that we previously saw, that was moviescope.com exists, right? It exists on the Windows Server 2019. So if we simply type in what web and type in moviescope.com and I press enter, it will take some time and then it'll give me some information, right? So we can see certain information with regards to what web. So the information that I'm currently getting is from FortiGuard server. So what I want now is I want to actually get the information about the web application. So for that, I'll change this to HTTP. I'll enter in the protocol and I'll type in what I typed in the web browser. So www.moviescope.com and then I'll press enter. So we can now see that it is actually not forbidden anymore. It is actually getting us the right information, right? So this is a bit jumbled up. Let us get this in detail. What if we want all of this in detail, right? So for that, I can simply add in an option over here, which is a hyphen V, and then I press enter, right? So this will give us all of the information in much detail. So if I scroll up, I can see that the main page that I logged into with the help of this particular URL is the login page for Moviescope. We can also see the IP. So this is the IP that is resolved when I type in moviescope.com. So this is the IP that we are actually connecting to, right? We can see that the server is based in ASP.NET. And if we go down below, we can see that some details associated with all of the technologies that are being used in this website are mentioned. So the detected plugins under that section, we can see that certain information of ASP.NET is given. We can also see HTTP server information, the meta author information. So the string is EC council in this case. And down below, we can see the HTTP header information.
So guys, let's start our installation of Kali Linux. You can either install through VMware VirtualBox or into your OS system as well. So in this video, I am going to install VMware first and then Kali Linux and run on it. So I am going to open Google and I am going to type download VMware Workstation. Just go on this link that you see, Workstation Pro. You can either buy it or you can get it for free for demo for 16 days. I'll open one more link if you want to download VirtualBox. You can go on this link. Now let's see for VMware. According to me, VMware is better than VirtualBox. So you can download it for Linux or you can download it for Windows as well. So this is the Windows link. Click on it and it will start downloading. So as you see, the file is 621 MB. It will take some time to download. Once you download it, you have to click on it to run the file. So it will start installing on your PC, similar like this. So it's now preparing VMware Workstation for installation. Installation has not started yet. It will take some time. So you'll come on this screen and now you have to accept it and then next. You can select whatever you want, either enhanced keyboard driver or VMware Workstation. So I select the bottom one. You can either change the directory where you want to install your workstation. Click on next. So this is again an optional for you. I'm not going to tick that. This is again either if you want desktop icon or you want startup menu folder. Click on next and then install. So it will start installing Workstation Pro on your PC. It will take some time for you guys. In this video, I'm just fast forwarding it. So this is the same procedure that you do for VirtualBox as well. So now our installation is finished for VMware Workstation. We'll click on finish and then we move on to our next option, that's installing Kali Linux. I'll open a new tab. I'll type download Kali Linux for VMware Workstation 16. Now there are different versions for it. If you want to download main Kali Linux, either it's for your operating system or it's for virtual machine, you can go on this link. So you'll come here. Now you see you have two options. The first option you have is bare metal, that's for your operating system. The second option is for virtual machines like we are using VMware or VirtualBox. You have other options as well for ARM, mobile, cloud, containers, live boot or WSL. So as we are using virtual machine, I'm going to click on virtual machine. So now you see you have default credentials, that's Kali and Kali. We'll get back to it when it asks for password. You have 32-bit or 64-bit. You can either download for VMware or VirtualBox. So I'm going to click on VMware, the download option. You even have torrent for it. So if you want to download from torrent, you can download it as well. A short torrent file will be downloaded and then you need uTorrent for it to download the file. So now our downloading has begun. So you can even try to download from VirtualBox as well. According to my opinion, VMware is better than VirtualBox just because VMware has a lot of options that VirtualBox don't have and it makes your program goes faster as well. So let's wait for some time until our Kali Linux is downloaded. Then we'll move on to the next step. So now our Kali Linux has been downloaded and I'm gonna click on it. It will open WinRAR folder and we have to extract that. We'll go to extract to and I'm gonna select download option. So here you can see it's been extracted to my folder wherever I can select it. Even you guys can select wherever you want, either it's a directory or in any folder. It's up to you guys. So now it will take some time because it's a very big file. Downloading was 2.5 GB and after extracting it, it will be around 10 GB or 20 GB as well, depending on the space that you provide. So I'm going to speed up this process until it's totally extracted.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of cybersecurity by answering this question. Which one of the following can be considered as the class of computer threats? A. DOS attack. B. Phishing. C. Soliciting. D. Both A and C. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So now you see it's extracted to my folder. Now let's open our virtual workstation. That's our VMware. So now there are two options. Either you create a virtual machine or open a virtual machine. So in this scenario, we already have our virtual machine, so I'm going to open it. If you download any ISO file of Kali Linux, you have to go on create a virtual machine. So this folder is already selected. Let me show you. I installed from download and I go into the folder and I see Kali Linux there and I open it. So now your screen will look like this. You have certain options. You can edit your virtual machine. You can either choose how much RAM do you want in your system. It's either 2 GB or 8 GB, 16 GB. It's totally up to you. My system is for 8 GB. So these are the number of core processors. Your hard disk, it takes 80 GB. You can select while installing VMware. Network adapter, USB controller. My suggestion is do not change anything, let it be. So these are all the specifications that you can have. And now I'm going to power on this virtual machine. So everyone will come across this step. You can select anyone. I moved it or I copied it. It doesn't matter. We select it and then it will start booting. It will take some time to boot. So my favorite part of Kali Linux is the way it boots. It totally looks like you are going to hack a system or something. And there comes Kali Linux symbol. So that's how it boots nowadays. So the last version of Kali Linux was different and this is different. So now you have to enter your password and login ID. Remember on the website that you saw, it's Kali/Kali. So Kali is our root and Kali is our password as well. And there we go. We have our virtual machine completely set up. So this is how your Kali Linux will look like, either in a workstation or in a virtual box or your operating system. So if you press Ctrl Alt Enter, it will come to full screen. You can either pin it or unpin it. Let me show you how Kali Linux works. So I'll go to the home folder. Let me show you some files, how they are visualized and how they are created and how it's appeared. So this is how you navigate through Kali Linux documents, all these file directories and everything. You can even go to file system. That's the main C folder that you see in your Windows. We have file system in Kali Linux and this is how all the folders come like. So now let me show you some interesting thing. We go to our favorites and then you see all the hacking tools that you can use for hacking into different systems. Now we'll get into them in the later stage of the video. You see in information gathering, vulnerability assessment, web application analysis, database, password attacks, wireless attacks, reverse engineering as well, exploitation tools. We have sniffing and spoofing. Now that's interesting. We have post exploitation as well. We can even use forensics, reporting tools, social engineering, Kali and offensive links. So these are all the tools and you have to learn every tool if you want to learn cybersecurity. And when I click on any one of them, it will come like this. It will open a terminal and you have to use some options. So that's how you open a terminal. Either you click on the top corner or you have one more option. You can go on there and just type terminal. So you'll get terminal emulator. So this is how your terminal looks like. I'm going to open from there and let me show you some basic commands. The first command is pwd. That's present working directory. If I click enter, it will show me in which directory I am working. Now in this case, it's home and Kali. So let me show you one more thing. That's ls. It lists all the folders that's there inside the directory that I'm asking. ls basically means listing. One more command is cd desktop. So cd is mainly used for when we get into a folder. So see how I typed cd desktop and I came into the desktop folder. So if I again press ls, it shows me nothing because there's nothing inside desktop folder. Now once you come inside, how do you get back? So for that it's cd dot dot, cd space dot dot. And if I again check the root directory, my present working directory, it shows home/kali. So that's how you get in and get out of any folder and you navigate through folders in Kali Linux. If you want to use more options, you can use -- help. In this case, I used ls -- help. So it shows you even exit status as well. And it shows you all the options. For example, -1, -x, -w, -t, and all these things with the explanation. So when you start learning cybersecurity and you start learning ethical hacking, you have to use all these options and these should be on your fingertips. So let me clear this. And now I'm going to show you one more thing. Let me check my present working directory and I'll go to desktop. And I'll create mkdir. That means I'm gonna make directory test. You see how the test came when I used mkdir test. So that's how you create new folders or new directories. So I'm gonna get into it using cd command. Then if I use ls, it shows me nothing because there's nothing inside that folder. So let me create some more folders. Inside my test, I'll make one. I'll make the second folder, the third folder, and the fourth folder. So now I have 4 folders inside my test directory. So if I use ls, you can see I see 4 folders inside my test folder. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. So that's how you basically create directories or create folders in Kali Linux. So if you want to remove any folder, you use rmdir, that's remove directory. If I use 2 and I again use ls, see this, I have 1, 3 and 4 but 2 is missing. It's because I removed 2 from the directory. So these are the basics of Kali Linux, how you use it and how you create folders, navigate through them, and pretty much about how Kali Linux operate and how you should come across using Kali Linux or Ubuntu or any type of Linux. So all commands will be same. So I'll show you one more thing, chmod. Chmod is basically used for changing permission of any folder or root or directory. So I'm going to show you some options. I'm not going to do it right away. We'll get into this later in the stage of this video. So let me tell you what are the permissions we have. So I'll go ls -l. So you see I have 3 folders, 1, 3 and 4 inside my test. And if it's starting from D, that means they are directories or folders. Dash means they are executable files. So you see how they are into 3 columns. So the first 3 we see, that's RWS, RWX. R is for reading, W is for writing, and X is for execute. And the first group we have it's the owner group. The second we have it's the member of groups that can execute that file. And the third one we have is the common users, like the end users. If someone comes into my PC and use it, it's for them. So they can only read and execute files. They cannot write them. So that's pretty much about it. Let's move on to our next topic.
So what is Kali Linux? Kali Linux is the #1 security operating system of today's world, and this is the operating system that the world prefers to basically go on to perform penetration testing. Penetration testing is a methodology where people tend to check their own systems, their own architectures, to find vulnerabilities there and to make sure they fix these vulnerabilities, because if they don't, they are potentially open to hackers and people with malign intent who might actually misuse all the information and then leak it to the world as well. Well, that forms one of the cases because in today's world, security is such an important thing. With Kali Linux, there are thousands of users and pretty much it's an open source platform as well. So it means it's developed by a community, all the source codes are available and it's free to use. So working with these operating systems, which have these open source community format and which has thousands and thousands of users actively developing it and providing tools for the users to ensure that they can uphold the security of their companies is something really nice. And it's not just one language. When you're working with Kali Linux, basically you will get a multi-language support where you can program in the language of your choice as well. And it's not just English for communication too. And then when we have to talk about customization is an amazing thing when it comes to all the security OSS that's present in today's world. We'll talk about that when we're actually into the comparison. Now let's take a quick introduction to what Parrot OS is. Well, Parrot OS is basically one of the new iterations in the world of security operating systems, and Parrot OS is determined to rock it here. Why do I say this? Well, because it provides ample amount of tools which were present in the previous tools as well, and the provision of brand new tools as well, which ensures that you can perform penetration testing into the depths and to make sure that all the cracks and crevices are actually covered. Well, if you have to talk about a similarity between Parrot OS and Kali Linux, both of these adheres to the Debian standards. So what I mean by this is that all of the code repositories that are present in Parrot OS or be it in Kali Linux, both of these adhere to the Debian development standards. Being open source again gives the users an ample chance to help with the community build together and eventually grow alongside each other to cater to the needs of each other. It's amazingly lightweight when one has to work with Parrot OS, and this is what gives Parrot OS its specialty. And of course, in both of the cases with Parrot OS and Kali Linux, it's secure and it ensures that it adds all the privacy measures, it provides all the tools and functionality for the user to maintain anonymity. And to maintain anonymity is something which is very vital, even though you might just be testing on your own architectures or even in the entire philosophy of penetration testing itself. And on that note, this brings us to the comparison between Kali Linux and Parrot OS. So the first comparison point is the storage requirement. When you have to talk about Kali Linux, you need to understand that Kali Linux needs a minimum storage space of somewhere around 20 gigabytes where you'll be installing it, and then later, only after providing Kali Linux with 20 gigabytes of storage, you can begin working with it. And then when you have to talk about Parrot OS seems like a winner here because it just requires somewhere around 15 gigabytes to install and function fully. You might be wondering that 20 gigabytes or 15 gigabytes might not be a lot. But then when you have to talk about legacy applications or probably running all of these on a legacy hardware, that 5 gigabytes of storage might be everything. And exactly on that note, the next comparison point is the operational hardware. Kali Linux is a heavyweight OS, and you have to know this because it requires around 1 gigabytes of RAM, while Parrot OS is lightweight, and as discussed, it only needs 300 megabytes of RAM. So that's over 700 to 800 megabytes of RAM which is saved, which can be put to use for other operations in the OS itself, right? So when you have to think about Kali and Parrot, again, Parrot OS wins this round as well. Number 3 on the comparison is hardware acceleration. When we have to talk about comparing hardware acceleration, Kali Linux, it makes use of a wonderful variety of tools, and most of these tools actually require graphical hardware acceleration, and graphical hardware acceleration is provided when one makes use of the latest and the greatest graphical processing units out there. It is not a firm requirement that you will have to need a powerful graphical processing unit, but you have to understand that it requires certain hardware acceleration to perform in its foundation. Well, now coming to Parrot OS does not require any sort of hardware acceleration, and it can actually function fully without hardware acceleration, and this again in my opinion makes Parrot OS the newer and the greater operating system when it comes to security purposes. So at this point of time, what do you guys think about the comparison? Head to the comment section and let me know. Coming to point number 4, it's the deployment size. When you have to work with Kali Linux, and to all the users who have been working with Kali Linux, this is the common thing. Kali, even after installation, will be a larger deployment size, and this at the end of the day will put a lot of strain. If you are working on legacy hardware, if you're working on a mobile platform, or if your requirements is very small, and at the end of the day, it makes it very hard to set up and scale. Parrot OS, being the advantages here again, it has a comparatively smaller deployment size, and at the end of the day, after installation, what you get is the advantage of ensuring that you can work really well with all the legacy hardware you have, probably mobile platforms, and even ensure that you can maintain a good amount of efficiency and speed at the same time.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cybersecurity, then Intellipaat has a post-graduation certification in cybersecurity and ethical hacking by ENICT Academy, MNIT Jaipur. This course is of very high quality and cost-effective, as it is taught by MNIT professors and industry experts.
Coming to point number 5, it's variations. Well, what is the variety when it comes to Kali Linux and Parrot OS? Well, Kali Linux provides the users with Kali ARM when it comes to working with IoT devices. It provides the Kali desktop, the Kali Lite, and Kali full versions basically, and this can be decided by you based on your requirement and understanding what you need. Coming to Parrot OS, in fact, a little bit similar to Kali, Parrot OS ensures that users get a lot of variety as well. You get the Parrot Security OS Studio, Parrot Security OS Air, Lite, and the full version. And alongside this, in all of these varieties of Parrot OS, the biggest advantage is that you get full support to perform wireless penetration testing natively. And then when you're talking about Kali Linux, you actually cannot go on to do that. And this gives Parrot OS the edge that it requires over all of the other security OSs of today. Coming to the next question, you might have a question saying which is easier to learn. Well, when you're talking about what's easier to learn, you have to understand that Kali might get the advantage here because it has been the gold standard of all of the people who have been in cybersecurity. All the enthusiasts, learners, and even professionals have been using Kali Linux for a while now. So it's been called as the gold standard of all of the security OSs out there. But then in my opinion, this is changing now. Why do I say this? Well, Parrot OS, as you might know it, is taking over the majority of the user base of Kali Linux now because it's very easy to use. It provides the user with a very nice user interface, and in fact, it provides a lot of tools which are not present in Kali Linux as well. And of course, this could be one of the reasons why people are preferring this now. But then when I asked a couple of friends of mine, asking them why they prefer Parrot OS when there's Kali, which is the gold standard, most of them named a couple of tools which weren't available in Kali and told that if they were beginner and they had to start again, Parrot OS would be the one because of its easy to use interface and at the end of the day how it all comes together for them to fulfill the purpose of a security OS. Coming to the next point, it's the future support. With respect to Kali Linux, it has a very strong presence. It has an amazingly huge community which basically work together to provide all the good cybersecurity tools out there for today. With Parrot OS, you need to understand that this is a new community. It is actually evolving really quick. It's actually expanding on a rapid rate, and this is ensuring that the world gets a lot of tools, a lot of new firmwares, a lot of new techniques, or whatever it is that's the requirement for all the security developers out there to ensure that their company's security, their policies, their architecture is secure from any sort of a malign attack. At the end of the day, you need to understand that both Kali Linux and Parrot OS have the same goal and purpose as well. Both of the cases here are trying to achieve and strive for being the best security OS out there to ensure that they can curb any sort of deficiencies and they can fix all the possible issues and errors and in fact debug all of their code. So at the end of the day, I think it's the opinion of should one pick Kali Linux or should one pick Parrot OS, and it all comes down to either picking up the gold standard which has already been in existence or moving your shift entirely to the new thing and probably in my opinion the new best thing out there. Coming to the next point is something preferential and it's something personal as well because it's about the look and the feel. When you're working with any security OS for that matter, the one most important thing you need to understand is that these operating systems were not built to look appealing at the same time. So when you're thinking about the end goal, you're trying to achieve very good penetration testing capabilities basically by getting a lot, by doing a little if you know what I mean. So none of these security OSs are meant to look really great. great. But then when it comes to customization, both Kali Linux and in fact even Parrot OS gives the user a good amount of features, a good amount of extensions where the user can customize the look and feel of the applications for their particular needs as well. So this point is all about your personal preference. It's like a flavor of an ice cream, right? So I might like blackcurrant, you might like strawberry, and at the end of the day I can't tell you that blackcurrant or strawberry is better based on that. So this is one important point that you need to understand, where it forms as a difference and a contradiction to the similarity as well because of the nature of it. So coming to the complete Linux outlook of how Linux has been imbibed so well into our lives, everything from Androids, your mobiles, all the televisions around you use WebOS. WebOS is basically based on Linux. Amazon Kindle, where you might be reading your ebook right now, is powered by Linux as well. It's not just that. Big giants such as NASA and the entirety of the Department of Defense in the United States of America completely rely on Linux operating systems. Yes, you read that right. So everything from your basic requirement of Linux, probably it might be the wonderful Linux such as Ubuntu, which I would recommend everyone to start out with in case if it's the first time they are working with a Linux. And of course, if you have worked on Linux before and you found your niche, that it's cybersecurity, and now you want to work on cybersecurity, you can go on to pick one of either Kali Linux or Parrot OS in general as well. So again, to reiterate that Linux has been extremely powerful in everyone's life today, and even in the world of security operating system, it's been proving to be the leader to break through into new standards every now and then. So what do you guys think about Linux? What do you think about security OSs and Kali Linux versus Parrot OS? If you think any other point deserves a mention here, make sure to head down to the comment section and let us know.
Now, first of all, let's see who is a hacker. A hacker is an individual who uses computers, networking, or other skills to overcome a technical problem. The term also may refer to anyone who uses their abilities to gain unauthorized access to systems or networks in order to commit crimes. A hacker may, for example, steal information to hurt people via identity theft or bring down a system and hold it hostage in order to collect a ransom. Now, thanks to movies and television shows that portray hackers in dangerous and criminal way, hackers seem to be mythical and powerful individuals using their computer knowledge to break into systems and steal information. Now, not all hackers are bad. Hacking itself is not an illegal activity unless the hacker is compromising a system with the owner's permission. Any companies and government agencies actually employ hackers to help them secure their systems. So now we have three types of hackers: black hat, white hat, and grey hat. We will discuss about each type of hackers in detail later in this video. But first, let's see the similarities between all type of hackers. First, the jack of all trades. Hackers have knowledge of all techs and about upcoming techs as well. They are updated about new patches and they are ready to get the weakness of that patch. The most common personality and characteristic of a hacker is high intelligence, consuming curiosity, and facility with intellectual abstractions. Most are also relatively individualistic and anti-conformist. Now, contrary to stereotype, hackers are not usually intellectually narrow. They tend to be interested in any subject they can provide mental stimulation, and can often discourage knowledgeably and even interestingly on any number of obscure subjects. Hackers are generally weakly motivated by conventional rewards such as society approval or money. They tend to be attracted by challenges and excited by interesting toys, and to judge the interest of work or other activities in terms of challenges offered and the toys they get to play with. Now that's interesting, right? So let's see, what is a black hat hacker? Like all hackers, black hat hackers usually have extensive knowledge about breaking into computer networks and bypassing security protocols. They are also responsible for writing malware, which is a method used to gain to these systems. Their primary motivation is usually for personal or financial gain, but they can also be involved in cyber espionage, protest, or perhaps are just addicted to the thrill of cybercrime. Black hat hackers can range from amateurs getting their feet wet by spreading malware like script kiddies to experienced hackers that aim to steal data, specifically financial information, personal information, and login credentials. Not only do black hat hackers seek to steal data, they also seek to modify or destroy them as well. Now, how do black hat hackers work? Hacking can operate like a big business, the scale of which it makes it easy to distribute malicious software. Organizations boast partners, resellers, vendors, and associates, and they can buy and sell licenses for malware to other criminal organizations for use in new regions and markets. Some black hat organizations even have call centers. They used to make outbound calls pretending to work for a well-known tech organization such as Microsoft. Other hackers are swiftly automated and don't involve human contact. In these cases, attack bots roam the internet to find unprotected computers to infiltrate, often through phishing, malware attachments, or links to compromised websites. Now let's see some famous black hat hackers. This is the interesting part. One of the most famous black hat hacker is Kevin Mitnick, who at one point was the most wanted cyber criminal in the world. As a black hat hacker, he hacked into 40 major corporations included IBM and Motorola, and even the US National Defense Warning System. He was subsequently arrested and served time in jail. Another well-known example is Tsutomu Shimomura, who is a cybersecurity expert credited with tracking down Kevin Mitnick. A computational physics research scientist, Shimomura also worked for the US National Security Agency. He was one of the leading researchers who first raised awareness of cell phones' lack of security and privacy. Now, after this interesting part, we also have what are white hat hackers. White hat hackers use their capabilities to uncover security failings to help safeguard organizations from dangerous hackers. They can sometimes be paid employees or contractors working for companies as security specialists who attempt to find gaps in security. White hat hackers are the only reason large organizations have less downtime and experience fewer issues with their websites. Most hackers know it will be very hard to get into systems managed by large companies than those operated by small business. A subset of ethical hackers include penetration testers, or we call them as pen testers, who focus specifically on finding vulnerabilities and assessing risk within systems. Now, how do these white hat hackers work? White hat hackers use the same hacking methods as black hats, but the key difference is that they have permission of the system owners first, which makes the process completely legal. Instead of exploiting vulnerabilities to spread across the world, white hat hackers work with network operators to help fix the issue before others can discover it. For some white hat hackers, the process is gamified in the form of bug bounty programs. These are the competitions that reward hackers with cash prizes for reporting vulnerabilities. There are even training courses, events, and certifications dedicated to ethical hacking. Now let's see some famous white hat hackers. The first one we have is Tim Berners-Lee. He is very famous for inventing the World Wide Web. He is also a member of the White Hat hacking camp. Today he serves as the director of the World Wide Web Consortium, which oversees the development of the web. The second one we have is Greg Hoagland. He is a computer forensic expert who is best known for his work and research contributions in malware detection and even in rootkits and online gaming hacking. Previously, he worked for the US government and the intelligence community. Now that we know what black hat and white hat hackers are, let's see what grey hackers are. That's very interesting. Somewhere between white and black hat are grey hat hackers. Grey hat hackers often look for vulnerabilities in a system without the owner's permission or knowledge. If the issues are found, they report them to the owner, sometimes requesting a small fee to fix the problem. Some grey hat hackers like to believe they are doing something good for companies by hacking their website and invading their networks without permission. Still, company owners rarely appreciate unauthorized forays into their business information infrastructure. Often, a grey hat's real intention is to show off their skill and gain publicity, maybe even appreciation, for what they consider a contribution to cybersecurity. Now, how do these grey hat hackers work? I will tell you both scenarios where grey hat hackers can become either a white hat or a black hat hacker. Some companies use bug bounty programs to encourage grey hat hackers to report their findings. In these cases, organizations provide a bounty to avoid the broader risk of having the hacker exploit the vulnerability for their own gain. Sometimes, if organizations do not respond promptly or do not comply, the grey hat hackers may become black hats by posting the point of exploitation on the internet or even exploiting the vulnerability themselves. Now let me show you an example of a grey hat hacker. An often cited grey hat hacker example took place in 2013 where Khalil Shete, an unemployed computer security researcher, hacked the Facebook page of Mark Zuckerberg. His motivation for doing so was to force action to correct a bug he discovered, which followed him to post in an user's page without their consent. He had informed Facebook of this bug only to be told by Facebook that the issue was not a bug. But after this incident, Facebook corrected his vulnerability, which could have been a very powerful weapon in the hands of professional spammers. Shrete was not compensated by Facebook's white hat program as he violated their policies. Now that we know what is a black hat, grey hat and white hat hackers are, I have a quiz question for you. Adam is a guy who works for a company as a penetration tester. One day company refused to give him more salary. Then he hacked the company's server and stole all the data. Now my question is, which type of hacker Adam was and which type of hacker he is now? Your options are 1. White hat and black hat, 2. Black hat and grey hat, 3. Grey hat and black hat, and 4. He was a white hat hacker and then he became a grey hat hacker.
Now let's go ahead and understand what is SQL injection. So guys, SQL injection is basically a method using which you are able to run commands on an SQL server or on an SQL database through the user interface of a website. And then you are able to do malicious tasks such as logging into the website without even knowing the username, password of an account, or getting or retrieving the details of a particular account or all the accounts which are there on a website by running some SQL commands from the user interface, right? For example, in this session today, what we're going to do is we are going to have a look at a website like this, which is basically going to have the username and password fields. And we are basically going to check when we basically enter the username, we basically enter the password, then we are able to log in to the website. But what happens when you do not know the username or when you do not know the password? How can you inject an SQL query from this user interface and log into the website without even knowing any username and password, right? So that is something that we are going to understand. And the method of passing SQL queries from a website into the database directly is basically called SQL injection. Okay, so now you might be wondering, how does it basically work? All right, guys. So let's go ahead and first understand.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of cybersecurity by answering this question. What is code red? A. An antivirus program. B. A photo editing software. C. A computer virus. D. A video editing software. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
How does a site basically work? So first thing that you have is a database, right? And inside the database, you will have a table which will have all the usernames, which will have all the passwords. And this usernames and passwords will then be basically fetched by a website like this, right? So whatever username and whatever password you will be entering, right? It will be checked against the names and the passwords which are entered over here. Right? If they are an exact match, that is that if the email, let's say if the username is Sam and if the password is QWERTY123, if this matches exactly, that means it's a correct input, and then in that case you will get a success message. In case the username is Sam but the password is something else, let's say the password is not matching what is there in the database, in that case the output or the input will be wrong, and with that even the output will be failed, right? So first of all, we will need an application which is going to work like this. And what I've done is I've created a sample application which works exactly like this. So what I have is basically a website. So basically I have written some code in Python, which is basically going to help us have a web page, right? So let's run this code. So let me just run it quickly. Python 3 1.py. And with this, my code is now running. So if I go to my browser, and if I go to localhost 5000, this is the website which I created. Now in this website, what I can do is I can enter some username, I can enter some password, and then I can sign in. I can check whether that username and password is correct or not. Okay, so what is the username and what is the password? It will be basically be picked up from MySQL. So this is the username, this is the password which I have in the database as of now. So if I enter a username which is Intellipaat, and if its password is Intel123, in that case, I will get a success message over here. So let us try that. Let us enter Intellipaat and let us enter the password as Intel123. Let me click on sign in, and you can see the messages login is successful. Similarly, if let's say I enter the username as Intellipaat, and now let's say I enter a wrong password. Let's say I enter Intellipaat123, let's say 4. So if I click on sign in that case, it is going to tell me login failed. Why? Because in my database, for the username Intellipaat, the password is Intel123. So I can add more usernames over here. So let's say if I add a username, let's say insert into user, let me enter a username. Let's say the username is sample, and the password for the same is going to be sample123. Let's say this is a query that I pass, and I missed out on values over here. So let me enter that. Okay. So now if I check my database, so these are the 3 records that I have. So my username is sample and my password is sample123. So now if I go ahead and if I try this out, so if I enter the login name as sample and if the password is sample123, if I click on sign in, you can see the password is login is success, or the output is login is success. If I, let's say, enter some wrong password, and if I click on sign in, it will say login has failed. So guys, with this, you now get to know that the website is working, right? And this is the prerequisite that you need in order to understand how SQL injection will work. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to spoof this website into believing that I am a correct username, or the username that I am entering and the password that I'm entering is correct. Let's see how we can go ahead and understand that, or how to do that. Let's go ahead and understand. But before doing that, you will have to know some basics about SQL injection. So let's understand those basics. So guys, these are some commands, or these are some syntax that you need to know in order to perform this attack, right? So first of all, what you need to understand is what is the meaning of hyphen hyphen. So whenever you enter hyphen hyphen in an SQL query, that basically means it's a start of a comment. What is a comment? A comment basically means that let's say in this code, in this Python code, if I want to make this line a comment, which when basically a comment is made, then basically that line is not processed or that code is ignored, right? So if I wanted to make this line a comment, what I can simply do is I can add a hash in front of it, and now you can see this code has now become gray, which basically means when I will be running this code now, this line will be ignored. So in SQL, if you want to add a comment, the line or the command for that is hyphen hyphen. So wherever you will write hyphen hyphen, all the commands after hyphen hyphen will be ignored. All right. Then you have something called as OR. Now, what is the OR operator? OR operator basically means either of the input should be true. So if I'm using this website, either the username or the password should be correct. All right. To simulate this, let me just go to my database. So let's say I enter something like this. So if I enter select star from user, where username is equal to Hemant, right? This is correct. The username is there, or password is equal to, let's enter something random. Then it should tell us whether this username is correct or not. This is the query. Let's hit enter. It says password in where clause. Okay, so not password, sorry. It will be pass. The column name is pass. So can you see it is still returning me the username and password, saying that these exist. Why? Because I've used the OR operator. But this is not the correct output, or this is not the output that I want when I'm trying to log in. When I'm trying to log in, what I want to do is I want to see whether the username and the password are correct or not, right? So taking the same statement again, if I change this OR to be AND, then it will not give me any output, which means empty set, which basically means that there is no username with the name Hemant and the password this, and hence it will give me a wrong, or it will give me a empty set, which basically means that the user does not exist, and hence I will get a login failed on my website, right? So this is the difference between or and. So in or, either of the input should be there in the database, and in and, both the input should be present correctly in the database. Only then it will give us a successful message. What is 1 is equal to 1? 1 is equal to 1 is a statement which is always true, right? And what does that mean? Whenever I will write, let's say if I write when username is equal to Hemant and 1 equal to 1, which basically means that this statement is always going to be true in case the username is Hemant, because the second condition is always going to be true, which is 1 equal to 1, right? So this syntax basically means that the statement or the condition is true, and you can use it anywhere. You can use it while you are working with an SQL query, or when you basically want to go ahead and execute a statement. So now let's go ahead and try these out and understand how will this work when you're working with an SQL query using these syntaxes. Okay, so let's go ahead and write an SQL query, and let's see what the output would be according to what we have just learned. Okay, so coming back to my MySQL shell. So let's say I go ahead and first show you all the records again, which I have in the table. So these are all the records that I have in the table, right? Now what I'll be doing is, let's say I type in select star from user where Hemant, username is equal to Hemant and 1 is equal to 1. Now what do you think will be the output of this? So let's try and analyze. So what did we learn in this slide? We learned that when we use and, then both of the input should be true. So do we have username equal to Hemant in the user table? Yes, we do. And this is the condition which we are using. So this is true. Now let's see if this is true or not. And according to what we have learned, this condition is always true, right? Now if you try and execute this, you will get the username Hemant and the password Hemant123. And then if we type in, let's say I type in a query like select star from user where username.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cybersecurity, then Intellipaat has a post-graduation certification in cybersecurity and ethical hacking by ENICT Academy, MNIT Jaipur. This course is of very high quality and cost-effective, as it is taught by MNIT professors and industry experts.
Equal to Hemant and password is equal to, let's say, a wrong password. Let's say it's 12345, right? So in this case, it will not return anything. Now let's try to edit this query and let's try to apply the syntax that we have just learned, right? So what we'll do is, first let's comment out the part which we don't need. So we don't need the the part over here. This is correct, but this part is wrong, right? Because of this, the SQL query is not running. So let's comment this part out. So we'll add hyphen space. So this part is now commented. And now if we just enter 1 equal to 1 over here and give a semicolon, let's see what is the output that we get. And now, as you can see, you were able to bypass what you just wrote, right? So you commented out whatever was there later, and you added 1 equal to 1 before that comment, and because of this query is just executing up till here, and whatever was there after and, you have commented it by adding hyphen, right? So this is the basics of an SQL injection. If you understand this, now it will be very easy for you to gauge what I'll be telling you later, right? So now let's go ahead, guys, and now let's try and understand how we can do SQL injection using a website like this. Alright guys, so what we know of this website right now is that if I enter the username and let's say this is the correct username as I know, let me enter a wrong password over here. So what happens, let's see. So if I enter the wrong password and if I click on sign in, I get login failed. So I want to change this, or I want to achieve that I should get login success over here. So let's see how we can bypass this feature. So as we know right now that the syntax that the current website is running in the background is select star from user where username is this and password is this. So this is how most of the login websites basically work. Now, in order to achieve an SQL injection query or an SQL injection use case, what I will have to do is I will have to change the SQL query, or I will have to try to change the SQL query from this user interface so that I can basically bypass into the system. So how can we do that? So that can be achieved by using the syntax that we learned earlier. And let me first show you how we can do it, and then I'll explain you what would have happened. So before, whatever string that I'm entering over here, that will have a that will have a apostrophe starting before it, or that will have an inverted comma starting before it. So let me close the inverted commas first, and then what I'll type in is I will type in or, and then I will type in the query which is also always going to be true, which is 1 equal to 1, right? And then I'm going to close this statement. And after this, whatever is there, I'm going to comment it out by typing in hyphen hyphen and then space. Okay, so this is the argument that I'm going to pass over here. And now let's click on sign in. So it says this field is required. No issues, you can fill this field. And now let's click on sign in. So now, as you can see, it says login success. Now, how do you think this would have happened? Let me go ahead and show you. So the query that we have in the code is select star from user, where username is equal to Hemant and pass is equal to some password. Okay, this is the query which is executing in the background. Now what I've done is I've replaced Hemant with a string which goes something like this. So I first entered inverted comma, then I entered a space, and then I said or 1 is equal to 1 semicolon space comment sign and then space. Now see what has happened. This query has now changed to this query, and I've commented the rest of the part out. Now if you execute this query, what will you get? You will get all the usernames and you will get all the password. Let me hit enter. Can you see? I've got all the usernames and I've got all the password. And because this is something which is not an empty set, the website is now telling me that the login is successful. So guys, this is a very simple and this is a very dangerous SQL injection that we have just done, because not only you have got access to the website, not only you have spoofed the website, but in case you are able to get this result set out through some method, you will be able to get all the usernames and all the passwords that are there on the database of this website, right? So guys, this is how you do SQL injection. Now that we know how SQL injection is done, let's go ahead and understand, is it really important to prevent SQL injection? So you might be wondering now, whatever I've told you, not a lot of people will be knowing about it, right? And that is actually true. Not a lot of people know about how to hack websites, or what would be the purpose of someone hacking your website. So probably it just happens to big companies like Sony, like LinkedIn, like Twitter, right? So why should you be worried about it? So that's a valid point. But imagine right now if you're doing a startup, right? Probably right now the need is not there. But if something like this happens to your website, because as we are growing towards a more technological world, a world which is more online, more and more people are getting the skill sets to work online or use the internet. And with that, if let's say somehow somebody targets your website, it is going to be a huge loss to your business, because the users which were using your website will not trust your website anymore. So to sum up, what is it important to prevent SQL injections? The point is that yes, the prevalence is going to be very less. The attack might be happening to your website or it might not be. The chances of it happening is very less because there are very less individuals in the world out there who can do SQL injections, right? And who would want to target a very small company that you have just started? But does this mean that you should ignore it? Well, no, because the ease of exploitation for this particular subject that we just discussed is very easy, right? And with that, in the future, as and when we are going into the future, more and more people will get aware about this particular concept, this particular technology, and hence the chances of even somebody playing around with your website is going to get you a huge business loss, right? And that's why the impact of this is going to be devastating. So that's why it is very important to prevent SQL injections, be it a very small company, be it a medium sized company, and it is important for large companies, obviously, right? And that's why you should learn all the best practices for development. You should include people in the team who are cybersecurity experts. You should have test cases in your development team, which is basically going to go and help you out in understanding if your code is safe or not. Because it does not matter if your code is just working, your code has to be safe as well. And this is why the demand for ethical hackers, the demand for security specialists is now increasing day by day, because companies have now started to recognize that yes, this is a threat, yes, this is something that needs to be addressed. Okay, so with that said, how to prevent SQL injections? Now you will say, okay, so it's very important to prevent SQL injections, but how should you go ahead and advise a company so that they can prevent SQL injections? So let's understand that. So first thing is, you should use the principle of least privilege, which basically means, let's say this website is able to, insert or select data out of the database. So this website should have a username which has the least privileges allotted to it, so that it can only do what it is supposed to do. For example, we just saw that if we use this website, we are able to list all the usernames and all the passwords, which are there in the table. So probably that should be a permission which should not be allowed, to the user who's going to be, assigned inside your code. For example, if you have a look at the code, the username that we have given over here is root, and that is absolutely wrong. You should never use root, or you should never use an admin user in your code. So it's very important to have a username which is going to have the least privileges, the privileges which will only help you to get the work done, and that should be assigned to your code. So that's point number one. Second point is that all the passwords, all the usernames, if they can be hashed in some way, then also this attack can be basically avoided. How? Because right now we relied on the fact that whatever I'm entering, it is not being encrypted somehow, and then it is plainly being passed to SQL. But what if we put in a system in between which can basically encrypt all the data or all the user inputs that you're giving, and that encryption is basically tested out in your or it is passed to SQL as an argument. So in that case, what is going to happen is you will not be able to run any SQL query, right? So that is also a possible, preventive measure that you can take. And third thing that you can do is you can always employ third-party authentication. So you would have seen that a lot of websites now have options like login with Facebook, login with Google, right? So all these big companies, they have gone through a lot of workx, they have been through a lot of situations, they have a lot of people who are working on the security aspect of their website, and you can be rest assured that you as a owner, or you as a manager of a tech team, if you apply your brains and try to create a model which cannot be spoofed, obviously that is not going to help you out, because the kind of feedback which Facebook and Twitter as a company gets, because they have a lot of people like you, right, who probably would be able to test the application before it goes on to production, test out with different kind of scenarios, right? And with that fact, their application obviously is more mature, right? So it's always a good idea, if let's say you do not want to go ahead and just make your application secure, because otherwise your thought would be just in making your application secure, whereas your stakeholders would want more features in your application, right? So if you have to balance both of them, why not use things which are already available? And with that fact, why not use the third party authentication tools which are already available out there, right? So this would be some of the methods that you can use to prevent SQL injections, and obviously there are more ways as well. So you can go ahead and practice the best practices of coding. For example, instead of concatenating the arguments like we just did in the code, you can also pass them as arguments, and that is a topic for a separate discussion altogether. But majorly, if you follow all these 3 points, they should be enough to prevent a SQL injection.
Now, the elements of information security, no matter what you can say information security course or ethical hacking or cybersecurity course you're doing, you will always come across these three terms, which is your confidentiality, integrity, and availability, which is also called your CIA triad. Now, this is just to make sure that the information, the sensitive information of the organization is secured from any kind of theft or tampering or disruption done, you can say any modification done. So confidentiality means that your data is not accessible to unauthorized people. Okay, so only authorized people have access to the information. Integrity means that data should not be tampered or modified by you can say unauthorized people. And availability is that your data should be available to the person to the authorized person when they need it. Then comes the authenticity. It just means that the what is the quality of the data being genuine. There's not a duplicate copy of that. And non-repudiation, this means that your data should not your there is certain some proof for the action which is performed. Let's say, for example, I have sent a mail to any one of you, and later on I have denied that I haven't sent a mail, but you have a proof of my action. Let's say you can go to your inbox and check that you have received a mail from me. So you can always prove that you have received a mail. So I cannot deny later on that I haven't performed this action because it can be proved. So non-repudiation just means that there's some guarantee of certain action that has been performed. That is your non-repudiation. So these are your elements of information security. Next slide, which is motive, goals, and objective of information security and attacks. So attack happens due to there is some motive behind any attack which happens. There has to be a vulnerability and a method. So when you combine all these three, then only the attack happens. Now, vulnerability is just a weakness. There could be some, you can say there is a, let's say a Windows, for example, Windows 10 running, and it's not been updated to the latest version. There is certain service or certain software installed which is vulnerable to known attacks. You can say there is a known exploit which is present of that machine. There's also a term called zero day. So when you talk about vulnerabilities, there is either a 0 day vulnerability or a known vulnerability. 0 day means that the vulnerability is not been disclosed to the world. For example, let's say you've been scanning certain service, or you can say certain operating system. And okay, so we're talking about 0 day and known vulnerabilities. Now, when we talk about 0 day, let's say you're performing a scan, and you 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 came across certain vulnerability, and you did not disclosed it to the world or the developer of those. You just found it, and then you're using it for you can say getting access to the machine, and just kept it to yourself. So it's more of it's a secret. So 0 day vulnerability just means that the world does not know about it, the developer does not know about it, so they will not be able to release a patch for that vulnerability. Okay, so that is your 0 day. Known vulnerability just means that there is a certain exploit present of that vulnerability in the world and in the internet, and people can just download that and then try to exploit certain vulnerabilities. Then comes the method. This is how you are sending your exploit to that victim machine. What method you're using? Okay, either you're using in type of online active attacks or passive attacks, social engineering, what type of method you're using to exploit certain vulnerability. And then comes the goal. Then now goal could be it could be disrupting business continuity. It could be causing financial loss, revenge, demanding ransom, damaging reputation of the target, stealing information, manipulation of the data. These all could be a certain motive or a goal behind a security attack. Now, when you combine all these three things, then the attack happens. It has to be a vulnerability. Now, do not get confused between a payload and exploit and vulnerabilities. Exploit is how you are using or what method you're using to send your virus code to the victim machine. And payload is just a virus code that you can say, a code which execute at the victim machine. And vulnerabilities is, you can say, a service which you are trying to exploit, a weakness in that machine that you're trying to exploit. Okay, then comes the classification of attacks. There are passive attacks, active, close-in, insider, and distribution. So passive means you are not directly connecting with the target. Passive just means that you are in somehow you are indirectly connected with the target. Indirectly, in terms of, let's say, you are listening on, let's say, two people talking. You can say the term is eavesdropping. That just means that you're listening to a certain communication which is happening between two people.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cybersecurity, then Intellipaat has a post-graduation certification in cybersecurity and ethical hacking by ENICT Academy, MNIT Jaipur. This course is of very high quality and cost-effective, as it is taught by MNIT professors and industry experts.
Sniffing could also be an example of passive attacks because you are not directly scanning someone or scanning some host machine or IP address. Sniffing just means that you are listening on the network and trying to find some sensitive information in that network. So that would also be your passive attack. It just means that some indirect communication is happening. Active attacks means you are directly connecting with the target. Let's say you have an IP address and you are scanning that IP address with Nmap or hping3, or you have Nessus, you're scanning with Nessus to find out vulnerabilities. You are directly connecting with that target to find out vulnerabilities. The example could be man the middle attack. We'll be looking into this in system. Again, there would be a lot of sessions in which we'll be looking in practical on how to do DOS, how to do man the middle, what are session hijacking and SQL injections. These are the examples of active attacks. You are directly connecting with your target. Then comes the close-in. Close-in just means that you're in close proximity of the target.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of cybersecurity by answering this question. Which one of the following can be considered as the class of computer threats? A. DOS attack. B. Phishing. C. Soliciting. D. Both A and C. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Close physical proximity to the target. To either, let's say you have a USB rubber ducky, for example, and you can say you have just like a USB drive, which have malware scripts installed. And let's say you have a physical access of a computer, you just plug that USB drive and install the malware to the victim machine. Or you can use a LAN, for example, to intercept all the traffic. Or you can use you can say keyloggers, a hardware level keyloggers. You can inject that in the ports, in any of the ports of the CPU, for example. So these could be your close-in attack. For social engineering, it would be shoulder surfing or dumpster diving. These are terms we'll talk about in depth when we get to social engineering. For now, these are just way of, you can say, compromise certain security sensitive information. For example, shoulder surfing just means that you are looking at someone while they are typing the password. And dumpster diving is you are looking into the trash of the organization to find out some sensitive information. Then you have the insider attack. Now, insider attack means that there is some employee, we can say, frustrated employee, more of a who's trying to compromise some security of the organization. Since they are already connected, they already have access of the network. They already connected into the network organization. There are a lot of things that they can do in the organization, such as they can inject a backdoor or a malware or a keylogger because they already have an access of that network. So any of those, we can say, theft performed by employees are your insider attack. Now, in some cases, I have also got a question like, let's say someone who have just walked inside the organization, connected to the network for a short period of time, and compromise the network, would they be called as insider attack? No. Someone who the organization does not trust will not be will not come under insider attacks. Okay, so insider attack would only be when a certain employee or someone who the organization is trusting compromise the security of that organization. Then comes the distribution attack. This is more of a, you can say, trying to tamper with the hardware and software prior to the installation. So attackers try to tamper with the software at the source of in transit. Now, how this can happen? Let's say your machine is already, you are already a victim of a man-in-the-middle attack. Let's say whatever you're doing in the computer, it's going through the attacker machine to the whatever intended machine that you're trying to communicate with. Man-in-the-middle just means that an attacker can listen to all the traffic which is going in and out your machine, your computer. Now, once they are able to do that, they can also uh, push in fake updates. For example, let's say you are browsing internet on Firefox, and or let's say Chrome, you're browsing internet Chrome, and you get an update or some, let's say your Chrome browser has been old, you need to update the browser to the latest version. You get a pop-up message like that, and you will click on update, and while that update is performing, the attacker can push in a malware with that update also, and the whole update was given to your browser through an attacker only. It could be a flash update, it could be any kind of a update form, or they might try to redirect to your fake page. So since they are man in the middle, they can perform any type of interaction with your browser. Okay, they're also known as you can say man in the browser attack. And one of the best tool used for this is your browser exploitation framework. In short, we call it BEEF, BEEF, browser exploitation framework. These are used for performing interacting with the target browser. Okay, then we have the information warfare. Information warfare is refers to the use of information and communication technologies, the ICT. For example, just like a red team and blue team, you have offensive and defensive warfare. Defensive is more of a defensive side. You can say prevention, alerts, detection, response. Those things would be your blue teams, your defensive warfare. And offensive will be more of a red team, which is your exploitation, malware attacks, system hacking, web server attacks, web application attacks. So those would be called as offensive information warfare. Then you have the cyber kill chain concept. Now this is about methodologies of from starting to the finish. When are you performing a certain, you can say, if you want to hack a certain machine, there's certain methodology that you go with to compromise certain machine. So cyber kill methodology is, you can say, it starts with your reconnaissance, which is your footprinting. You can call it information gathering, which is your second domain. Reconnaissance is a very crucial step again. Then this is where you find out all the available information about your target, and then you try to see what all information you can exploit, or what all information are vulnerable from that. There are many different types of information footprinting, passive, active footprinting, depending upon the target, whether it's a web application, whether it's a web server, whether it's certain services version, or whether it's a human. You have to plan those, how to gather information based on what your target is, what type of tools you're using. Weaponization is where you create a specific payload. Payload is just a virus code, according to, depending upon your target. Okay, so whether it's you're trying to compromise a web application or a certain vulnerability, or let's say XSS or SQL, or in type of you can say parameter tampering, host header, whatever you're trying to find sensitive information. You try to create a payload based on the type of attack that you're doing, and then you're trying to use those payload again to that. So creating that payload is the weaponization part. Then comes the delivery. which means how you're going to use that payload. Okay, are you going to send that payload in form of mail or a link, or you're using through a USB drive, or you are trying to compromise a machine through remote access. So what you're trying to do, how you're delivering that virus code to the victim machine, or you're using a social engineering method. Then comes the exploitation. Once that payload reached that computer, then it will your job is to make sure that it exploits that certain vulnerability which you build it to exploit. So it actually works or not. So exploitation is about you know about the vulnerability, you can actually get the access of that machine in this case, okay, by executing the code on the victim machine. Then once you have an access of the victim machine, then comes the installation part. Uh, when you have an access, you can install further malware or more malware to the victim machine. You can try to inject Trojans in the victim machine or keyloggers. Installation part is that. After this, there is command and control, which is you would use, in some cases, people also use that compromised machine to hack other machines. Let's say, for example, you have an access of a certain victim computer. You installed Nmap on that victim computer, and then you're using that Nmap to scan other networks or other computers. Okay, so using their machine to scan other machines. So that is your command and control. You can also use that machine to do a DOS attack on any different server. So more of that machine would become your command and control center. And then finally, the action objective, which is why you actually compromised that machine. So what was your objective? So finally doing that. So this is your cyber kill chain mythology. Then comes the DTPs, which is your tactics, techniques, and procedure. So this refers to the activities, patterns, activities, and method with specific threat actors. So tactics would be the way an attacker performs the attack, from the beginning to the end. Just like a normal tactics term, here it would be the same thing. Techniques would be what methods you're using, again, to compromise a certain device, a certain computer. And procedure are your you can say approach of different threat actors to launch a certain attack. What procedure you're following. These are your TTPs. Then comes the IOCs, which is an indicator of compromise. Now, this is like, for example, there are different types of IOCs. These are just indicate certain compromise, certain data that has been compromised. So indication of those. So clues, the forensics information, the artifacts, which tells you that certain information has been compromised. So indicator of compromise, and not intelligence, although they do act as a good source of information regarding the threat that serves as a data point in the intelligence process. So there are many different types of IOCs. There could be a network level IOCs. There could be email indicators. There could be host device based indicators or behavior indicators. So there are four main categories of IOCs. Email indicators would be, these are just a way of how you would determine that email is a fake email or a phishing email. So it could be through looking at their SPF, looking at the email address, looking at the subject or attachment, whether there's a certain link or not in that email. All those things will tell you whether that email is fake or not. Then comes the network. In network, you would be looking at the URLs, the domain names or IP addresses to find out whether that there's some malware or not, or some, we can say, someone trying to redirect you to fake IP address or fake URLs, looking at the URLs. There is a lot of, I can say, tampering done on the URLs, also encoding, different types of encoding done. So we'll also be looking at how to make the user, or you can say target, click on certain URL which looks genuine, and it will redirect the victim to a fake page. when they click on it. Host base would be like your operating system. You will be looking into the registries, whether there are any kind of a modification done in the registries or not, whether there is a certain persistent key in the registry or not. You're looking at the DLL files, hashes, file names have been modified or not. So those will indicate there's some compromise done or not in the host. And then behavior would be indicator of documents, including PowerShell script or RCE, which is remote command execution. So any presence of PowerShell script or document which unknown to you, some malicious activity happening in the OS. So those would be your behavior indicators. Okay, so what is hacking? Hacking is, most of you guys, as you said, this is just like exploiting a system vulnerabilities and compromising security controls. Now, to gain unauthorized access and inappropriate access to the victim machine, any kind of system vulnerability or any type of security controls to gather any kind of sensitive information, that is what you're hacking. A hacker, you can say that hacker is someone who has an excellent computer skills to look into the computer software as well as a hardware and try to exploit or try to find out weakness in those machines. They have very good computer skills. They are very good in programming. They have we can say just a intelligent uh, person who has been able to look into in depth in the security of the or a machine into the computer. Now it involves modifying system applications, features. Now there could be many different types of hackers. There are white hat hackers, there are gray hat hackers, there are black hat hackers. You cannot say that hacker is someone who always try to exploit a system vulnerability for a bad reason. No, they do try to do it for a good purpose also. When you talk about white hat hackers, they try to exploit it for, to secure that organization from black hat hackers. Now we'll talk about all these different types of hackers also. So a hacker is, again, this could be a hobby, you can say. Some people who just use more of a curious about how to get into how to find security loopholes, vulnerabilities. Intelligent individual with excellent computer skills who can create, explore computer software and hardware. Some hack with malicious intent to steal business data, credit card information, social security numbers, email addresses, some sensitive information. There are, you can say, if you heard of Tor browser, there is, we can say, deep web, dark web, and surface web. Surface web is where Google is. Surface web is where you're using your normal browser and looking into you can say, information stored in the internet, basically. That is just, you can say, 10%, around 10% of what's stored in the internet. The deep web is where all the illegal stuff happens, or these black hat hackers, they are selling certain credit card information or someone's PayPal account, or doing, you can say, drugs, trafficking. There's some illegal stuff done in deep web. Those would be a place of, you can say, a black hat hackers who have certain server. They're using Tor browser. I'll also talk about how you can use a Tor browser just for your normal web surfing also. It's not that you always use Tor browser for illegal stuff. You can use it for your privacy also, whenever you search through internet. Let's say, for example, if you're using Google, let's say you're searching for a certain product, they have all the information stored, whatever your interest and things like that, and they'll show you certain ads next time you go to a certain website. That's how they work. That's how they basically, that's how they generate their income, basically. So it's like they know so much about your interest, and based on that, they'll show you an ad. So everything is logged. Okay. If you want to use a secure browser, you can go with a Tor browser, which is using a search engine which does not log your activities or does not store your information, whatever your interest, those things. And based on that, it will not show you certain ads. These are open source systems, open source machines or projects. Now we'll talk about Tor browser in just a minute. How to install it in different virtual machine, different computer host machines. Also, I'll talk about a hacker. So hackers, we already discussed about hacker. There are black hat hackers, white hat hackers, gray hat hackers. There's also a suicide hacker. script kiddie, cyber terrorist, state sponsor hackers, and hacktivist. So let's start with black hat. Black hat is just a very common term again, very basic terminologies. These are someone who are doing illegal things, causing some harm to organization, asking them ransom money, uh, causing disruption in business continuities, uh, selling some information of the we can say organization deep web for money. Then there are black hat hackers. Example would be, I think there is a shadow brokers, which is one of the greatest black hat hackers in the world right now. Um, if you want to get into detail, you can go to the you can search for exploit, or you can say the WannaCry ransomware, which is one of the most popular ransomware. In fact, I think it's 2017. That was because of shadow brokers. So there is a vulnerability in old Windows, in Windows 7, I think, that was called internal blue. I don't know if you guys have heard of it. Eternal Blue was one of the most dangerous, you can say, most of the biggest security concern of Windows 7. At that time, this vulnerability was disclosed to the world by shadow brokers. Okay, so NSA was using this vulnerability to spy on different terrorists, what they say. But shadow brokers broke into their machines, the NSA, and they disclosed this vulnerability to the world. So if you want to get in detail, you can go to the shadow brokers in WikiLeaks. WikiLeaks is a very good website to stay up to date with hacking attacks happening all over the world. WikiLeaks, you can just search for that in Google. Then you have white hat hackers. White hat hacker is someone who is securing, who you can say that ethical hackers. That what this course is all about. So you're trying to find out vulnerabilities, but then you're trying to secure that vulnerability from black hat hackers. So that's what the organizations, they hire them to find out weakness in their machines and then try to fix it before black hat hacker exploits it. So your general VAPT will be performed in that applications by ethical hackers or white hat hackers to find out security weakness. Then comes the gray hat. Now this is a combination of white and black, offensive and defensive. We can say that at times. This because of certain hobby also. Let's say there's a person who is working in an IT company in the morning, and at night he's hacking his friends by using the same skill that he has learned in his career, in his job. But gray hat hackers does not exploit that weakness. In many cases, they would scan your network, they would try to they would try to get access of your machine. But instead of exploiting that weakness, they will let you know that this is a weakness. So they will scan without your permission, but they will not exploit your vulnerability. They will let you know about certain weakness. That would also be known as your gray hat hackers. Suicide hackers are someone who are not afraid of facing jail terms. You can say they do not try to hide their identity. More of, you can say, they don't use any type of we can say anonymizer to hide their identity. They are not aware. They just perform certain tasks, and even if they got caught, they are not afraid of facing jail terms or any penalties. So that is your suicide hackers. Then you have the script kiddie, which is the first step or first phase of becoming any you can say white hat hackers. Now these are someone who are using scripts and tools which are created by either white hat, black hat, or any different types of hackers. They're using those tools and then they're trying to scan a network, find vulnerabilities. So you can say that they are not aware of how that tool is working. They are just aware of how to use that tool to get to compromise certain weakness. Then you have cyber terrorists. These are just terrorists with cybersecurity skills, you can say, hacking skills. Then you have state sponsor hackers. These are someone who, let's say, a government hires these hackers to spy on other government or other countries or something related to any government tasks. So these are hackers who are hired by the government of that country. And then you have hacktivist, which is, you can say, which are very, very active politically, you can say, political active hackers. We can say more of a gray hat hackers. These could be. Anonymous is one of the, at today's date, is one of the greatest hacktivist group in the world. Okay, then we talk about hacking phases step by step. So we talked about reconnaissance. This is the first step of your hacking. So here you're talking about information gathering. Refers to the preparatory phase where attacker seeks and gather information. Now there are two types of reconnaissance, passive and active. We will be looking into these two terms many different times in many different modules. The meaning will not change. Okay, so passive means you are indirectly connecting with the target, and active means you are directly connecting with the target. For example, passive, you are sniffing on the network, trying to gather information which is already there. Active means you are scanning their IP address or the URLs or the service version or whatever you're trying to directly connect with the target and then find sensitive information. That is your active. Now, in terms of reconnaissance, passive means you are trying to gather information without directly communicating with that target. So let's say your target is organization. You're trying to gather info. Let's say your target is a person. Let's say, for example, a person who's working in your organization. So the first step, what you will do is you'll try to gather the information which is already there. For example, their social media. You're looking into those accounts. Try to gather information from that places. That is your passive. Now, when it comes to active, you're trying to talk to them or send them a friend request and try to connect with them. You're trying to build a relationship with them and then try to exploit that relationship. That is your active reconnaissance, to gather information. Okay, so the similar example given, searching public records or news releases, again, when it comes to passive and active, let's say you're calling them, telephone calls or target help desk. Help desk is one of the places where the things that the hackers usually look into the first step. So let's say when they call help desk, they're trying to pretend to be someone else, or you can say call them from pretending to be an IT team or someone within the organization and trying to ask for sensitive information. Then you have the scanning, which is your second phase. Now there are different types of scanning: pre-attack phase, port scanner, and active extract information. So pre-attack phase is where you're scanning the network for specific information based on information gathered during reconnaissance. So in reconnaissance, in information gathering, let's say you gathered some list of IP addresses, or your target was a web application, so you gathered many different URLs. Then those pre-attackers, you have a list of all the IP addresses that you want to scan, and then you want to look at those specific information, and then you're scanning those URLs, okay, one by one. So whatever information gathered during reconnaissance, you're targeting those in here. That's your pre-attack. Port scanner is where you look at the service, the ports which is running, which is open on that victim machine. So you're scanning using Nmap. You're using different, you can say, switches, commands with Nmap to find out TCP ports or UDP ports, which is open based on what port from 1 to 100 or 1 to 1000 ports you're looking into, or all complete 65,535 ports. So what is the range of ports you're looking for? So you define all those things here to find out some vulnerabilities. That is your port scanning. Then extract information. After performing these two things, you find out the information such as your their port status, operating system detail, device type, system uptime, live machines in the network. In order to do live machines, you need to scan the whole network. Now, we will be looking into all of these and how to do this using Nmap to find out the live machines and then find out the port status, then find the operating system, device type, and as well as the system uptime. Everything is given, it will give you, Nmap will give you all these information. The next step, the next phase is gaining access. So once you have gathered all the information, you found out some open ports, you found out vulnerabilities through that services which is running. The next step would be to compromise, or you can say exploit that vulnerability. So gaining access to the point where the attackers obtain access to the operating system or applications on the target computer or the network. Attackers can gain access at the operating system, application, and network levels. Now, once you have gained the access, let's say once you already have an access of the machine, the next step would be to escalate your privilege. That means you want to get the root access or the admin level access of that victim machine so that you can execute any commands that you want. So either you would find a vulnerability in that operating system, or if there is no vulnerability, you would try to install your own malware into that victim machine to escalate your privilege or exploit that operating system. Okay, so that would be your third step of gaining access. Once you have escalated your privilege, the next step would be to start password cracking to find out the username passwords, buffer overflow vulnerability to find out whether there are some old software running in that victim machine which is vulnerable to buffer overflow. Buffer overflow just means that you are, you can say, exploiting a certain software installed in the victim machine and trying to crash that machine, that software, by giving them uh, by sending too much input, sending too much data to that software that it crashes, and it would at the end you would also execute your malware with it, to it. So when the software crashes, it would redirect to your malware, we can say code, and it would execute that malware. Now, buffer overflow is a very in-depth uh, topic. We'll discuss about this very in-depth topic. There are various different things that you need to know about to understand what buffer overflow actually does. We'll talk about this one. There is denial of service, session hijacking. We have already discussed about this. So the overall thing is about, once you have an access of the admin access of that victim machine, you want to see what are the different ways, how many ways you can compromise the victim machine to get to their sensitive information. Then the maintaining access is where, let's say you used a certain vulnerability to get access of the victim machine. Later on, they realized that there was certain vulnerability in their machine and they fixed it. So you cannot use that same vulnerability to get access again. That means that you need to install a certain backdoor into that victim machine when you have an access. So maintaining access refers to the phase where the attackers try to retain their ownership of the system. Now, how they can do it? They can do it by installing a backdoor, a rootkit, or a Trojan. Backdoors just means that they will open certain port into the victim machine, which you can use to get in and out of that machine. Rootkits, there is various different types of rootkit available. Rootkit just means that they will give you a certain root access of the victim machine. There are Trojans, which is just a malicious software, which looks legitimate, but it's been created by a hacker or attacker. They will try to compromise your machine or try to gather sensitive information.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of cybersecurity by answering this question. What is code red? A. An antivirus program. B. A photo editing software. C. A computer virus. D. A video editing software. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
But it will try to show you that it's for your own good. For example, let's say you downloaded a PC cleaner or RAM booster or game booster or any antivirus, free antivirus. They will show you fake messages. Let's say they are trying to clean the malwares in the victim from your machine. They will show you 10 virus deleted, like that. But actually, they are trying to install other malwares to your machine. at the time. That is your Trojan. Then comes your attackers can upload, download, and manipulate data to applications and configuration on the own system once they have an access, and can also compromise, you can say, a system to further attacks. The last phase is your clearing tracks. This is whatever logs that was generated while you did all those things. You want to clear all those logs so that you cannot be tracked back. They hide the malicious act. Now there are various ways how you can do this. Either you can stop the logging of that operating system when you have an access of that machine. Whatever you're doing, you can, before doing those things, before trying to compromise further, install malware, you stop the logging. There are many different ways again to do this. You can install malwares into this, which does not, which interrupts and stops any type of logs from creating. You can completely delete their event viewer, any type of logs which is created once you have an access. These all clearing tracks, proper commands are given in Kali Linux Metasploit framework to clear the tracks. And the attacker overrides the server system and applications to log, avoid suspicion. So this is another case where you try to manipulate the log to avoid certain suspicion. Because you have a complete access of that victim machine, you can also manipulate the logs also. Attackers always try to cover the tracks to hide their identity. Now comes the ethical hacking concept. So what is ethical hacking? Ethical hacking is using, you can say, simulation of a same tool, same tricks or techniques used by a black hat hackers, but for a good reason, but for finding out vulnerability and securing the organization's sensitive information. So here also, they're using the same approach as used by black hat hackers, but just to secure the information or sensitive information of the company. It focuses on simulating techniques used by attackers by verifying the existence of exploitable vulnerabilities. Ethical hackers perform security assessments for an organization with permission of the concerned authorities. So why it is necessary? It is definitely necessary because there are hacking attacks all over the world. And now, since lockdown, there are even more cases of these cyber crimes happening. Reason why organizations need these white hat hackers is to prevent black hat hackers from gaining access to organization machine, to uncover vulnerabilities, analyzing certain organization securities, to avoid security breaches, safeguard customer information, enhance security awareness. So it's very, very important to secure or find certain good ethical hackers who can secure your organization information. Skills of an ethical hacker: technical and non-technical. Technical skill would be a knowledge of all the major operating systems such as Unix, Linux, Windows, Mac. You have knowledge of networking, computer expert, knowledge of security areas, related issues, highly technical. Then you have non-technical skills, which is ability to learn, strong work ethics, organization security committed to organization security policies, and an awareness of local standards and laws. So this is very important last part. Because there is a different laws and standards when you're performing when you're engaging with the target in different locations. So you need to be aware of what laws are before engaging with the target, even when you have a permission. Information security controls. There's a term called information assurance, IA. This is your assurance of CIA, which is your integrity, availability, and confidentiality. So you can say the whole cyber information security revolves around the CIA triad. The organization are trying to have, using all those security policies just to make sure that CIA of the organization is secured, the integrity, availability, and confidentiality is secured, and authenticity of the information, the quality of being the genuine information stored in that organization. Some of the process that helps in achieving the information assurance will include your good policies, process, or guidance, designing a good network authentication strategies, identifying network vulnerabilities and threats, finding out problems and resources requirements, creating a good plan for identifying resource requirement, applying appropriate information assurance control, performing certifications and accreditations if it needed for a certain employee, providing information assurance training. Now, this is very, very important. In order to rely on certain employee, you need to make sure that they understand the security on the and all the complete process and security process of the organization. So you need to train those employees also so that they are able to do their job. Then comes your defense in depth. So defense in depth, if you look into this diagram, defense in depth layers, it's a layered approach. We look from here. So data is the thing that you want to secure. Okay, so what security measures are you taking to secure your data? Are you using encryption or hashing? Or what type of some password protection you're using to secure your data? Then comes the application, where that data is running. Is that application vulnerable to known threats, known attacks, an exploit present for that application or not? Is that up-to-date application or not? Then comes the host, where that application is running. So operating system, whether the operating system is up to date, whether it has the latest patch or not, security updates are installed in the operating system or not. Then comes your network, where that operating system is connected to. Is that network is having a security weakness, misconfiguration, those things, your Wi-Fi networks, your network, internet, basically, your different devices. Perimeter is your devices, your where that you can say your router, your IDSs, firewalls, all those things, making sure there's no misconfiguration done on those. Then comes your physical. That means your security guards, CCTV cameras, access control, all those things here, where they are some properly in place or not. And then finally, policies, procedures, and awareness. So this is your defense in depth. So making sure there is certain every layer have some security. There's no weakness or any misconfiguration done in any one of these layers. Okay, then comes the risks. Just a degree of uncertainty, or you can say expectation of an adverse event that may cause a damage to a system. So more of a likelihood or a probability of certain adverse event happening. So what are the chances of a certain threat actor to exploit a vulnerability? Okay, so there has to be a vulnerability. If there is no vulnerability, there could be any risk. There will not be any risk. There has to be a vulnerability. There has to be a threat actor. Threat actor here, I'm talking about either a black hat hacker or any, let's say, a gray hat hacker or any of a strict kitties. Those are your threat actors. Now, what are the chances or likelihood or probability of them exploiting a certain vulnerability? And how much damage can they do after exploiting that vulnerability? So that's your risk matrix here, given consequences, probability, and you can say the consequences given here. There are different level of risks also given, extremely high, medium, or low. Extreme high just means that it could be there could be a huge risk. There could be, in fact, a business continuity affecting. Medium will be no urgent action required, but there should be some implementation control as soon as possible. Then there is low risk, which is taking preventive steps to mitigate certain effects of person risk. No immediate threat here. Then comes the risk management, which is your risk management phases, which starts from risk identification. You've identified the source, the consequences and cause certain risks. Then the assessment, you assess the organization's risks and provide estimate of likelihood. Risk treatment, you implement certain appropriate controls for the identified risk. Tracking would be ensuring appropriate controls are implemented to handle the known risk. and review, which evaluates the performance of the implemented risk. Then comes the identity management, which is the whole process of identifying, analyzing, and prioritizing and resolving security incidents. So anti-management would include your incident handling, vulnerability handling, artifact handling, announcements, alerts, and other incident management services. So overall, yeah, incident management, we can say. Now, the last topic of this would be your information security and laws and standards. So PCI DSS is a payment industry data security standard. These are where you're having some online transaction using your debit, credit, or any kind of different prepaid ATM type of transaction, online transaction, making sure that the information of those customers, uh, your card details are secured. So
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cybersecurity, then Intellipaat has a post-graduation certification in cybersecurity and ethical hacking by ENICT Academy, MNIT Jaipur. This course is of very high quality and cost effective, as it is taught by MNIT professors and industry experts.
you go with building the standard overview is building and maintaining secure network, protecting the card holder data, maintaining vulnerability management program, implementing a strong access control measures, regularly monitoring and testing the networks, and maintaining information security policies. So that would be your, you can say more of a overview of PCI DSS, just to make sure that any online transaction is secured. You have ISO 27001. This is your, again, specifying some requirements for implementing, establishing, maintaining different, improving the information security management system. Now, there could be a different types. It could be used within the organization to format security requirements, used in different organization to ensure that the security risks are cost effective, ensuring compliance with the laws and regulations, information security management process, business enabling information security implementation of those. Making sure the status of the information security activities are being determined. So that whole thing specifies in your ISO 27001 2013. Then you have the HIPAA Act, which is Health Insurance Portability Accountability Act, just making sure that the protection for your personal health information are ensured, uh, giving the patient all the rights with respect of that information. So making sure that the healthcare or transaction, whatever information that's stored of that PII, personal health information, is secure. Then, according to laws, cyber laws in different countries, now again, be a different for different countries. You can go through the complete, just to search. This is based on the United States. You can look at the website for that laws and based on different countries. But with just one Google search, you'll be able to find out you can say the government website for that country of all the cyber laws given. Now, these are just a few of them given on the links. You can note down these links if you want to go with this and laws and acts given for those. Now, these are very easily available with the Google search. Okay, so module flow. First concept is about footprinting. Footprinting just means information gathering. Okay, collecting information about the target. So now, footprinting, two types, passive and active. We have discussed about this also. Passive means you are not directly connecting with the target, and active means you are directly connecting with the target. That means, for example, let's say you have a target of a website. You target a website. No, let's say, okay, let's take a website. For example, you want to go through the passive search. So there is a tool called Burp Suite, which does a passive scan. That means it will not directly connect with this, but it will just show you the information which is available on that website. Okay, through Shodan, or there are a lot of search engine available, which will show you a lot of list of the current organization that you're looking for. That is all passive way. You're not directly connecting with the web application. When you talk about active, that means you're scanning the URLs to find out vulnerability. You're trying to scan the IP address of that web application.
to find out some vulnerabilities, or you are using a brute force attack on a different word list files to find out different directories in that web application. So those all would be the active way of interacting with the target. Information obtained in footprinting, there's organizational information such as employee detail, telephone numbers, locations, background of the organization. Then you have network information such as domain, subdomains, network blocks, IP addresses, who is record. So this is very, very important information. This is just gathering all those information, and then you would be looking and scanning all those, we can say, domains and IP address one by one. System information such as operating system, what is running, location of web servers, users, and password. Now, objective of footprinting, knowledge of security posture, reduction of focus area, identifying vulnerabilities, drawing a network map. Mainly, you are creating the list of, you're creating all the information. You're drawing a network map, mostly you can say. How many IP address that you want to go, you have to scan, or how many list of URLs that you have to scan, how many there are, how many subdomains are present of that web application. So all those you're collecting, and then you do the scan part, which will come the next phase. Now, the methodology of footprinting, you can do footprinting through search engines. There is Google, Bing, Yahoo, Ask. There are a lot of this DuckDuckGo also. This is a private search engine. So we can use these search engine to extract information about the target. Okay. There are advanced search operators available with these search engines to simplify the information about the target. For example, let's say you are you're looking for a software. For example, yesterday someone was talking about Windows 7 ISO file. So if you're looking for a software, when you type Windows 7 ISO file, you will get hundreds and thousands of different links in the first page of the Google, and none of them will give you access to Windows 7. So advanced search engine is actually used to simplify, to sort out the results of the search that you get, and get to the file that you're looking for, not wasting a lot of time. So we will be talking about all those search engine operators, we can say. It's called Google Dorks. You can say Google hacking techniques also. Now, popular Google Dorks, advanced search operators is cache, links. So these are called Dorks, Google Dorks. So if you're looking for a specific, targeting specific organization, and you want to find some info related to that, you can use this dork. If you're using some site which you don't want to see, or you want to exclude certain site from that result, you can use minus sign with site, and then mention the name of the website that you don't want to see. If you want to see some title in the search, in the web application, you can mention in title hacking, and it will only show you the website which has hacking in title. In URL, if you're looking for a URL which contains some keyword, let's say for example Intellipaat. So if you type all in URL, and then you can mention these things, they will restrict certain search results according to that URL. So it will only show you that URLs which has that keyword in it. Okay. So there are many different types of search operators. We'll be looking into this practically also. And I will show you a Google hacking database through which you can, even without applying all these search engines, you get to the information that you need using GHDB, Google hacking database. We'll also talk about those. Yeah, this is the one, Google hacking database. So it's a authoritative source for querying for ever widening reach of Google search engine. So it just means that if you're looking for some sensitive information of which is free, which is publicly available, you can use Google hacking database to look for those information. Okay, you can select the categories. As you can see, there are pages containing login portals, various online devices, files containing juicy information, sensitive directories. So you can select the categories of what file you're looking for, and then you can use these dorks, copy paste these dorks in Google, and then you'll get that specific information. Okay, we'll be doing this in practical also. Then comes the finding a company top level domains, TLDs and subdomains. This is also a very important part, because you want to If you talk about Google, they will not, or let's say Facebook, there's very less chance of finding a vulnerability in facebook.com. But you can find some vulnerabilities in the subdomains of Facebook, which there's not a lot of people who are aware of. Okay, so it is a part of Facebook. So subdomains enumeration is a very important topic that we'll be discussing about, and we'll be seeing in practical also how to enumerate subdomains using sublist 3R, which is a default tool in Kali Linux. It's already installed. There's a Netcraft website, which will also give you the list of all the subdomains. We'll be looking at this also, how to gather information about any target. They are targeting Microsoft.com. You can see here a list of all the list of all the subdomains given here, 500 results. Then finding the geographical location, you can use Google Maps for this. If you want to find the geographical location, Wikimap is there, Google Earth is there. To obtain the target physical location, you can use Google Maps. Then you have the people search on social networking site and people search services. So there are people search services also. Okay, paid services. They will ask you for certain information if you're looking for someone, and then they will try to find that person. Now, social networking is one of the one of the major sources of information when you talk about gathering passive information. So you can very easily connect to any person who's your target, and then you can try to see their hobbies or the interests, everything related to them. And based on that information, you can generate a word list and use against them, to break the email password or their Wi-Fi network. So social networking is the first place that hackers goes to find out information about the target. Then you have the gathering information from LinkedIn. LinkedIn will also give you a lot of information. There's a tool called the Harvester, and it will give you the results from LinkedIn, basically, of any employees that you're targeting. Information such as current location, education qualification, perform social engineering, all those things that you can do. Then you have the email list. You can use Harvester to find out further enumerate the email addresses. Okay, on a specific target that you're selecting. Here they're targeting Microsoft. So all the list of email address of Microsoft, which is freely available with the Google search. They're all just searching Google only. Basically, they're using crawlers to do this, and you would be able to email spiders, and it will show you the results like this. Then you have the job sites. Now, job site is also one of the biggest place to search for information because people post a lot of information. If you find someone's CV, the resume, they will give you a lot of information about the person. Okay, so technical information obtained through job sites. There are a lot of job sites which can give you these information. Then you have deep web, dark web. We have already discussed this through Tor browser. I've already discussed about deep web, dark web footprinting to Tor browser, VPN. There are search engines like Tor browser, which can access these web applications. Dark web, dark net. You can use this again through Tor browser. Usually illegal things happen, but you can use it for your private search also. You can use it for general searches. But I would say that not recommend that using it for any online transaction. You can say it does use a very strong, we can say, anonymity, which will be very difficult to track. But you cannot rely on Tor browser for your sensitive information. Do not use do any online transaction on Tor network. That I would recommend. Moving on, we have Shodan search engine, which is very, very popular for finding out, doing passive information gathering. So here you just type Microsoft or Facebook or Apple or whatever organization that you're targeting, and then you would find the list of the complete list of the public IP addresses of different location of that organization. You can also look at what ports and what services and what versions are running on that IP address through Shodan. Okay, you would not, this is all passive. You haven't scanned that IP address. You're just using a search engine which will show you all those information. There's census, which also provide a full view of every server, device exposed to the internet. Mainly, these are used for IoT information gathering and IoT hacking. We'll be discussing about showdown in IoT module. Then you have competitive intelligence gathering. This is your process of identifying, gathering, analyzing, and verifying the information. So sources of competitive intelligence, these would be your company websites, search engines, press release will also give you a lot of information, journals, conferences, newspapers, through social engineering, through catalogs, customers, or vendor interviews. These are all sources of where to gather information, intelligent information of that organization. Okay, then you have collecting information through social engineering on social networking site. So what you do and what attackers get. So you maintain your profile, attackers get contact info, location, connect to friends, they see your friends list, share photos, they can identify family members and interest. You play a game, they would be able to know your interest, create events, activities, what you do. So it's a best place, you can say, is a treasure trove for a hacker to find out information about a person. The social engineering tricks, very, very popular. It's very easy to create a fake account on these social media and then just send them a fake request and try to build a relationship with your target and then exploiting that relationship for whatever your actions or objective are. And here, this website printing. Now, when we talk about website, there is a tool called Burp Suite, a very, very popular tool. This is used for this is used by hackers for finding out vulnerabilities and exploiting those vulnerabilities. One of the best tool, number one tool is Burp Suite. If whenever you talk about website for printing, it can do active scan, it can do passive scan, it can do brute forcing, it can find host header injection, SQL injection, XSS. So basically everything, OWASP top 10, even more. You can find a lot of vulnerabilities from here, 100, 200 vulnerabilities. It will give you a lot of information. We will be using this tool for web application hacking. I'll show you how to use this tool, how to set up. You get a free version of Community Edition is already installed in Kali Linux. So here they are showing you that they are using this tool for monitoring the target organizer website. So you can get these information. So how they're getting these information, such as your service or software, what they are doing is Burp Suite can intercept the request of the website. Okay, and before sending it to the server, you can intercept that request, analyze it, and try to exploit it if you can.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of cybersecurity by answering this question. Which one of the following can be considered as the class of computer threats? A. DOS attack. B. Phishing. C. Soliciting. D. Both A and C. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
And then you can forward that request. So there's a forward and drop option and intercept option. So you can turn on the intercept. And let's say you went to Facebook, for example, and I entered username and password, and I click sign in. When I click sign in, intercept is on, that request will show here before going to the browser. And I can look at this request, I can look at the username and password, whatever it's in plain text or not. If it is vulnerable, I can try to brute force that username and password right here in Burp Suite, and then forward this request from here. And then the web application will load in the browser. Okay, when you intercept the request, then you might also sometimes get software versions, operating systems, different subdirectories, path, file name, technologies, or contact or CMS detail. Okay, you might get these information also by when you intercept these requests. We'll be doing this in practical also in web application hacking. Then you have the website footprinting using web spiders. So it's just a crawler, you can say, for different domains that you want to extract. There's a tool called Web Data Extractor, which will show you the list of all the URLs. Although Burp Suite can also do this. They can scan all the list of URLs and give you the list. Okay, there's a separate tool to do the same thing. They'll just give you the list of URLs present in the web application. Then you have the mirroring entire website. This is like when you are creating a clone of the web application. So HTTP track website copier is a tool used for this. Just like a fake page you have created. You can use set toolkit also in Linux, social engineering toolkit, which can be used for this purpose. So it will just create a clone of that web application and store it in your local directory, and then you can host that page. You can buy a service, hosting service, and then you can upload that page, HTML page there, and then you can send the link to anyone and try to get the username and password. But this website will help you create a clone of the web application. That is a website copy. There's a name. Then you have extracting website information from archive.org. Archive would shows you the archived version of the web application, of the website. Okay, so you can go, it's also called as Wayback Machine. So it just means that you can go back in time. Let's say, for example, I want to look at 1999 and look at different web application, or let's say 2006, and I want to see how many web pages or web pages were present in Google search and how it looked that time. I can scan that URL also. So you can put that date here and then select that date wherever you want to go to, and it will show you the website in that time. Now here they're using Microsoft in 2nd March or whatever year that they have selected, and it will show you the web page, how it looked then. Okay, you can further inverting. Let's say you can see whether there was some files which the organization missed to delete at that time. You could also completely find out information on that like that. Okay, then tracking email communication. So this is where you track email header. Okay, so here let's say collecting information from email header. This is the whole information. As you can see, there's an address from which message was sent, the date and time is mentioned, the sender's IP address is given there, sender's mail server is given, authenticity of the system, full name and date and time. You can look at this header in the show original option. Okay, so yes, email tracking can be used for monitoring and delivery of emails. So here there are different tools and different website, freely available website, which will help you track the origin of that email sender. And you can they just need an email header, and you can provide the email header from whatever email client that you're using. In Gmail, you can find show original option there, and it will show you the email header. And you can just copy paste the email header in the website there for tracking the headers. There are a lot of free websites available for that purpose. Yes, email tracking tool. There is Email Tracker Pro, which will track the location of the sender. They also need headers of the email. You can paste the header here, gives it to the tool, and locate the exact location of the sender. It will send you the geographical location and the IP address of the sender. Then you have Whois Lookup. So Whois Lookup is maintained by regional internet registries and contained personal information of the domain owners. So information such as contact detail, domain owners name, domain name servers, net range, expiry records, domain name details, all those information you get. Personal information, social engineering. So you can obtain internal database details of the target network. Whois search, you can very easily do this in Kali Linux by just typing Whois and then the name of the organization, Whois space google.com, and I will show you the list of all this information there. In some cases, very rare cases, I have also seen, you can say some organization give the exact detail of the location, even with the floor number and the exact room, house number, everything in the who's database. You can find the exact list of email addresses, phone number, fax, everything, all the details of that organization. This is an example and screenshot from Smart Whois tool. So once you provide let's say for example, they are scanning certifiedhacker.com, and they give you all the list of all the information that can be obtained in that domain through Whois search. And here there are dates, name servers, tech contacts, registrars, all those information here, IP addresses, ESN numbers, domain addresses, IP histories, everything. Finding IP geolocation information. So IP to locate, IP to geolocate, IP to location. There are a lot of websites available. Once you give them an IP address, they will tell you about the country, the region, the city, the ISP used, local time, domain, the latitude and longitude, the exact location of that IP where it's there. So all those details, you can completely track anyone's public IP. Trace route. Now here it delivers your routing, network route tracing with performance test. You can use Path Analyzer Pro, DNS or Whois to investigate some network issues. There's visual route to identify some geographical location of the routers, servers, or other IP address. These are all Windows-based tools. Then you have footprinting or social engineering. So it's overall, the overview is just trying to exploit a human behavior by targeting any emotion in them or their habit or their any weakness that they have, and extract confidential information. So it depends upon the fact that people are unaware of the valuable information and careless about protecting it. So people are unaware of the social engineering methods and how it can happen. So that's what make them vulnerable to social engineering attacks. So there's a social engineering training in organizations which tells them about various types of social engineering attacks that could happen so that they can secure and protect themselves against it. So what they try to attempt, what these hackers try to gather, credit card details, social net security numbers, username and password, security products in use, IP addresses, operating systems, and software versions. If you know the software versions, then you can also find whether the software version has a known vulnerability or not. If it does have, you can try to exploit that known vulnerability. So this is how it all links up. There are different types of social engineering techniques: eavesdropping, shoulder surfing, dumpster diving, and impersonation. Eavesdropping means you are listening on someone on some other communication. Shoulder surfing means you are just looking at while someone is typing the password. You're just looking at it, and the person is not aware of that you looking at them typing the password. Dumpster diving is where you look at the trash of some valuable information of the organization. And impersonation is just pretending to be someone else. And let's say you pretend to be an IT team and try to call the help desk, usually, or any type of employee pretending to be the IT team of the same organization. That would be impersonation. Okay, moving on. Okay, eavesdropping, shoulder surfing, dumpster diving, impersonation. Same thing. Eavesdropping means unauthorized listening to communication. Could be through audio, video, through text, any form of communication. Shoulder surfing, secretly observing the target, gather critical information. It could be password or personal identification number. Dumpster diving is looking at the trash for some treasure, like phone bills, contact details, financial information. And impersonation, pretending to be a legitimate or authorized person, trying to trick them to reveal a confidential or sensitive information. Okay, then we have the footprinting tools. The one mentioned here is Martego and ReconNG. So Martego is a tool already installed in Kali Linux. You can you can create you can say links between people, groups of people, organization, websites. So as you can see, they're looking for some person. Just type the name, and then they're looking about in their social media what information that they can gather from social media, their numbers, their email ID, their friends list. So Multico is also using crawlers. They're also using free available services, publicly available information that is available. They're not doing anything um, secretly or trying to hack into that website or a personal account. They're just showing the information which is present, but they're showing you in a well organized manner, and you can use it. You can create a complete graph, and you can use links if you're planning certain attack. ReconNG is also a reconnaissance framework for web application. Yeah, there's a lot of database interaction modules that you can use for this. They're targeting certifiedhacker.com, as you can see here. Then you have the fingerprinting organizations with collected archives and OSRF framework. Just another application used for information gathering for metadata. You can see hidden information documents. It can scan some hidden information stored in the documents, and OSRF framework, including let's say you're targeting some person on, for example, their account on Twitter, Facebook, or YouTube. For example, they're selecting Mark Zuckerberg for just an example, and trying to see their email ID and in various websites. Then you have the Recon Dog and Bill Cipher. These are again other tools used for gathering information about your target, list to APIs or websites if you're targeting. There is a Inspector, Harvester. There's also Nikto, a very good tool, a DERB, very good tool, which is used for finding out some sensitive directories. Nikto will find out some common general vulnerabilities. You can say some missing headers like that, some sensitive directories, or XSS. If they found some XSS, they will use very basic script for XSS to check whether the website is vulnerable from XSS or not. Those tools will show you those results. These are all comes under footprinting only. Then you have the footprinting countermeasures. So countermeasure would be to, first of all, educating the employee to access and restrict the employee completely to access social networking from the organization network. Configuring web servers to avoid sensitive information leakage. Using pseudonyms on blogs, groups. Do not reveal critical information in press release, catalogs. Limit the amount of information published in a web application. Use footprinting techniques to discover your sensitive information present, passive and active on your organization to find out what information is publicly available. Prevent search engines from caching web pages and use anonymous registration services. These are just few countermeasures used for securing against footprinting. Now, first of all, what is scanning? So the overview of network scanning. Just here, if you look at this diagram here, network scanning process, there's an attacker who sends a TCP IP port to the network, and then they receive certain information. What type of information that they can get from the network? It could be the live host. It could be the IP addresses, open ports. It could be what operating system running, what architecture of the operating system there is, what are the different services running, and also find the vulnerabilities. So these are the information that you're looking for when you scan your target. So this is a basic description of what overview of scanning. So identifying hosts, ports, and services of the network. Then when you're scanning, you have to understand about the communication flags, which is sent and received while you're scanning your target. So there is sync flag, which is synchronization, you can say, to start a communication, for example, with the target. So in order to initiate a connection, you would send sync flag. To acknowledge the reciprocal packet, the acknowledgement flag is sent. To send all buffer data, this is used for push flag. We are used to send that. To reset certain connection, you would be sending reset flag. To terminate a connection, finish flag. And for urgent, it's a packet contained that should be processed immediately, you would be sending urgent flag. Now, you will be using some commands with Nmap, which automatically detects what flags they are received or what flags to send. Okay, you can use switches for that, which is there with Nmap to do these type of scanning. There are different types of scanning techniques which tells you which flag to send first. And when you receive certain flag, then what is the whether the port is on or off based on acknowledgement. Have you received certain acknowledgement of that connection or not? So all of these things depend upon the TCP communication flags only. Now, when you talk about communication, TCP/IP communication, there's a three-way handshake, which is again very common terminology, you can say, when you are starting to apply for a cybersecurity analyst job role or any starting cybersecurity role. You might be asked what is three-way handshake in the interview. So what is three-way handshake? Three-way handshake is called when you want to communicate or establish some connection with another device. So for example, there's a bill here, 10.0.0.2 at port 21, okay? And then again, there's Sheila, who's 10.0.0.3, port 21. So the bill wants to connect to Sheila's device. So the first flag that they will send here on port 21 is sync flag, okay? The sync flag will be sent from this machine to this machine. If that port is open, for example, 21, if that port is open, they will respond back with sync and ACK. Okay, so it's just saying that, okay, Bill, we can connect. I'm open on port 21. Okay, just a form of saying that, sync and acknowledgement of that flag. And finally, when Bill receives these two flags, will send final acknowledgement of that okay, we can connect. And the communication is established between Bill's device and Sheila's device. So this is called three-way handshake. Okay, the first flag, which is sync, the second is sync plus ACK, and then final acknowledgement. Now, there's also a four-way handshake. You might be asked, three-way handshake might be a very rare question. You might also be asked, what is four-way handshake? So in TCP session, I'm talking about four-way handshake. There's also a four-way handshake in WPA2 communication. We are and establishing a connection between wireless networks. We're not talking about that. I'm talking about TCP session termination. You can also say that four-way handshake. And how it's happening here is, let's say whatever data you want to share with that device, you have done that. Now you want to terminate the connection. So in order to do that, the first thing that you will send is FIN flag to that device. Then you will receive an acknowledgement for that and a FIN flag back. And then finally you will acknowledge that. Okay. And then the connection will be terminated here. So this is your TCP session termination. Four-way handshake, you can say, is three-way handshake. Okay, so this is your basic very TCP/IP communication, how this is happening. Now, when we are scanning the target, for example, this IP address, in many cases, we would not want to perform three-way handshake and still see whether the port is open or not. That's when the different types of scanning techniques comes, because you want to stay, you can say, you don't want to communicate or you don't want to connect with the target. You want to find out whether what services is open or off without connecting with the target. That's when different types of scanning techniques come that we'll talk about. Then you have the scanning tool Nmap. Nmap is one of the most popular tool used for scanning in performing vulnerability assessment penetration testing. Also, you can use this the Nmap tool to perform all kinds of vulnerability assessment. Okay, there's also a script within Nmap which can be used to find out known vulnerabilities of the IP address. So here, if you see, this is a ZenMap tool. Okay, this is a GUI version, you can say GUI version of Nmap. And here they're using some command here, like this. So Nmap -P is the port. That means what port you want to scan. They're scanning from port 1 to 65,535 ports. -T4, which is just for timing, and -A, which is used for aggressive scan, you can say enumeration. There's -V for, you can say, verbose mode. We'll be looking into this when we scan the target. One by one, I will discuss about all these switches when we get to the practical mode. So here, this is a GUI version of Nmap. In which port you communicate with completely depend upon your preference. You can communicate with any port. Depends upon what protocol you're targeting, what service you're targeting. Okay, what service you're talking about HTTP or FTP or SSH, what type of connection you want to have. Depends upon that, what port to choose. Then you have, we'll be looking into ZenMap also. This is a command line, this is, sorry, GUI version. In Windows operating system, we use this. The objective is same, to find out the live IP address, to find out the open ports, to find out the versions, services, operating system running, all those things. There's an alternative scanning tool from Nmap. You can also use HPing3 or HPing2. This is a network scanning or packet crafting tool. Now, this is just some few example of ICMP scanning or ACK scanning on port 80. So you can just say this is an alternative. We'll give you a same result as Nmap, same thing, just a different tool. Few of the Nmap, HPing3 commands that you can use. You can take a screenshot of this if you want for ICMP ping scan, for acknowledgement on port 80, UDP scan, collection initial sequence number. So there are many more commands. Although all these commands are present in the manual section of your Kali Linux, you just have to type man and then HPing3. You will find all these commands list right there. Then you have the scanning tools. Metasploitable can be used. This is more of a, let's say you're targeting, let's say, for example, I'm looking for SNMP service running on a certain device or not. So I can use Metasploit to find out whether SNMP service is running on that machine or not. So there are auxiliary scanners for that. We'll be looking into this also in enumeration, where I will show you how to find out what services is running on that victim machine or not. And if it's running, then how to enumerate that service information. You can also do that using Metasploit. NetScan Tool Pro, this is your Windows operating system, Windows tool, GUI version. Some other tools, they're Unicorn, Scan, Solar's Win Port Scanner, PRTG, Network Monitor, OmniPeak, Network Monitor, Protocol Analyzer. So all these you can use it in Windows operating system to scan the target. Then you have for mobile device, you have Fing, IP scanner, and network scanner. These can be used to either monitor your network, or you can also find out the list of IP addresses connected to your network, find out their MAC addresses, device name, all those. You can also do a network scan using these tools available on Play Store. Next, we have the ARP ping scan or UDP ping scan. So it's a ping scan. You're just checking whether that machine is live or not. Okay, whether the host is up or not. This is a very important part. Yes, so you have given the list of 1,000 IP addresses. You want to find what IP is running, is up, first of all. So you want to use these scanning techniques. ARP ping scan you can use to find out whether localhost is live or not. Okay, -P and R command is used for that. -PR. If that does not give you any result, you can try UDP ping scan, this -P and U, uppercase U, uppercase P here. These are different techniques just to check whether that IP address is live or not. Now, if you don't want to use that specific command, you can also use IP range, Ingray IP scanner. We'll just show you the list of all the IP address and ports which are running. You can give them a range from where to scan, and then you can scan using this tool also. This is again Windows-based tools. There are other tools like NetScan Tool Pro, Colasoft Ping Tool, Visual Ping Tester. Then you have the ping sweep countermeasures. What to do to make sure that it's not been, no one can find out whether your machine is up or running or not. Configuring firewall to detect and prevent ping sweep attempts. Intrusion detection system can be used, or prevention system can be used like SNOT to detect those ping sweep attempts. You can carefully evaluate ICMP traffic, cut off connection with any host performing more than 10 ICMP echo requests, because if it's more than 10, then someone's trying to find out all the live IP address on your network. You can use DMZs and you can use ICMP echo reply or host unreachable commands. You can allow those things. Limit ICMP traffic and ACLs. You can configure to grant permission to only specific IP addresses that you want to scan the network with. Now comes the scanning techniques. So what are different types of scanning techniques that can be done? So the first is TCP connect, which is also known as full open scan. Now, the first thing is to establish three-way handshake. So the first sync flag, then sync and ACK, and then finally acknowledgement. If you see these type flags, that means three-way handshake is performed. So there's an attacker who want to scan the target on n ports. So let's say any port. Let's take port 21. So what they will do, they will send a sync packet on port 21 to the target. If they get a response acknowledgement of that, that means port is open. Okay, and then finally send the acknowledgement for that, and then they will reset the connection. If the port is off, you will send the sync packet on port 80, for example. They will receive a reset packet instead of acknowledgement plus sync. They will receive a reset packet back, and that means the port is closed. Now, you don't have to go through the packets which are sent and received and examine all of those one by one. If you want, you can do that using Wireshark or TCP dump, but you don't have to perform these manually. When you use certain tools, just like Nmap, they will automatically do these analysis and they will tell you the final result, whether the port is open or whether the port is closed. Okay, so you just have to use switches, and there are scripts which is installed within Nmap and how to work. You can also look at those scripts if you want. Everything is present in your Kali Linux tools. Okay, then comes the half open scan. This is a cell scan. You can say cell scan. Cell scan means that you don't want to perform three-way handshake, and you still want to find out whether the port is open or closed. Okay. So without performing three-way handshake. Now, Bill wants to scan this device. So first they will scan the sync packet on port 80. They will send sync and ACK packet. That means port is open. But instead of sending acknowledgement back, they will send a reset packet back. So that means the three-way handshake has not been completed, but still they get to know whether the port is open or not. Now here, when the port is closed, the same thing. When they send the sync packet, they will receive a reset packet back. That means the port is closed. Okay. In order to use cell scan, you can use -s and -S in the Nmap command, and that will tell you the results here. Then comes the inverse TCP flag scan. Now here you are using TCP probe packets. The objective is just to find out whether the port is open or whether the port is closed. So here you're using combination of either, or using a separate fin, urge, or push packet with no flag set. And if you don't get any response back, that means the port is open. And if you get a reset and acknowledgement back, that means the port is closed. Okay. So just another way of finding out whether the port is open or closed using inverse TCP flag scan. Okay, then comes the IDL or IP ID header scan. So in order to understand this, first you have to understand what is IP ID number. So every IP packet on the internet has a fragment identification number, which is called IP ID number. Operating system increase the IP ID number for each packet. Thus, probing an IP ID number gives the attacker the number of packets sent. So that means that whenever any separate combination of packets is sent, for example, sync and ACK, you will receive an IP ID number for any successful communication, and then you would be able to determine by noting that IP ID number whether the communication has been established or not.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cybersecurity, then Intellipaat has a post-graduation certification in cybersecurity and ethical hacking by ENICT Academy, MNIT Jaipur. This course is of very high quality and cost-effective, as it is taught by MNIT professors and industry experts.
So let's just look at this first, this diagram. So the attacker and the target. The objective again, same, find out port is open or closed. Now here they're using another machine on the network, which is called zombie machine. Now zombie just means another device on the network, which you will use for scanning your target. So for example, there's someone else who's using a computer and I want to use their IP address to scan my target. So that will be my zombie machine. The first thing is the attacker will send sync and act packet to the zombie machine to the another IP address. Sync and act, they will send a reset packet back with an IP ID number, which is 31337. So attacker will note down this number 31337. Now he will send a sync packet on port 80 to the target machine.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of cybersecurity by answering this question. What is code red? A. An antivirus program. B. A photo editing software. C. A computer virus. D. A video editing software. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Spoofing the zombie IP. Okay, so that means the attacker has changed their IP, pretending to be a zombie machine, another machine on the network, and then they are trying to send that packet to the target IP address on port 80. So let's say assume port 80 is open on target machine. So they will send a sync and act back to the zombie machine because the IP address is of the zombie machine here. So we'll send the sync and acknowledgement back to this machine. They will again send a reset packet because the communication is established here. The IP ID number will be increased by 1,31338. There's another communication, second communication established here. Now, the third step is when the attacker will send a sync and act packet to that same zombie IP address to receive a reset packet back and check this IP ID number. If that IP ID number is increased by 1 or 2, if it's increased by 2, that means the connection has happened here. Okay, the connection has been established with another machine. And if it's increased by 1, that means no communication established here. Okay, so let's look at the condition scenario where the port is closed. First option, sync and act packet to the zombie. They will receive a reset packet. They will note down the IP ID number. Then they will send a sync packet on port 80 to the zombie machine. Let's say port is closed here. Okay, port is closed here. So the sync and act flag will not be sent. They will send a reset packet back. No communication happened here. The third step, the attacker will send sync and act back to the zombie. The number has only increased with 1. That means the port is closed. Okay, so that is called your ideal scan to find out whether the port is open or closed. The target application will definitely accept that packet. If that port is open, they will send this flyback with sync and act. And if there is a connection established, the IP ID number will be increased. So let's go through this again. We have to just look at whether the port is open or closed. That's our objective. First, the attacker will send sync and act packet to a zombie. When I say zombie, just assume another IP address on the network. Sync and act packet to the zombie machine. They will respond with a reset packet. The attacker will note down the IP ID number 1,31337. Then the attacker will use zombie machine IP address and they will send a sync packet on port 80 to the target just to check whether port 80 is open or not. If port 80 is open, they will respond back with sync and act. Okay. Then the zombie machine will respond with the reset packet. The connection is established here and the IP ID number will be increased with 1. The third part is where attacker will check the IP ID number by sending sync and act packet again to the zombie machine. They will receive IP ID number. They will look at this and just to check whether it's increased by 1 or whether it's increased by 2. If it's increased by 2, that means the connection has been happened here. And if it's increased by 1, that means no connection happened here. That means port is closed. No control required. I can scan any machines. I can use any machine's IP address on the same network, and then I can scan the target. We don't need a access of the zombie machine to do this. Okay, guys, so that was your IP ID or header scan, ideal scan, you can say. Now, there's a second technique for UDP scan. Let's say you want to find the UDP ports. So you'll be using a switch called -SU. So that will tell you whether a UDP port is running or not on the victim machine. In a general scan using Nmap, they will only show you results of TCP ports, not UDP ports. Okay, so there's no three-way handshake for UDP scanning. The system does not respond with the message when the port is open. So if you do not get any message reply back, that means port is open. And if you get ICMP unreachable message, that means port is closed. Now, again, you don't have to do this manually. Nmap will scan that IP and it will tell you just the results, whether the port is open or closed. Then you have the service version discovery. Let's say you found out the port, which is open, and the service, but you cannot find an exploit for the service if you don't know the version. So here -SV is used to find out the version of those services. And from that version, you will find that whether an old machine is running or whether the new updated service is running. And that's how you would decide which payload to use, which exploit to send. So -SV command is used for that. Next, you have some port scanning countermeasures. So best ways to configure your firewalls and IDSs to detect these port scanning these ICMP probes. Use custom rule set, block unwanted ports, use port scanning tools yourself to find out what all information is available, filter all ICMP messages, perform TCP UDP scanning, again, to find out what configuration and the available ports in service, which is showing up in the scan. Ensure your router IDSs and firewall and firmware is up to date, and ensure the anti-scanning and anti-spoofing rules are properly configured. Okay, so it might, TCP wrap, probably I would think that there would be some kind of a load balancer there. I've also come across a lot of different services, and it will show all the IP addresses is running, and service will show TCP wrap. Most likely it is a load balancer. Can you have the OS discovery or banner grabbing? There is a way. We'll talk about that. We'll discuss about that, the firewall bypass also. So OS discovery and banner grabbing. So here we are talking about finding out the operating system running there. Three-way handshake is just for communication. You send a ping, you send a sync packet on a different port. It will automatically, three-way handshake will be performed there. Zombie will be on the same network. Yes. Or you can give a random IP address there also. It's better if it's on the same network. Okay. Now, operating system. Okay. So operating system. Now, finding out operating system is again very, very important to find out what version operating system running, whether they have a known vulnerability or known exploit present for that or not. So this is a scan which you can do using -O command, or you can do a -A command, which will just tell you the complete enumeration of the operating system using Nmap. So identifying the operating system to allow the attacker to figure out the vulnerabilities, okay, and exploits that will work on the system. Again, there are two types, active and passive. We have again discussed about all of these active and passive over before. Active, that means you are directly connecting with the operating system. That means you are targeting that IP address, and then you're scanning that operating system, that machine, to find out the operating system. Passive means you're just gathering information from error messages or sniffing the network, banner grabbing from page extensions. Okay, so with all those, with error messages also you can determine, with the help of Wireshark, you can find out what TTL values is running. And based on that, you can tell possible what type of operating system is there or not. So let's say, for example, how to identify the target operating system. So there is, as you can see, the Windows size value for operating system right here. Operating systems and their time to live values. Okay. Now, when you're using Wireshark, you're intercepting, you're basically analyzing all those packets in the network. So let's say you select certain packet And then you'll be able to see the TTL values. Okay, there, the time to live values will be shown. And here it says 64. So they say possible OS is Linux. So they're not 100% sure, because this is a passive way of gathering of operating system, finding out what operating system is running. There will not be 100% guarantee. 100% guarantee will be only with active. But here they said could be a Linux machine. Okay, 64, it says Linux. It could be Linux machine. If you get something with 128, that could be a Windows machine. You can say possible OS is Windows because TTL value is 128. So this is more of a passive way of gathering, of finding out the operating system in that IP, on that IP. Now you can also use a script such as your OS discovery script with Nmap, and there is script smb os discovery.nse. Okay, this is just to find out whether what operating system is running, and you can see the results: Windows 10, the version, and everything here. The NetBIOS name, computer name. Now, some people might name their computer on them. So let's say, for example, I would name my Windows Caution PC. So you can see in the scan that what is the name of the operating system. So script cannot only be used for discovering, you can say, operating system. It can be used for finding out vulnerabilities also. So I'll be using this to scan a known vulnerability with Nmap, then analyze those vulnerabilities also. Hyphen script, and then what you want to scan. For here, they are looking for smb os discovery.nse. For example, you want to do a vulnerability scan. You can just mention vuln, and that will do a complete vulnerability scan. If they find certain services or operating system, they will check whether that operating system is vulnerable from any known exploit or not. And then they will let you know in the scan result. Now, when we talk about bypassing firewalls and IDSs, there is a way through which you can send fragments of your packets in fragments instead of sending a whole packet. So that way you can bypass certain rules or checks in IDSs. Now, packet fragmentation refers to splitting of probe packet into several smaller packets or fragments while sending it to the network. Okay, so it's not a new method, but a modification of previous techniques. So if you look at this, we have Nmap. Someone is using Nmap with -SS, which is your sync scan. -T4 is for timing. You can use from T1 to T5 timing. -A is for enumeration. You can say everything scan, for example, or aggressive scan. It's not, more likely it's not recommended when you are scanning a network, a live network. In this case, it could be a dummy, or you can say a test network. You can do this type of scan because it's very noisy. Most likely it will go down that specific IP address if you use -A switch, because it's doing a lot of checks and lot of scans with just one single switch. -F is for fragmentation. So it's just splitting these packets into several smaller packets and then sending it to the target. And -V is for verbose level. So it will just show you the results as soon as they find it. So they will not wait for the scan to complete. They will just show you the result as soon as they find it. If you use -B and then the IP address of your target. So sync scanning using IP fragments. So that's how they're doing. They're doing a sync scan and targeting a port, which is port 21, and -F, a smaller f, a lowercase f. Make sure the command prompt is complete case sensitive. So whenever you're using certain switches with the tool, make sure you take care of the case lowercase or uppercase. If you use uppercase, that would be another type of scan. So it will be a different, complete, will change the results that you get or what type of scan you want to do. Then you have an IP address decoy scanning. Now, decoy scanning, it just means that you are scanning your target with random IP address. Okay. generating or manually specifying the IP address of the decoy. Decoy just means like um, you can just say a random IP address. Okay, let's say you have a target server, and you don't want your IP to show in those scan results when you are scanning your target on that server. So what you can do, you can use a random IP address switch and then scan the target. So your IP will not be compromised like that. It will show some random IP addresses scanning the server. I will show you this in how to do this using Nmap. So there are commands like this: nmap-d. RND stands for random, and 10. That means 10 random IP address, and then the target IP address. Okay, you can also manually specify the target IP also, -d, and then the decoy 1 IP, decoy 2 or decoy 3, or you want to, let's say, frame someone else IP address while you're scanning a target, you can mention that also here, and then scan your target machine. Then you have the mobile device, for example, proxy droid, proxy manager, shadow shock. These can be used for proxy tools for mobile devices. From GitHub or from Play Store, you can download these. Then comes to anonymizer. It basically makes the activity untraceable, or I can say difficult to track, removes all the identity information from the computer system. There are a lot of anonymizers that you can use. You can configure your machine, the host setup to work with certain anonymizer, or you can use a browser for anonymizer, a VPN. You can also use a complete operating system for complete privacy. There's a Cubes operating system that you can use, which provides a very good privacy. A Linux machine again, privacy and anonymity, protection against online attacks, access restricted content, and bypass IDS and firewall rules. So you have Unix, which is desktop operating system, and there's Fishphone, which is open source software which allows the attacker to surf the internet through secure proxy. If there's certain web application, or usually when we see some web application blocked, so you can use these different proxies and anonymizer to bypass that filter. Anonymizer for mobile, Orbot is very good. I would recommend this for Android again. For iOS, Fishphone, OpenDroid, there are many different anonymizer given for you can download from Play Store or their official website. Now, within there's a tool called complete network topology or network discovery. Through ZenMap also you can do this. Discovers a network and procedure, comprehensive network diagram. So all those IP addresses and all those lists you can see that in this list when you scan this. The whole network diagram will be shown to you here. So Op Manager, the Dude, Net Savior, NetBrain. So these are all different alternatives for that. Network discovery for mobile, Scanny, Network Analyzer, PortDroid for mobile devices, if you want to scan the whole network, and for traceroute, for port ping, you can use these software.
What is cybercrime? Let us first start defining what exactly is cybercrime. Cybercrime is defined as a criminal act committed with the assistance of a computer or other electronic devices connected to the internet. Cybercrime can be committed by individuals or small groups of people with little technical knowledge, as well as highly organized global criminal groups with relatively talented developers and specialists. Any criminal activity carried out over the internet is referred to as cybercrime. With 4.5 million attacks in July 2020, India was the country with the highest number of attacks, making it vital to raise the awareness about cybercrime. Now the question arises, why cybercrimes are carried out, right? So the majority of cybercrime is committed by cybercriminals or hackers looking to make money. Cybercrime affects both individuals and organizations. Aside from that, cybercriminals may use computer or networks to send viruses, malware, and other malicious softwares. Cybercriminals use a variety of profit-driven criminal acts to make money, such as stealing and reselling identities, gaining access to financial accounts, and fraudulently using credit cards to obtain funds. Basic cybercrime examples are stolen credit card information. The most common type of cybercrime occurs when a person's credit card information is stolen and illegally used to acquire or purchase goods or services via the internet. Another example is hacking into a government's website. Tampering with delicate government statistics is another type of cyber attack or cybercrime. Now that we know what is cybercrime, let's look into cybercrime categories. Cybercrime has been broadly classified into three categories. The types of methods used and difficulty levels vary depending on the category. So the first category is individual cybercrime category. Cybercrime involves a single person disseminating malicious or illegal material through the internet. Human trafficking and online stacking are the examples of individual cybercrime category. The next cybercrime category we'll talk about is property cybercrime category. This is similar to a real life insurance of a criminal illegally processing an individual's bank or credit card information. Criminals use people's bank details to gain access to their funds, conduct online transactions, or carry out phishing schemes to persuade people to give up their personal information. They could also use a malicious software to gain access to a web page with confidential information. So this is all about property cybercrime category. The next type of cybercrime is government. While this type of cybercrime is uncommon, it is still considered a serious offense. It entails breaking into government databases and hacking official websites. Terrorists are the hackers who break into government websites, and a crime against the government is also known as cyber terrorism. These criminals are usually terrorists or enemy governments of other nations. That's all about cybercrime category. Let's now see how we can prevent from cybercrime. Tips to prevent cybercrime. The first one is backup all the data, the system, and any considerations. It enables data to be stored earlier to assist the business in recovering from an unplanned event. So basically, in the event of a disaster, one must have all the data backed up to avoid serious downtime, loss of data, and serious financial loss. The second tip is enforce concrete security and keep it up to date. Choose a firewall with features that protect against malicious hackers, malwares, and viruses. This enables us to identify and respond to threats more quickly. The endpoints need to be protected with protection system, since most of the attacks are done via the endpoints. Never give out personal information to a stranger. The strangers can use the information to commit fraud on others, or else the details regarding confidential information about the identity. This is the data that identity thieves seek. Individuals who have access to your personal data can retrieve your login information from various websites or commit cybercrimes such as tax fraud, all while posing as you. Use virtual private networks. VPN enables us to hide our IP addresses and delete our website's activities. VPN encrypts internet traffic and disguises the online identity of the person. This makes it more difficult for the third party to track the activities of the user online and steal data. Restriction on access to your most valuable data. Make a folder if possible so that no one can see the confidential document. Create strong passwords to access the documents. If hacker gets access also, it will be highly impossible them to crack the passwords and get hands on private data. Check the network security to prevent cybercrime. A cyber firewall checks your network settings to see if anyone has logged into your computer. Putting your network behind firewall is one of the most effective ways to defend yourself from any cyber attack. A firewall system will block any brute force attacks and made on your network or system before it can do any damage. Also, when visiting unauthorized website, keep your information secure. Using public websites, information can easily bypass the data. The next topic is cyber security and cybercrime. We'll see how cyber security can help us to prevent cybercrime. Cybersecurity is a domain designed to eliminate cybercrime. Cybersecurity can also be referred to as IT security. While cybercriminality is a kind of criminal behavior involving unauthorized access to computer systems. Cybersecurity and cybercrime. Cybersecurity gives in-depth knowledge about how to control or recover from cyber attacks, while cybercrime is a type of criminal conduct that involves gaining unauthorized access to computer systems.
Asset security. Now, what is information classification? Information classification is a process in which organizations assess the data that they hold and the level of protection it should be given. So, data classification helps ensure that data is protected in the most cost effective manner. So, asset classification is used to store or process information should be as high as the classification of the most valuable data in it, like media, laptop, phones, paper prints. Now, what are the classification criteria? Once the scheme is designed, the organization must develop the criteria it will use to decide what information goes into which classification. Following are the parameters. So, they are usefulness of data, value of data, age of data, level of damage that could be caused if the data were disclosed, level of damage that could be caused if the data were modified or corrupted, legal, regulatory, or contractual responsibility to protect the data, lost opportunity cost that could be incurred if the data were not available or were corrupted. So the classification rules must apply to data no matter what format it is in, digital, paper, video, fax, etc. Now, what are the security controls? The security controls used to protect the asset based upon their classification levels are marking, labeling and handling procedures, strict and granular access, encryption of data while stored and while in transmission, auditing and monitoring, separation of duties, periodic reviews, backup and recovery procedures, change control procedures, physical security protection, proper disposal actions such as shredding and degaussing. Now let's talk about the classification procedures. So in that, first define classification levels, then specify the criteria for classification. Then we identify data owners who will be responsible for classifying data. Then identify the data custodian for maintaining data and its security level. Then indicate the security controls. Document any expectations. Methods to transfer custody of the information to a different data owner. Procedure to periodically review the classification and ownership, procedures for declassifying the data, and integrating into the security awareness program. Now, what are the retention policies? So, the retention policy is a key part of the life cycle of a record. So, this describes how long a business needs to keep a piece of information, and it determines where data is stored and how to dispose of the record when it is time. And organizations segregate the specific data sets that have mandated retention requirements and handle those accordingly. Example: if a company may want to keep data from its R&D division for a much longer period, then it keeps data from its customer service division. This helps managing the cost and should consider the industry-wide compliance and regulations, and country laws are also an important factor. Now, what are the considerations in the retention policy? So, every data retention policy answers three fundamental questions. So, the first one is what data do we keep?
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cybersecurity, then Intellipaat has a post-graduation certification in cybersecurity and ethical hacking by ENICT Academy, MNIT Jaipur. This course is of very high quality and cost-effective, as it is taught by MNIT professors and industry experts.
This includes customer data, employee data, R&D, etc. Then how long do we keep this data? It can be any number of years. And then how do we retain? So on-prem, like tapes, disk servers, cloud, etc. E-discovery. E-discovery is the discovery of electronically stored information and is the process of producing for court or external attorney or ESI pertinent to a legal proceeding. So this is the identification of data required under the order, preservation of this data to ensure it is not destroyed while complying with the order, collection of the data from the various stores in which it may be, processing to ensure the correct format is used for both the data and its metadata, review of the data to ensure it is relevant, analysis of the data for proper context, production of the final data set to those requesting it, presentation of the data to external audience to prove or disprove a claim. Now, what is pseudonymization? Pseudonymization process of using pseudonyms to represent other data. It can be done to prevent the data from directly identifying an entity such as a person. Example: a medical record held by hospital, instead of including personal information, it could just refer to the patient as the patient 123 in the medical record. The hospital would still need the patient information, and it could be held in another database linking to the patient's pseudonym. Now, what is anonymization? Anonymization mechanism is used to convert identifiable data into anonymized data in a manner where the anonymized data cannot be transferred back to the original personal data. Example: PII collected as part of a survey should be anonymized and only required statistics are maintained. Let's see what an asset is. An asset is anything of worth to an organization. A more formal definition would be that an asset is a resource with economic value that an individual or an organization owns or controls with the expectation that it will provide a future benefit. This includes people, partners, equipment, facilities, reputation, and information. So, information is typically the most valuable asset to an organization, and it lies at the heart of every system. So, in information security, asset security domain focuses on collecting, handling, and protecting information throughout its life cycle. A primary step in this domain is classifying information based on its value to the organization. Now, let's see what is information life cycle. Information lifecycle refers to the different stages through which information passes in its whole lifetime. So the different stages are, the first one is acquisition. So this is how the information is acquired. Information is acquired in two ways. That is, they are either copied from elsewhere or created from scratch. After the information is acquired, we attach the details about this information to it. That is, we attach the system and business metadata. Then the next stage is use. So in this stage, information will be read and modified by a variety of users. From a security perspective, this stage is the most challenging it is at this stage that the information is coming in contact with a large number of people. The next stage is archival. The information is stopped being used regularly at some point. The information will not be at use at every point in time. So when this happens, but before we get rid of it, it is retained for a variety of reasons like regulation, compliance, etc. So we are just storing this information until the time it is actively used. Then there is disposal. So eventually every organization will dispose of the data. All mailboxes, former employee records, and past financial transactions, etc. are examples of the data that are thrown out. Now let's see what are the differences between sensitivity and criticality. So information can be classified by sensitivity or criticality. So sensitive data refers to information that should be protected from unauthorized access or disclosure due to its secretive nature. This might include proprietary information that a business or company wouldn't want its competitors to find, or personally identifiable information about patients or clients, etc. The disclosure of this kind of sensitive information would mean loss to an organization if the information was revealed to unauthorized individuals. It also can directly affect the trust and reputation of the organization. Then, on the other hand, data criticality refers to the level of importance of the data is to the success of a process or business. For some, that might be research data, customer addresses, contacts, or even employee records. Data that is critical to a business is information that typically helps them operate or earn money. So the disclosure of this kind of critical data could directly affect the availability of vital business function. So both these factors are absolutely critical for the business and must be carefully assessed, keeping in mind the compliance and regulation which the business needs to abide. Now let's talk about the classification levels in data. So there aren't actually any rules that specify the conditions for classifying information. It's up to the organization to classify their information based on its importance. So the common classification levels in a commercial setup are confidential, private, sensitive, and public. And the classification levels in a military setup are usually top secret, secret, confidential, sensitive but unclassified, and finally unclassified. Now let's see what are data roles. So many people within an organization manage, handle, and use data. Although each role is important to the overall security of an organization, some specific roles must be clearly defined. So the first one is data owners. So these are the people who have the ultimate organizational responsibility for the data. Typically, these people are the heads of the departments or the CEO or the president. So they identify the classification of data and ensure that the data is labeled properly. They also ensure that the data has adequate security controls based on the classification. Then there are system owners and administrators. So the system owners are people who owns the system that have the sensitive data or that processes the sensitive data. Typically, the same person is the data owner, or they can be different as well. So they are also responsible for ensuring that the data processed on the system remains secure. Also, they identify the highest level of data and ensures that the best security controls are applied on the data. Then about administrators, they are responsible for granting the appropriate access to the people working in the organization or the personnel. Administrators are also the person who assigns permissions based on the principles of least privilege or the need to know. Then there are data custodians. So data custodians work under the data owners, and they delegate the day-to-day tasks for the custodian. So these people help protect the integrity and security of data by ensuring it is properly stored and protected. An example is that custodians would ensure the data is backed up in accordance with the backup policy. And finally, there are users. So users are any person who accesses the data to accomplish work tasks. So users should be given periodic security awareness training, and users are often the weakest link in the data hierarchy. Now let's see what goes into protecting the privacy of the personnel in an organization or the people working in an organization. For that, organizations needs to identify personally identifiable information as well as protected health information and handle them in a secure manner. So what is personally identifiable information? Personally identified information, or PII, is any data that could potentially be used to identify a particular person. So examples like full name, social security number, driver's license, biometric data, telephone number, etc. are all personally identifiable information. They can also include medical, employment, financial, or educational records. Then there are protected health information, or PHI. So protected health information under the US law is any information about the health status, provision of healthcare, or payment for healthcare that is created or collected by a covered entity, and this can be linked to a specific individual. This also includes medical payment history or records of a patient. Let's talk about the necessary actions to be taken while data handling. All classified information and assets must be marked and labeled. So now let's see what are labeling and marking. First of all, labeling. So labeling is a process in which a mark or a label is placed on different data sets to identify their classification level. So depending on the different classification level to which a data belongs to, we mark the data according to them. So a top secret label informs that the information is of utmost sensitivity. Also, labels should be used even for unclassified equipment and media, as this reduces the chances of omission or mishandling of classified data. Then there is marking. Physical labels for data stored on media or process system, which means physical labels are used for data that are stored on systems or media. Digital marking is used for pages, or is digitally marked using watermarks or headers, etc. Now let's see what is data disposal. So data disposal is the last and often the most ignored phase of the information lifecycle. So most of the time everyone is concerned about acquiring the data, using it and processing it, but no one really cares about data disposal. So what happens is, when data is not properly disposed of, some data can remain in the system, and this is known as data remnants. So data remnants refers to data that remains on a media as residual magnetic flux. Using system tools to delete data generally leaves much of the data remaining in the media. This information can be retrieved using many tools. So data policy should be able to define acceptable methods of destroying data based on the data's classification, because conventional deletion methods can leave remaining data on the disk. Now let's see what are the methods of data disposal. The first one is erasing. So erasing means simply performing a delete operation against a file, a selection of files, or the entire media. In most cases, deletion or removal process removes only the directory or the catalog linked to the data. This means the actual data remains on the drive. Then there is clearing. Clearing or writing is a process of preparing media for reuse and assuring that the cleared data cannot be recovered using traditional recovery tools. So when media is cleared, unclassified data is written over all the addressable locations on the media. Then there is deghosting. So a degosser creates a strong magnetic field that erases data on some media in a process called deghosting. So this is done so that the data that is remaining in the magnetic drives can be removed. Technicians commonly use degaussing methods to remove data from a magnetic tapes with the goal of returning the tape to its original state. Then there is encryption. So data stored on the medium is encrypted using a strong key. To render the data unrecoverable, the system simply needs to securely delete the encryption key, which is many times faster than deleting the encrypted data. So recovering this data is like computationally impossible. So encryption is a really good method to dispose of data. Then purging. Purging is the more intense form of clearing that prepares media for reuse in a less secure environments. A purging process will repeat the clearing process multiple times and may combine it with other methods such as degaussing to completely remove the data. Then there is sanitization. So sanitization is a combination of processes that removes data from a system or from media. It ensures that the media cannot be recovered by any means. When a computer is disposed of, sanitization includes ensuring that all non-volatile memory has been removed or destroyed. Then finally there is destruction. So destruction is the final stage in the life cycle of media and is the most secure method of sanitizing media. When destroying media, it's important to ensure that the media cannot be reused or repaired and that the data cannot be extracted from the destroyed media. Now let's see what are the data security controls. The controls that we use for securing our data does not only depend on the value of the data, it also depends on the dynamic state in which the data exists. And data can exist in one of three states, that is either it can be at rest, it can be in motion, or it can be in use. So let's see the security controls used for data in rest. So first of all, what is data at rest? So data that resides in external or auxiliary storage devices such as hard disks, solid state drives or optical disks or even on magnetic tapes are called data at rest. So the data in this state is very vulnerable not only to threat actors attempting to access it, but also to anyone who can gain physical access to the device. So the solution to protecting data in such scenarios is encryption. So encryption is every major operating system now provides means to encrypt individual files or entire volumes in a way that is most transparent to the user. So the examples of encryption services are like BitLocker on Windows, dmcrypt in Linux, etc. Then let's see what are the security controls for data in motion. So what is data in motion? So the data that is moving between computing nodes over a data network such as the internet is called data in motion. This is perhaps the riskiest time for our data as it is going through a multiple number of places. So the best way to protect data in motion is to use a VPN or a virtual private network. TLS or IPsec, which stands for Internet Protocol Security, can be used for encrypting the data in motion in a virtual private network. Now let's see what are the controls for data in use. So data in use refers to data residing in primary storage devices like the volatile memory, RAM, memory caches or CPU registers. So when a process is using a data, it is typically stored in the primary storage devices for a short period of time. The common issues that can happen in this period is buffer overflow attack, which can happen when a program, while writing data to a buffer, overwrites the buffer and overwrites the adjacent memory locations, memory leaks, or side channel attacks. So the best protection for data in use is secure software development practices. Now let's see what is security baselining. So baselining provides a starting point and ensures a minimum security standard. So the practices used in attaining this security baseline are, the first one is imaging. So what we do here is we'll configure a single system with desired settings, capture its image and then deploy the image to other system. After deploying the systems in a secure state, auditing process can be periodically done to check the systems to ensure that they remain in a secure state. But we should always remember that a single set of security controls does not apply to all situations, and organizations can select the set of baseline security controls based on its needs. Then there is scoping. So what we do here is we review the baseline security controls and select only those controls that apply to the scope of our organization. Then there is tailoring. So tailoring is the modifying the baseline security controls so that it will align with our needs or it will align with the mission of our organization. Now let's talk about data loss prevention. So data loss prevention comprises the actions that organizations should take to prevent unauthorized external parties from gaining access to sensitive data. The real challenge here is taking a holistic view of our organization, and the perspective must be to incorporate our people, processes, and then our information. So the data loss prevention technology features sensitive data awareness, policy engines, interoperability, and accuracy. Now, the different types of DLP are, the first one is network DLP. So this is where we apply DLP to data in motion. Normally, this is implemented as dedicated appliances at perimeter. So it will not protect data on devices that are not on the organization network, and high cost probably force the organization to deploy only at network choke points.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of cybersecurity by answering this question. What is Code Red? A. An antivirus program. B. A photo editing software. C. A computer virus. D. A video editing software. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Then there is endpoint DLP, where DLP is in use for data in use and data in rest. So here a DLP agent is installed on the endpoint systems. The features of this is that it is more complex and we have to manage the agent, and the endpoint DLP is unaware of the violations happening to data in motion. And finally, there is hybrid DLP, where we deploy both endpoint DLP and network DLP. But this is the costliest and most complex approach, but this offers the best coverage and protection as it has the features of both the network DLP and endpoint DLP. Security architecture and engineering. Now, what is secure by design? So, security is best if it is designed and built into the foundation of anything we build and not added as an afterthought. So, once security is integrated as an important part of the design, it has to be engineered, implemented, tested, evaluated, and potentially certified and accredited. So, the security of a product must be evaluated against the availability, integrity, and confidentiality it claims to prove. Now, what are registers in CPU architecture? The CPU has various types of registers containing information about the instruction set and data to be executed. There are general registers which are used to hold variables and temporary results as the ALU works through its execution steps. Then there are special registers which hold information such as the program counter, stack pointer, and the program status word PSW. The program counter registers contains the memory address of the next instruction to be fetched, and the program status word PSW holds different condition bits. One of the bits indicates whether the CPU should be working in user mode or privileged mode. Now, what are the different modes? The first one is user mode. This is a lower privileged mode, and most applications and user-owned processes run in this mode, and this cannot directly communicate with the kernel. Then there is the kernel mode, which is the highest privilege level, and all trusted processes operate in this mode, and all processes in this mode can communicate directly with the kernel, and this is extremely robust and secure by design. Now, what are the execution types in CPU architecture? First one is multi-programming. So, this is the concurrent residency of more than one program in the main memory, and it is referred to as multi-programming. Once the currently executing program finishes its execution, the next program is dispatched for its consumption. Then multi-processing. When one system is connected to more than one processor which collectively work for the completion of the task, it is called multi-processing. So there are symmetric multiprocessing, where the operating system here resides on one processor and the other processor run user's program. Then asymmetric multiprocessing, the OS runs on any available processors. All the processors simultaneously run the user programs. Then there is multi-threading. So multi-threading is a programming paradigm where a process is divided into several sub-processes called threads. Each thread is independent and has its own path of execution with enabled inter-thread communication. So thread is a lightweight process, and each thread has its own program counter, stack, and register. Then there is multitasking. So this is the capability of OS to accept more than one task per user, and this is termed as multitasking. So multiple jobs are executed by the CPU simultaneously by switching between them. What is a memory? So the memory refers to different types of data storage technologies that a computer uses, like RAM, ROM, and flash memories. So the memories can be mainly divided into primary memories and secondary memories. And then in primary memories, there are memory caches, RAMs. In secondary memories, there are main memories. And then what we call as our magnetic tapes, magnetic disks, flash memories, etc. And these memories are also classified as volatile and non-volatile. Volatile memories are memories which cannot hold on to information longer. So when it is switched off, the information is gone. And then in non-volatile memories, the memories or the information is retained for longer periods. Now, what is interrupt? An interrupt is a signal to the processor emitted by the hardware or software, indicating an event that needs immediate attention. There are two types. The first one is hardware interrupt. This is an electronic alerting signal sent to the processor from an external device, which is either a part of the computer itself, such as a disk controller, or an external peripheral. For example, pressing a key on the keyboard or moving the mouse triggers hardware interrupts that cause the processor to read the keystroke or mouse position. Then there is software interrupt. This is caused either by an exceptional condition in the processor itself or by a special instruction in the instruction set which causes an interrupt when it is executed. For example, computers often use software interrupt instructions to communicate with the disk controller to request that data be read or written to the disk. Now, let's talk about the ring model. The OS has several protection mechanisms to ensure processes do not negatively affect the critical components of the system. One of the security mechanisms is a ring-based architecture. So they are containers and provide an execution environment for processes to carry out their functions, and barriers in that the different processes are walled off from each other based upon trusts the operating system has in them. The OS components that operate in ring 0 have the most access to memory locations, peripheral devices, system drivers, and sensitive configuration parameters. Because this ring provides much more dangerous access to critical resources, it is the most protected. And applications usually operate in ring 3, which limits the type of memory, peripheral device, and driver access activity and is controlled through the operating system services and system calls. The less trusted processes that are working in ring 3 send their communication request to an API provided by the operating system. Now, what are security modes? The US government designated 4 approved security modes for systems that process classified information. They are dedicated mode, system high mode, compartmented mode, and multi-level mode. So there are 3 specific elements that must exist before security modes are deployed. They are hierarchical MAC environment, total physical control over which subjects can access the computer console, and total control over which subjects can enter the same room as the computer console. Now we'll see what are the clearance and access approval I need to know in the dedicated mode, system high mode, compartment mode, and multi-level mode. In dedicated mode, the clearance are that the subject must have clearance to access all the information processed by the system, and access includes that the subject must have access approval for all the information, and in need to know is that the subject must have valid need to know. In system high mode, the subject must have clearance to access of all the information, must have access approval for all the information processed by the system, and it must have valid need to know for the some information processed by the system. In compartmented mode, the subject must have clearance to all information. It must have access approval for any information they will have access to on the system, and it have valid need to for all information they will have access to on the system. And in multi-level mode, some subject may not have clearance to access all the information processed by the system, and access is provided if the subject's clearance level dominates object classification. And they must have access approval for any information they will have access to on the system, must have valid need to know for information they will have access to on the system. Now, what is virtualization? So, virtualization is a technology that enables running multiple operating systems side by side on the same processing hardware. The benefits include efficiency, higher availability, and lower cost. So, there are different types. The first one is hypervisor, which is a software which is installed to virtualize a given computer. Then there are host machine, a computer on which a hypervisor is installed, and a guest machine, which are every virtual machines. So type 1 hypervisors run directly on the host machine's hardware. Example, Microsoft Hyper-V hypervisor, VMware, ESX, or ESXi. Then there are type 2 hypervisors which run within an existing operating system environment. Example, VMware Workstation, VirtualBox, etc. Now, what is a trusted computing base or TCB? The trusted computing base is a collection of all the hardware, software, and firmware components within a system that enforces the system's security policy. The components that make up the trusted computing base provide extra layers of protection around these mechanisms to help ensure they are not compromised, so the system will always run in a safe and predictable manner. The trusted path is a communication channel between the user or program and the TCB, and the TCB provides protection resources to ensure this channel cannot be compromised in any way. The trusted shell means that the processes in that shell command interpreter cannot bust out of it, and other processes cannot bust into it as well. A reference monitor. The reference monitor is an abstract machine that mediates all access subjects have to objects, both to ensure that the subjects have the necessary access rights and to protect the objects from unauthorized access and destructive modification. So for a system to achieve a higher level of trust, it must require subjects to be fully authorized prior to accessing an object. A subject must not be allowed to use requested resource until the subject has proven it has been granted access privileges to use the requested object. So access control is made up of rules which specify what subjects can communicate with which objects and what operations can be performed on them. Now let's talk about security models. A security model maps the abstract goals of the policy to information system terms by specifying explicit data structures and techniques necessary to enforce the security policy. The security model is usually represented in mathematics and analytical ideas, which are mapped into system specifications then developed by programmers through programming code. Security policy outlines goals without regard to how they will be accomplished. A model is a framework that gives the policy form and solves security access problems for particular situations. Now let's talk about the state machine model. So state is the snapshot of the system at one moment in time. Current permissions and current instances of subject accessing object must be captured. The state machine model is a mathematical model that groups all possible system occurrences called states. So every possible state of a system is evaluated, showing all possible interactions between the subject and object. And if every state is proven to be secure, the system is proven to be secure. Once the system is in a secure state, state machine will ensure that every time the system is accessed or changed, it will transition only from one secure state to another secure state. Example, if any component in the OS or firewall fail, it must fail to a secure state only. Now let's talk about the lattice model. So lattice-based access control, LBAC, is a complex access control model based on the interaction between any combination of objects such as resources, computers and applications and subjects such as individuals, groups or organizations. In this type of level-based mandatory access control model, a lattice is used to define the levels of security that an object may have and that a subject may have access to. And the subject is only allowed to access an object if the security level of the subject is greater than or equal to that of the object. Now, what is access control matrix? The access control matrix or access matrix is an abstract formal security model that characterizes the rights of each subject with respect to every object in the system. An access matrix can be envisioned as a rectangular array of cells with one row per subject and one column per object. The entry in a cell, that is the entry of a particular subject-object pair, indicates the access mode that the subject is permitted to exercise on the object. Each column is equivalent to an access control list for the object and each row is equivalent to a capability list for the subject. Non-interference model. So this model ensures that the objects and subjects at different security levels don't interfere with those at other levels. A computer is modeled as a machine with inputs and outputs. Inputs and outputs are classified as either low sensitivity, not highly classified, or high sensitive, not to be viewed by unclear individuals. A computer has the non-interference property if and only if any sequence of low inputs will produce the same low outputs, regardless of what the high-level inputs are. That is, if a low user is working in the machine, it will respond in exactly the same manner, whether or not a high user is working with sensitive data. The low user will not be able to acquire any information about the activities of the high user. The real intent of non-interference model is to address covered channels. A covered channel is a way of an entity to receive information in an unauthorized manner. Now, what is information flow model? The information flow model is based on a state machine model and consists of object, state transitions, and lattice states. So, information flow models are constructed to block unauthorized, insecure, or restricted information flow either between subjects and objects at the same classification level or between subjects and objects at different classification levels. It permits authorized information flows within the same classification level or between different classification levels while preventing all unauthorized information flows between or among the classification levels. Example, Bell, LaPadula, and BIBA. Bell-LaPadula model. So this model enforces the confidentiality aspects of access control. A system that employs this model is called a multi-level security system because users with different clearances use the system and the system processes data at different classification levels. So the rules and properties are the simple security rule is where a subject cannot read data at higher security level. Then the star property rule, subject cannot write data to an object at a lower security level. Then the strong star property rule, a subject can perform read and write functions only to objects at same security level. The drawbacks here are that it does not address integrity or availability and it does not address covered channels. Then there is the BIBA model. This model addresses the integrity of data within a system. It is not concerned with the security levels and confidentiality. The BIBA model uses integrity levels to prevent data at any integrity level from flowing to a higher integrity level. So the rules and properties are the star integrity axiom. This is where a subject cannot write data to an object at a higher integrity level. And symbol integrity axiom. This is where a subject cannot read data from a lower integrity level. an invocation property where a subject cannot request service at a higher integrity. The drawbacks are that it does not address integrity or availability, and it does not address covered channels. Then there is the Clark-Wilson model. So this is a commercially used model which preserves integrity. It focuses on well-formed transactions and separation of duties. It addresses all the goals of the integrity model, like prevents unauthorized users from making modifications, prevents unauthorized users from making improper modifications, and maintains internal and external consistency. This model uses the following elements: users that are active agents, transformation procedures, which are programmed abstract of operations such as read, write, and modify, constrained data items that can be manipulated only by TPs, unconstrained data items that can be manipulated by users via primitive read and write operations, and integrity verification procedures which check the consistency of the CDIs with external reality. Now, let's talk about the Brewer and Nash model, also known as the Chinese wall. The Brewer and Nash model, also called the Chinese wall model, states that subject can write to an object if and only if the subject cannot read another object that is in a different data set. So it was created to provide access control that can change dynamically depending upon a user's previous action. The main goal of the model is to protect against conflicts of interest by users' access attempts. Now, what is the Graham-Denning model? So, this model defines basic rights in terms of commands that a subject can execute over an object. It has 8 protection rights that detail how these functionalities should take place securely. So, how to securely create an object, how to securely create a subject, how to securely delete an object, how to securely delete a subject, how to securely provide the read access right, how to securely provide the grant access right, how to securely provide the delete access right, how to securely provide the transfer access right. So the model is based on access control matrix model. Now let's talk about the Sutherland model. The Sutherland model is an integrity model. It focuses on preventing interference in support of integrity. So it is formally based on the state machine model and the information flow model. However, it does not directly indicate specific mechanisms for protection of integrity. Instead, the model is based on the idea of defining a set of system states, initial states, and state transition. Through the use of only these predetermined secure states, integrity is maintained and interference is prohibited. A common example of the Sutherland model is its use to prevent a covered channel from being used to influence the outcome of a process or activity. Then take grant model. So this employs a direct graph to detect how rights can be passed from one subject to another subject or an object. So this defines the following rules like take rule, which allows the subject to take rights over an object, grant rule, which allows the subject to grant rights to object, create rule, which allows the subject to create new rights, and remove rule, which allows the subject to remove rights it has. Now let's talk about the composition theories. So systems are usually built by combining smaller systems, and security of components must be considered when these components are combined into larger ones. So this is based on the notion of how inputs and output between multiple systems relate to one another, which follows how information flows between systems rather than within an individual system. So types of composition theories are cascading, which where input for one system come from the output of another system. Then there is feedback, where one system provides input to another system, which reciprocates by reversing those roles. So that system A provides input for system B, and then system B provides input to system A. Then there is hookup, where one system sends input to another system but also sends input to external entities. Now what is a covert channel? So this is a type of attack that creates the capability to transfer information objects between processes that are not supposed to be allowed to communicate by the computer security policy or by the usual communication channel. So covered channel storage is there. This communicates by modifying a storage location such as a hard drive, and occurs when out-of-band data is stored in messages for the purpose of memory reuse. Example is steganography. Then there is covered timing channel. This performs operations that affect the real response time observed by the receiver. The methods are knowing when data is transferred between parties and monitoring the timing of operations. Security evaluation. Security evaluation examines the security relevant parts of a system, that is the TCP, access control mechanism, reference monitor, kernel, and the protection mechanism. The relationship and interaction between these components are also evaluated in order to determine the level of protection required and provided by the system. The purpose of security evaluation is to measure the security of protected systems, provide a common mechanism to evaluate vendor products, publish the findings of the product, and give level of security assurance to the product, and assure or allow customers to select products based on the evaluation results. The techniques used are TS-SEC, ITSEC, and common criteria. Now, what is TS-SEC? The Trusted Computer System Evaluation Criteria, TS-SEC, developed by the US DoD to impose security standards for the systems it used. The TSSCC established guidelines to be used when evaluating a standalone computer from the security perspective. These guidelines address basic security functionality and allow evaluators to measure and rate a system's functionality and assurance. It combines the functionality and assurance rating of the confidentiality protection offered by a system into the following categories, like the labels like A1, B3, B2, B1, C2, C1, and D. And it requires a verified design, security domains, structured protection, label security, discretionary protection, controlled access, and minimal security. Now, what is ITSEC? The Information Technology Security Evaluation Criteria represents an initial attempt to create security evaluation criteria in Europe. It was developed as an alternative to the TCSCC guidelines, and the ITSCC guidelines evaluate the functionality and assurance of a system using separate ratings for each category. The differences between both these guidelines are TCSCC concentrates exclusively on confidentiality, while ITSCC addresses some concerns about the loss of integrity and availability also. The ITSCC does not rely on the notion of a TCP, and it doesn't require a system security components to be isolated within a TCP. Unlike TCSCC, which required any change system to be re-evaluated anew, be it operating system upgrades, patches or fixes, application upgrades or changes and so forth, the ITSCC includes coverage for maintaining targets of evaluation after such changes without requiring a new formal evaluation. Now, what's the common criteria? The common criteria for information technology security evaluation is the official name for the international standard, that is ISO bar IEC 15408. It is an international set of specifications and guidelines developed for evaluation of information security products. The thorough evaluation of computer security products is assured by rigorous evaluation of the process of implementation, specification, and testing of computer security products. Evaluated products are assigned evaluation assurance levels or EAL. And these addresses functionality and assurance. The ISO bar IEC 15408 is used as the basis for evaluation of security properties. The 15408 1 is introduction and general evaluation model, 2 is the security functional components, and 3 security assurance components. Now, what is the process involved in the common criteria? So, the common criteria uses the following specific terms. The first one is protection profile. So, for a particular category of systems or products such as firewalls or IDS, protection profile is an independent set of security requirements and objectives. Then target of evaluation. This is the target product or system whose evaluation has to be done. Security target, the document that describes the target of evaluation, which includes security requirements and operational environment. And evaluation assurance level, which is the degree or score of evaluation of the tested system or product. Now, what are the different levels in the common criteria? The common criteria has 7 assurance levels. The range is from EAL1, where functionality testing takes place, to EAL7, where thorough testing is performed and the system design is verified. So the different levels that come in between are the EAL2, where the structurality is tested or is structurally tested, then EAL3, where methodically tested and checked, EAL4, methodically tested, designed and reviewed, EAL4, semi-formally designed and tested, EAL6, semi-formally verified, designed and tested. Now, what is shared security in cloud computing? So, the shared responsibility model for security in the cloud defines what should be the user's responsibility and what should be the cloud provider's responsibility. So, in the given table, the things given in the red font are the customer's responsibility or the user's responsibility, and those given in gray are the cloud security provider's responsibility. So, if you see in the case of on-premises system, for reference, everything is the users or the customer's responsibility, like user access, data, applications, operating system, network traffic, hypervisor, infrastructure, physical, all comes under the customer's responsibility. But in cloud, for IaaS, that is infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service, different things are comes under customer's responsibility and provider's responsibility. Infrastructure as a service, user access, data, applications and operating system, network traffic comes under customer responsibility, where hypervisor, infrastructure, physical comes under cloud provider's responsibility. In platform as a service, user access, data and applications comes under customer responsibilities, while operating system, network traffic, hypervisor, infrastructure and physical comes under cloud provider's responsibility. In software as a service, user access and data comes under customer responsibility, whereas applications, operating system, network traffic, hypervisor, infrastructure, and physical comes under cloud provider's responsibility. Now, let's talk about industrial control systems, ICS. So the first one is programmable logic controller, PLC. These are small industrial computers originally designed for factory automation and industrial process control. These can be programmed as per the process that needs to be controlled, and they are used as the primary controllers in smaller systems configuration, and they are extensively used in almost all industrial processes. Then there are distributed control systems, or DCS. These monitor and control distributed equipments in process plants and industrial processes. Unlike the PLC, which is standalone, DCS consists of dividing plant or process control into several areas, each managed by its own controllers, with the whole system connected to form a single entity. Supervisory control and data acquisition, SCADA. So this monitor and control a plant or equipment industries such as telecommunications, water and waste control, energy, oil and gas refining, etc. And they consist of remote terminal units spread geographically for the collection of data and are connected to this master station for centralized data acquisition via any communication system. The SCADA has remote terminal units, which are endpoints that connect directly to the sensors or actuators, data acquisition surveys that are backends that receive all data from endpoints, and human machine interface, HMI, that users in charge of controlling the systems interact with. Now, what is the Kirchhoff's principle? So, August Kirchhoff published a paper in 1883 stating that only secrets involved with the cryptography system should be the key. He claimed that the algorithm should be publicly known. He asserted that if security were based on too many secrets, there would be more vulnerabilities to possibly exploit. Making an algorithm publicly available means that many more people can view the source code, test it, and uncover any type of flaws or weaknesses. But everyone does not agree with it. Governments around the world create their own algorithms that are not released to the public. Their stance is that if a smaller number of people know how the algorithm works, then a smaller number of people will know how to possibly break it. So it is basically the same as the open source versus compiled software debate. Now, what is the strength of a crypto system? The strength of a crypto system depends on its algorithm, the secrecy of the key, the length of the key, and the initialization vector. The term that is used here is work factor, which is used to define the cryptographic strength, which is an estimate of the effort and resources it would take an attacker to penetrate a crypto system. Now, what is a one-time pad? So, a one-time pad is a perfect encryption scheme because it is considered unbreakable if implemented properly. It was invented by Gilbert Vernon in 1970, so sometimes it is referred to as the Vernon cipher as well. So, a plaintext message that needs to be encrypted has been converted into bits, and our one-time pad is made up of random bits. This encryption process uses binary mathematical functions called exclusive or usually abbreviated as XOR. The scheme is deemed unbreakable only if the following conditions are met. The pad must be used only one time. The pad must be as long as the message. The pad must be securely distributed and protected at all destinations. And the pad must be made up of truly random values. Now, what are key derivative functions? For complex key to be generated, a master key is commonly created and then symmetric keys are generated from it. For example, if an application is responsible for creating a session key for each subject that requests one, it should not be giving out the same instances of the one. So key derivation functions are used to generate keys that are made up of random values. Different values can be used independently or together as random key mix. It is important to remember that algorithms stay static and randomness provided by cryptography is mainly by means of the keying material. Now, what are confusion and diffusion? So, a strong cipher contains the right level of two main attributes, confusion and diffusion. So, confusion is commonly carried out through substitution. So, this uses complex substitution functions so that attackers cannot figure out how to substitute the right value. This makes the relationship between the key and the resulting ciphertext as complex as possible, so the key cannot be uncovered from the ciphertext. Each ciphertext value should depend upon several parts of the key. Then there is diffusion, which is carried out by using transposition. So diffusion takes place as individual bits of blocks are scrambled throughout the block. It means that a single plain text bit has influence over several of the ciphertext text. So changing a plain text value should change many ciphertext values, not just one. So this is also called avalanche effect. What are block ciphers? So when a block cipher is used for encryption and decryption processes, the message is divided into blocks of bits. These blocks are then put through mathematical functions one block at a time. So to encrypt a message using a block cipher that uses 64 bits. So the message of 640 bits is chopped up into 10 individual blocks of 64 bits, and each block is put through a succession of mathematical formulas, and what you end up with is a 10 blocks of encrypted text. They generally use symmetric keys and are widely used in commercial encryption algorithms. Examples are DES, 3DES, and AES. Stream ciphers. So a stream cipher does not divide a message into blocks. Instead, a stream cipher treats the message as a stream of bits and performs mathematical functions on each bit individually. A plain text will be transformed into a different ciphertext with each time it is encrypted. Stream ciphers use key stream generators which produce a stream of bits that is XORed with the plain text bits to produce ciphertext. This process is very similar to the one-time pad. Stream ciphers require a lot of randomness and encrypt individual bits at a time. This requires more processing power than the block ciphers require, which is why stream ciphers are better suited to implement at the hardware level.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cybersecurity, then Intellipaat has a post-graduation certification in cybersecurity and ethical hacking by ENICT Academy, MNIT Jaipur. This course is of very high quality and cost-effective, as it is taught by MNIT professors and industry experts.
Because block ciphers do not require as much processing power, they can be easily implemented at the software level. Stream ciphers are considered less secure than block ciphers and are used less frequently. One difficulty in proper stream cipher implementation is generating a truly random and unbiased key stream. Now, what is an initialization vector? Initialization vector or starting variable is a fixed size input to a cryptographic primitive that is typically required to be random or pseudo-random. This number is sometimes referred to as a nonce or number occurring once, as an encryption program uses it only once per section. If IVs are not used, then two identical plaintext values that are encrypted with the same key will create the same ciphertext. The characteristics are they are easy to implement in hardware. The long periods of no repeating patterns within key stream, a key stream not linearly related to the key, and statistically unbiased key stream. Now, what is a hybrid encryption? A hybrid system is one that uses symmetric and asymmetric encryption methods together. Public key cryptographers.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of cybersecurity by answering this question. Which one of the following can be considered as the class of computer threats? A. DOS attack. B. Phishing. C. Soliciting. D. Both A and C. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Or cryptography uses two keys for protecting encryption keys and key distribution, and a secret key is generated by a symmetric algorithm and used for bulk encryption. Each algorithm has its own pros and cons, so using them together can be the best of both worlds. This method is also sometimes called the digital envelope. Now, what is session keys? So, a session key is a single-use symmetric key that is used to encrypt messages between two users during a communication session. It provides more protection than static symmetric keys because it is valid for only one session between two computers. If an attacker captures the session, he will have a small window of time to use it to try to decrypt the messages being passed back and forth. Almost all data encryption takes place using session keys. Now, what is symmetric cryptography? So, several types of symmetric algorithms are in use today, and they have different methods of providing encryption and decryption functionality. The one thing that they all have in common is that they are symmetric algorithms, meaning the sender and receiver are using two instances of the same key. So, some the algorithms are data encryption standard, triple DES, Blowfish, International Data Encryption Algorithm, RC4, RC5, and RC6, Advanced Encryption Standard, etc. Now, what are DES modes? Electronic Code Book (ECB). This is the simplest and the weakest form of DES. So, the plain text is broken into independent 64-bit blocks which are encrypted. Each block is encoded independently of the other blocks, and operations can be run in parallel, helping to increase speed. Errors are contained and non-cascaded, and these are mostly used only for shorter messages like pins and passwords. This will produce identical ciphertext for identical plaintext and keys, and susceptible to non-plaintext attacks as there is not enough randomness while encrypting independent blocks. Then there is cipher block chaining. So it is stronger than ECB and uses an IV to add randomness to encryption. The previous ciphertext becomes IV for the next block using a chaining function. Uses 64-bit plaintext blocks which are XORed with 64-bit IV. Same plaintext block results in different ciphertext block. Each previous cipher block should be chained to be input with the current plaintext block. The encryption of a block depends on current and all blocks before it, and repeated plaintext is encrypted differently. Errors gets cascaded and it is used for bulk encryption. Then there is cipher feedback. So this is used when it is required to encrypt stream of data. The plaintext is divided into 1, 8, 64 or 128 bit segments, and a ciphertext segment depends on the current and all preceding plaintext segments. A corrupted ciphertext segment during transmission will affect the current and next several plaintext segments. So size of the ciphertext must be same as that of the block of plaintext, and the users are streaming data encryption and authentication. Then there is output feedback. So this mode uses or is used when the error propagation is not accepted. So encrypted key stream of previous block is fed to the next block to create the next portion of the key stream. So the block cipher is used as a stream cipher, and key stream needs to be of the same size as the block of plain text. The IV should be generated randomly each time and sent with the cipher text. The uses are stream encryption over noisy channels, digital video and audio signals. Then there is counter. So this uses 64-bit random data blocks counter as the first IV and uses an IV counter that increments for each plain text block that needs to be encrypted. So like stream cipher, the encrypted counter values generate a key stream which is then XORed with the message stream. This can be any function which produces a sequence which is guaranteed not to repeat for a long time. There is no chaining involved, and uses are high-speed network encryptions, encrypting ATM cells, IPsec, and wireless 802.11i. The strengths of this counter are random access to encrypted data blocks. Blocks can be processed in parallel, and simple and fast encryption or decryption. Then there is triple DES, also known as 3DES. It uses 48 rounds of transposition and substitution. It uses three 56-bit keys instead of one. And compared to DES, it is approximately 56 times stronger. It is used in secure electronic transmission of data. The 3DES modes are DES 333 that uses three different keys for encryption, and the data is encrypted, encrypted, and encrypted. Then there is DES EDE3. It uses three different keys for encryption. The data is encrypted, decrypted, and encrypted. Then there is DES 222. This uses only two keys, and first and third encryption processes use the same key. Then there is DES EDE2, uses only two keys, and the first and third encryption processes use the same key. This is a table of the summary of all the symmetric algorithms. Now, what is asymmetric cryptography? So, asymmetric cryptography, also known as public key cryptography, is a process that uses a pair of related keys, one public key and one private key, to encrypt and decrypt a message and protect it from unauthorized access or use. Examples are the Rivers-Shamir-Edelman, elliptic curve cryptostem, Diffie-Hellman, L-Gamal, digital signature algorithm. Diffie-Hellman algorithm. So, the Diffie-Hellman algorithm enables two systems to generate a symmetric key securely without requiring a previous relationship or prior arrangement. This allows two users to exchange a secret key, requires no prior secrets, does not provide for encryption or digital signature functions. The algorithm is based on the difficulty of calculating discrete logarithms in a finite field and is currently used in many protocols, namely SSL, TLS, SSH, IPsec, and public key infrastructure. This is vulnerability to man-in-the-middle attack. Now, what is the RSA algorithm? The RSA, named after its investors Ron Rivest, Adi Shamir, and Leonard Edelman, is a public key algorithm that is the most popular when it comes to asymmetric algorithm. RSA is worldwide de facto standard and can be used for digital signatures, key exchange, and encryption. The security of this algorithm comes from the difficulty of factoring large numbers into their original prime numbers. It can be used for encryption and digital signatures. It can be used as a key exchange protocol, meaning it is used to encrypt the symmetric key to get it securely to its destination. Elliptic curve crypto system. The elliptic curve crypto system is when instead of generating keys as the product of very large prime numbers, ECC generates keys through the properties of the elliptic curve equation. An ECC key of 160-bit provides the same protection as a 1024-bit RSA key. ECC is more efficient than RSA, provides encryption, digital signature, and key exchange, and is used in devices with limited processing, storage, and bandwidth capacity. Example are wireless and mobile phones. Then there is the LGML algorithm, which is a public key algorithm that can be used for digital signatures, encryption, and key exchange. It is based on calculating discrete logarithms in a finite field. A discrete logarithm is the power to which we raise a given integer in order to get another given integer. In other words, if b and g are integers, then k is the logarithm in the equation. Pk equals L. Gamal provides the same type of functionality as some of other asymmetric algorithms. Its main drawback is performance. When compared to other algorithms, this algorithm is usually the slowest. L-Gamal is an extension of the Diffie-Hellman algorithm. Now, what are one-way functions? A one-way function is a mathematical function that is easier to compute in one direction than in the opposite direction. RSA algorithm and all other asymmetric functions are based upon this concept. The easy direction of computation in the one-way function that is used in RSA algorithm is the process of multiplying two large prime numbers. Multiplying two numbers to get the resulting product is much easier than factoring the product and recovering the two initial large prime numbers used to calculate the obtained product, which is the difficult direction. So the work factor is the amount of time and resources it would take for someone to break an encryption method. In asymmetric algorithms, the work factor relates to the difference in time and effort that carrying out a one-way function in the easy direction takes compared to carrying out a one-way function that in the hard direction. In most cases, the larger the key size, the longer it would take carrying out the one-way function in the hard direction. Zero knowledge proof. Zero knowledge proof is a method by which one party can prove to another party that they know a value x without conveying any information apart from the fact that they know the value x. Zero knowledge proof is used in cryptography. For example, if user encrypts something with his private key, you can verify his private key was used by decrypting the data with her public key. By encrypting something with the private key, user is proving to you that she has her private key, but she does not give or show you her private. Now, what is message integrity? Message integrity means that the message has not been tampered with or altered. Parity bits and cyclic redundancy check functions have been used in protocols to detect modifications in streams of bits, but they can usually detect only unintentional modifications. Parity bits cannot identify whether a message was captured by an intruder, altered, and then sent on to the intended destination. For this type of protection, hash algorithms are required to successfully detect unintentional or intentional unauthorized modifications to data. Now, what is hashing or one-way hash? A one-way hash is a function that takes a variable length string and produces a fixed length value called a hash value. So, the hashing algorithm is not a secret, it is publicly known. The secret of the one-way hashing function is its one-wayness. The function is run in only one direction and not the other direction. The receiver does not attempt to reverse the process at the other end, but instead runs the same hashing function one way and compares the two results. The problem here is the lack of any authentication. So if, for example, Alice writes a message, calculates a message digest, appends the digest to the message and sends it to Bob, Eve can intercept this message after Alice's message, recalculate another message digest, append it to the message and send it on to Bob. When Bob receives it, he verifies the message digest but never knows the message was altered by Eve. Now, what are MAC functions? A message authentication code MAC function is an authentication scheme derived by applying a secret key to a message in some form. This does not mean that the symmetric key is used to encrypt the message. The key is just used for the purpose of authentication. There are three basic types of MAC functions. They are hash MAC or HMAC, CBC MAC, and CMAC. Now, what is hash MAC? If Alice were to use a HMAC function instead of just a plain hashing algorithm, a symmetric key would be concatenated with her message. The result of this process would be put through a hashing algorithm and the result would be a MAC value. This MAC value would be then appended to her message and sent to Bob. So if he were to intercept the message and modify it, he would not have the necessary symmetric key to create the MAC value that Bob will attempt to generate. Then what is CBC MAC? In cipher block chaining message authentication code, the message is encrypted with a symmetric block cipher in CBC mode and the output of the final block of ciphertext is used as the MAC. The sender does not send the encrypted version of the message, but instead sends the plaintext version and the MAC attached to the message. The receiver receives the plaintext message and encrypts it with the same symmetric block cipher in CBC mode and calculates an independent MAC value. The receiver compares the new MAC value with the MAC value sent with the message. This method does not use a hashing algorithm as does HMAC. Now, what is a public key infrastructure? PKI. A public key infrastructure consists of programs, data formats, procedures, communication protocols, security policies, and public key cryptography mechanisms working in a comprehensive manner to enable a wide range of dispersed people to communicate in a secure and predictable fashion. So, PKI provides authentication, confidentiality, non-repudiation, and integrity of the messages exchanged. PKI is an ISO authentication framework that uses public key cryptography and the X.509. It is a hybrid system of symmetric and asymmetric key algorithms. Now, what are digital certificates? So, one of the most important pieces of a PKI is digital certificate. A certificate is the mechanism used to associate a public key with a collection of key components in a manner that is sufficient to uniquely identify the claimed owner. The standard for how the CA creates a certificate is X.509, which detects the different fields used in certificate and the valid values that can populate those fields. The certificate includes the serial number, version number, identity information, algorithm information, lifetime dates, and the signature of the issuing authority. Now, what is the certificate authority? The CA is the trusted third party that allows people who have never met to authenticate to each other and to communicate in a secure method. The digital certificate is created and signed by a trusted third party, which is a certificate authority. When the CA signs the certificate, it binds the individual's identity to the public key, and the CA takes liability for the authenticity of the individual. When a person requests a certificate, the registration authority verifies that individual's identity and passes the certificate request off to the CA. CA are organizations dedicated to this type of service. Examples are Interest and VeriSign. All browsers have several well-known CAs configured by default. Most are configured to trust dozens or hundreds of CAs. Now, what are digital signatures? A digital signature is a hash value that has been encrypted or signed with the sender's private. The hashing function ensures the integrity of the message, and the signing of the hash value provides authentication and non-repudiation. The act of signing just means the value was encrypted with the private. NIST proposed a federal standard called the Digital Signature Standard. It requires to use DSA, RSA, or the elliptical digital signature algorithm, and SHA. Now, what is key management? Key management is the most challenging part of cryptography and also the most crucial. It is one thing to develop a very complicated and complex algorithm and key method, but if the keys are not securely stored and transmitted, it does not really matter how strong the algorithm. The key management principles are: keys should be stored and transmitted by secure means, keys should be extremely random, and the algorithm should use the full spectrum of the key space. The key's lifetime should correspond with the sensitivity of the data it is protecting. The more the key is used, the shorter its lifetime should be. Keys should be backed up or escrowed in any case of emergencies, and keys should be properly destroyed when their lifetime comes to an end. Now, what is a key escrow? Key escrow is a process or entity that can recover lost or corrupted cryptographic keys. When two or more entities are required to reconstruct a key for key recovery process, this is known as multi-party key recovery. Multi-party key recovery implements dual control, meaning that two or more people must be involved with a critical task. Now, what is a TPM or Trusted Platform Module? The Trusted Platform Module is a microchip installed on the motherboard of modern computers and is dedicated to carrying out security functions like storage and processing of symmetric and asymmetric keys, hashes, and digital certificates. The use of a dedicated and encoded hardware-based platform drastically improves the root of trust of the computing system. The most common usage scenario of the TPM is to bind a hard disk drive, where the content of a given hard disk drive is affixed with a particular computing system. The content of the hard disk is encrypted, and the decryption key is stored away in the TPM chip. And another application of the TPM is sealing system state to a particular hardware and software configuration. Sealing a computing system through TPM is used to deter any attempts to tamper with the system's configuration. Digital rights management. This refers to a set of methods that is applied to control access to copyrighted data. DRM mostly makes use of cryptographic technologies. DRM technologies are also used to protect documents. Adobe, Amazon, and Apple all have their own approaches to limiting the number of copies of an ebook that you can download. And another approach to DRM is the use of digital watermarks, which are stenographically embedded into the file and can document details such as the owner of the file, the license, and the date of purchase. An approach to DRM board that does not require internet connectivity is the use of product keys. When you install your application, the key you entered is checked against the proprietary algorithm, and if it matches, the installation is activated. Site and facility design. Without control over the physical environment, no collection of administrative, technical, or logical access controls can provide adequate security. Physical controls are your first line of defense. The first thing is a secure facility plan. A secure facility plan outlines the security needs of your organization and emphasizes methods or mechanisms to employ to provide security. Critical path analysis is a systematic effort to identify the relationship between mission critical application, processes, and operation and all the necessary supporting elements. When critical path analysis is performed properly, a complete picture of the interdependent and interactions necessary to sustain the organization is produced. Security staff should participate in site and facility design considerations. Site selection. Site selection should be based on the security needs of the organization. Cost, location, and size are important, but addressing the requirements of security should always take precedence. At a minimum, ensure that the building is designed to withstand fairly extreme weather conditions and that it can deter or fend off cover-based break-in attempts. Then visibility is important. What is the surrounding terrain? Would it be easy to approach a facility by vehicle or foot, etc. should also be considered. Then there is facility design. A proper level of security must be planned and designed before construction begins. Important issues to consider include combustibility, fire rating, construction materials, placement, control of items such as walls, doors, ceilings, etc. There is also a concept called crime prevention through environmental design. The guiding idea is to structure the physical environment and surroundings to influence individual decisions that potential offenders make before committing any criminal acts. CPTD, crime prevention through environmental design, is a discipline that outlines how the proper design of a physical environment can reduce crime by directly affecting human behavior. Three aspects of CPTD are natural territorial reinforcement. This creates physical designs that emphasizes companies' physical sphere of influence. So legitimate users feel a sense of ownership of that space can be done through walls, fences, landscaping, etc. Then there is natural surveillance. The goal is to make criminals feel uncomfortable by providing many ways of observers or many observers who could potentially see them and make all the people feel safe and comfortable by providing an open and well-defined environment. Then there is natural access control, the guidance of people entering and leaving a space by the placement of doors, fences, lighting, and even landscaping. Access control should also be in place for all facility entrances and exits. Then there is wiring closet security. So wiring closet is where the networking cables for a whole building or just a floor are connected to other essential equipment such as patch panels, switches, routers, LAN extenders, and backbone channels. A more technical name for wiring closet is premises wire distribution room. In a multi-story configuration, the wiring closets are often located directly above or below each other on their respective floor. The ground rule for wiring closet security are never use the wiring closet as a general storage area, have adequate locks, keep the area tidy, do not store inflammable or flammable items in the area, set up video surveillance for monitoring activity, using door open sensors to log entries, not giving keys to anyone except the authorized administrator, regular physical inspections, and ensuring the environment control and monitoring as well as detect damaging conditions such as flooding or fire. Media storage. Media storage facilities should be designed to securely store blank media, reusable media, and installation media. Whether hard drives, flash memory devices, tapes, etc., media should be controlled against theft and corruption. So, media should be stored in locked cabinets or safes, have librarians or custodians who manage them, use check-in and check-out process to track who is coming. Then for reusable media, when the media is returned, run secure drive sanitization or zeroization process to remove all data remnants. Then safes are commonly used to store media. Passive locking can be used for where safes can detect if someone attempts to tamper with it, in which extra internal boards will fall into place to ensure it cannot be compromised. Thermal locking safes can identify temperature changes and implement additional locks. Then there is evidence storage. So as cybercrime events continue to increase, it is important to retain logs, auditories, and other records of digital events. It also may be necessary to retain image copies of drives or snapshots of virtual machines for future analysis. So, secure evidence storage needs to employ the following: a dedicated storage system distinct from the production network, keeping the storage system offline, blocking internet and connectivity to and from the storage system, tracking all the activities in the system, calculating hashes for all the data sets stored in the system, limiting access to the security administration and legal counsel, and encrypting all data sets stored on the system. Now, what is physical access abuse? Physical access controls can be abused. Masquerading can be used to using someone else's security ID to enter a facility. Backing can be used is where following someone through a secure gate or door without being identified or authorized person. The prevention techniques can be turnstile, which is a form of gate that prevents more than one person at a time from gaining entry and often restricts movement in one direction. Man traps can be used, which are double set of doors that is often protected by a guard or some other physical layout that prevents piggybacking and can trap individuals at the discretion of security personnel. CCTV monitoring and recording of the movement of personnel can also be used. And what is emanation security? So, electrical devices emanate signals or radiation that can be intercepted by unauthorized individuals. With the right equipment, an adversary can interpret them to extract confidential data. Safeguards should be used to protect against emanation attacks, and they are known as tempest. So, Faraday cage can be used, which box, mobile room, or entire building designed with an external metal skin, often a wire mesh. This acts as an EMA absorbing capacitor that prevents electromagnetic signals from escaping or entering the area. Then white noise, which is broadcasting false traffic at all times to mask and hide the presence of real emanation. Then there is control zones, which is the implementation of either a cage or a white noise generator or generation or both to protect a specific area in an environment. The rest of the environment is not affected. So what is HVAC? HVAC stands for heating, ventilation, and air conditioning. So the temperature and humidity should be maintained within reasonable limits. A positive pressure and drainage should be employed. Recommended humidity levels should be between 40 to 55%. Low humidity causes static electricity, and high humidity may cause corrosion. So recommended temperature range for a data center is 68 to 77 Fahrenheit. Now let's talk about power protection. Protecting power can be done in the following ways, like using UPSs, generators, standby power lines, or power line conditioners or regulators. So the type of interference or noise that can happen in an infrastructure system is electromagnetic interference. So EMA can be created by the difference between three wires, hot, neutral, and ground, and the magnetic field they create. Also, there can be radio frequency interference, where RFI can be caused by anything that creates radio waves. Fluorescent lighting is one of the main causes of RFI within buildings today. Now, what are the power issues? Interference interrupts the flow of an electric current, and fluctuations can actually deliver a different level of voltage than what was expected. So each fluctuation can be damaging to devices and people. So what is power excess? So spikes can happen where there is momentary high voltage, and surges can happen where there are prolonged high voltage. Then power loss can happen where faults where momentary power outage can happen, and blackouts where prolonged complete loss of electric power can happen. Then there is power degradation, sag or dip, which is a momentary low voltage condition from one cycle to a few seconds. Brownouts, which are prolonged power supply that is below normal voltage, and inrush current, which is initial surge of current required to start a load. Then fire. What are the prevention, detection, and suppression methods? Fire prevention, detection, and suppression is a must for protecting personnel from harm, and this should be always important goal of any security protection system. In addition, protecting other assets and materials, especially that should also be a priority. The three corners of the triangle represents fire, heat, and oxygen. The center of the triangle represents the chemical reaction among these three elements. So different suppression mediums address different aspects of the fire. Water suppresses the temperature, soda acid and other dry powder suppress the fuel supply, CO2 suppresses the oxygen supply, halon substitutes and other non-flammable gases interfere with the chemistry of the combustion and or suppresses the oxygen supply. The four primary stages of fire are stage 1, the incipient stage. At this stage, there is only air ionization but no smoke. Then there is stage 2, the smoke stage. In stage 2, smoke is visible at the point of ignition. Then the stage 3 of the flame stage. This is when a flame can be seen with the naked eye. And the stage 4 is the fire. This is considerably further down the time scale to the point where there is an intense heat buildup and everything in the area burns. Now let's talk about fire extinguishers. There are several types of fire extinguishers. Understanding what type to use on various forms of fire is essential to effective fire suppression. So the classes are A, B, C, D, and the types are common combustibles, liquids, electrical, and metal. So in common combustibles, the suppression methods are water or soda acid. In liquids, CO2, halon, soda acid can be used. For electrical, we can use CO2 or halon, and in metal, we use dry powder. Then there are water sprinklers. So typically simpler and less expensive, but can cause water damage. So wet pipe systems, also known as closed head system, is always full of water. Water discharges immediately when suppression is triggered. Then there are dry pipe system, which contains compressed air. Once suppression is triggered, the air escapes, opening a water valve that in turn causes the pipes to fill and discharge water into the environment. Then there are deluge systems, which is another form of dry pipe system that uses larger pipes and therefore delivers a significantly larger volume of water. Deluge systems are inappropriate for environments that contain electronics and computers. Then there are pre-action systems, which is a combination of dry pipe or wet pipe systems. The system exists as a dry pipe until the initial stages of a fire are detected, and then the pipes are filled with water. The water is released only after the sprinkler head activation triggers are melted by sufficient heat. Then there are gas discharge systems, usually more effective than water discharge system. However, gas discharge systems should not be used in environments with which people are located. Halon is an effective fire suppression compound, but it degrades into toxic gases at high temperatures and hence was banned. Owing to issues with halon, it is often replaced by more ecologically friendly and less toxic mediums like FM200, CE410 or CA308, NAFS3, Fe13, argon or argonite, and inergen. Let's see what is system architecture. So, a system architecture refers to the fundamental organization of a system. It is the model that defines the structure and behavior of the system. So, system architecture describes the major components of the system and how they interact with each other, with the users, and with other systems. So, system architecture comes at the highest level in system development. System development refers to the entire life cycle of a system, including the planning, analysis, design, building, testing, deployment, retirement phases, etc. The system architecture description in ISO 42010 defined the following. The first one is architecture. Architecture is the fundamental organization of a system, its components, their relationships to each other and to the environment, and also the principles guiding its design and evolution. Then there is architecture description or AE, which is a collection of documents, document types to convey an architecture in a format. Then it describes what a stakeholder is, which is an individual, team, or organization or classes thereof with interest in or concerns relative to a system. Then it describes what a view is. View is a representation of a whole system based on a set of concern. And finally, a viewpoint, which is a specification of the conventions for constructing and using a view. Now, what is computer architecture? Computer architecture is a set of rules and methods that describes the functionality, organization, and implementation of computer system. It encompasses all the parts of the computer system that are necessary for it to function, like the CPU, memory chips, logic circuits, storage devices, input and output devices, security components, etc. The relationship between these components can be complex, and it is necessary they all function together to get a secure computer system. Now, let's see what is CPU architecture. A CPU is the electronic circuitry within a computer, carries out the instructions of a computer program by performing the basic arithmetic, logical, control, and input-output operations specified through instructions. So the central processing unit is the brain of the computer, and in the most general description possible, it fetches instructions from the memory and executes them.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of cybersecurity by answering this question. What is code red? A. An antivirus program. B. A photo editing software. C. A computer virus. D. A video editing software. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So the CPU contains registers that point to memory locations that contain the next instructions to be executed. The arithmetic logic unit, or ALU, in the CPU performs the mathematical functions and logical operations on data. The ALU can be thought of as the brain of the CPU, and the CPU is the brain of the computer. Then the control unit manages and synchronizes the system while different applications, code, and operating system instructions are being executed. So the ALU and the control unit forms the CPU. Let's see what are process states. At any point in time, there will be many number of processes happening in a system, and they can be in the following states. So the processes can be either in the ready state, where the process is waiting to send instructions to the CPU. It can be in the running state, where the CPU is executing the instructions that the process or the program has given it. It can also be in the blocked or waiting state, where the process is waiting for some data to be input. It can be in the supervisory state, where the process must perform some actions that requires the privileges that are not in its current set of privileges. Then it can be finally in the stopped state, where the process has completely given all the instructions to the CPU, and the CPU has completed all the instructions, and the process is finished or terminated. Now, we have seen that the processes can be in the different states, and multiple processes can run at the same time. So process isolation is something that needs to be discussed here. Process isolation is the fundamental function of most operating systems, where it isolates or protects the system integrity by preventing one process from interacting or interfering with another, so that the processes do not interfere with each other or the system's code or data, and prevents untrusted code from accessing protected resources. So process isolation is necessary to ensure that processes do not communicate in an insecure manner or negatively affect each other's productivity. The different practices in process isolation are encapsulation of objects. So encapsulation of objects is when a process is encapsulated, no other process understands or interacts with its internal programming code. For example, when process A needs to communicate with process B, process A only needs to know how to communicate with the interface of process B. Process A does not need to know how process B is working. Then there is time multiplexing. We have already said that many processes run at the same time, and multiple processes use the same resources. So as said, the CPU must be shared among many processes. Although it seems as though applications are running simultaneously, the operating system is actually splitting up the time shares between each process, and this is called time multiplexing. Then there is naming distinctions, where identifiable unique names are given for distinct processes so they can be identified. Processes are usually assigned process identification or PID values, which the operating system and other processes use to call upon them. And finally, there is virtual memory mapping, where virtual address mapping allows the different processes to have their own memory space. So the operating system ensures no process improperly interact with another process's memory. This provides integrity and confidentiality for the individual processes and their data, and overall a stable processing environment for the operating system. Let's see what are the different kinds of memory. The first one is random access memory. Random access memory is the hardware storage in a computing device where the operating system, application programs, and the data in current use are kept so that they can be quickly reached by the device's processor. So the random access memory is actually a temporary storage facility where it only stores the applications or the programs or data that is currently in use. So it is used for read or write activities of the OS and applications, and it directly affects the speed of the computer as the processor is directly reading from the RAM. RAM is made up of transistors and capacitors. Then there is read-only memory, where it is a type of non-volatile memory used in computers and other electronic devices. So the data stored in ROM cannot be electronically modified after the manufacture of the memory device. So the data can be written to it, but it cannot be modified. If the data is once written, it can only be read. It cannot be modified. So software that is stored in the ROM is often called firmware, and it is used in the startup of devices. Then there is cache memory. Cache memory is a type of fast, relatively small memory that is stored on computer hardware, commonly shortened to cache. It is classified as random access memory, which computer microprocessors can access more quickly than the regular RAM. So it is actually kind of a RAM only, but it is most commonly stored in the same chip as the processor, so that the processor can much faster access to the cache memory than the RAM. It improves the overall speed of the computer. Then there is virtual memory. So virtual memory is a feature in operating systems where it enables a computer to be able to compensate for shortages in the physical memory by transferring data from the random access memory to the disk storage. So Windows thing where we can actually use our secondary storage to extend the capabilities of our RAM. So that is a virtual memory. So we also call it as swap space, which is the reserved hard drive space used to extend the RAM capabilities. So when a program requests access to data in swap space, it is brought from the hard drive back into memory in specific units called pages. Now, what is a memory manager? A memory manager is a software utility that operates in conjunction with the operating system. It helps manage memory more efficiently than and provides additional features such as flushing out unused segments of memory and giving memory allocation to the required processors and all. All modern operating systems provide memory management. So following are the responsibilities of memory manager. So the first one is relocation, where it maintains the ability to swap memory contents from memory to secondary storage as needed. Then there is protection, where it provides a control to memory segments and restricts what processors can write to memory. Then there is sharing, where the manager allows the sharing of information based on the user's level of access. Then there is logical organization, where it provides for the sharing and support of dynamic link libraries. And finally, physical organization, which provides for the physical organization of memory. Now, memory protection. So memory protection is a way to control memory access rights on a computer, and it is a part of the most modern instruction set architectures and operating systems. The main purpose of memory protection is to prevent a process from accessing memory that has not been allocated yet. The different practices followed to achieve this memory protection are segmentation, which refers to the dividing of a computer's memory into segments. A reference to memory location includes a value that identifies a segment and an offset within that segment. Then there is paging, where memory address space or segment is divided into equal sized blocks called pages. It is possible for an unprivileged application to access a page that has not been explicitly allocated to it, because every memory address either points to a page allocated to that application or generates an interrupt called a page fault. Then there is address space layout randomization, or ASLR, where it randomly arranges the address space positions of key data areas of a process, including the base of the executable and the positions of the stack, heap, and library. This makes it difficult for an attacker to predict target addresses. Then there is executable space protection, which marks memory regions as non-executable, such that an attempt to execute machine code in these regions will cause an exception. So this helps to prevent certain buffer overflow exploits from succeeding. These attacks rely on some part of memory, usually the stack, being both writable and executable. If it is not, the attack fails. Now, what is system security architecture? So system security architecture is an approach to system architecture from the point of view of security. So security starts at the policy level, and it is called security policy. So with high level directives that provide the foundational goals for a system overall, and the components that make it up from a security perspective is called a security policy. A security policy is a strategic tool that dictates how sensitive information and resources are to be managed and protected. So, the security policy describes discretionary access control based operating system. It provides role based access control functionality. It has the capability of protecting data classified at public and confidential levels. It does not allow unauthorized access to sensitive data or critical system function. It enforces least privilege and separation of duties. So in the 1972, the US government released a report that outlined foundational security requirements of computer systems. This resulted in the Trusted Computer System Evaluation Criteria, which shaped the security architecture of almost all the systems in use today. So some of the core tenets of these requirements were the trusted computing base, security perimeter, reference monitor, and security kernel. Now, what is a security perimeter? So a security perimeter is basically a boundary that divides the trusted from the untrusted. For the system to stay in a secure and trusted state, communication standards must be developed to ensure that when a component within the TCP or the trusted computing base needs to communicate with a component outside the TCP, it cannot expose the system to unexpected security compromise. This type of communication is handled through interfaces. So CPU architects provides various rings for this, and the most trusted components go inside ring 0, and the less trusted components would go into the other rings. So strict and controlled communication has to be put into place to make sure the less trusted component does not compromise the more trusted component. And this control is usually happening through APIs. Now, what is a security kernel? So a security kernel refers to the central part of a computer security measures or the hardware, firmware, and software that implements the basic security procedures for controlling access to system resources. So the security kernel mediates all the access and functions between its subjects and objects. It is the core of the trusted computing base and is the most commonly used approach to building trusted computing systems. So the security kernel has three main requirements. The first one is that it must provide isolation for the processors carrying out the reference monitor concept, and the processors must be tamper-proof. It must be invoked for every access attempt and must be impossible to circumvent. Thus, the security kernel must be implemented in a complete and foolproof way. Then, it must be small enough to be tested and verified in a complete and comprehensive manner. Now, what is trust and assurance? So, trust is like a belief that a computer entity or system will do what it should do to protect resources and be safe from attack. So, a system is set as trustworthy if there is sufficient credible evidence saying that the system will meet a set of given requirements. So this is more intended to define the functionality of the system. Whereas assurance is the degree of confidence that a system meets its security requirements based on specific evidence provided by the application of assurance techniques. It is much deeper than trust and states the system will work in a correct and predictable manner in each and every computing situation. This is more intended to define quality. So trust defines functionality and assurance defines quality. Now let's see what is certification and accreditation. So certification and accreditation is the process used to evaluate and approve a system for use. So first of all, what is certification? So certification is the technical review that assesses the security mechanism and evaluates their.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cybersecurity, then Intellipaat has a post-graduation certification in cybersecurity and ethical hacking by ENICT Academy, MNIT Jaipur. This course is of very high quality and cost-effective, as it is taught by MNIT professors and industry experts.
Effectiveness. It may use processes to safeguard evaluation, risk analysis, verification, testing, and auditing techniques. So the goal is to ensure that the system is right for the customer's purpose. And the certification is often an internal verification and is trusted only within the organization. Then what is accreditation? Accreditation is the formal declaration by the designated approving authority, DAA, that an IT system is approved to operate in a particular security mode using the given set of safeguards at an acceptable level of risk. Once accreditation is performed, management can formally accept the adequacy of the overall security performance of an evaluated system. Now let's see what is open system versus closed system. First of all, open system. So open systems are built upon standards, protocols, and interfaces that have published specifications. So the specifications are public or known to a large portion of the public. And it provides interoperability between products created by different vendors. And it also provides interfaces that enable each system to easily communicate with others and add-ons to hook to the system easily, which means that we can add our own separate devices that function with the system or which has much easier compatibility with the system. And in open systems, most of the systems in use today are open systems. Then there are closed systems. So closed systems use an architecture that does not follow industry standards. And due to this, interoperability and standard interferences are not employed to enable easy communication between the different types of system. And this also means that we cannot add compatible hardware or add-ons to the system. So these closed systems are proprietary, meaning the system can only communicate with the systems of similar architecture. And it can potentially provide more security to the system because it may operate in a more secluded environment than open environment. Now, what is a client-based system and a server-based system? So the first one is client-based. So client-based refers to built-in applications that can execute entirely on one user device. Example, text editors, painting tools, or all those tools that can run on one device are called client-based. So these are installed on a specific computer and then the users can interact with it with no internet connectivity. The application may still reach out for updates or some form of social connectivity or something, but none of its core features require remote processing. And client-based systems tend to have weak or minimal authentication mechanism, and the data is usually stored in plain text. Then there is server-based system. Server-based systems requires that two or more separate applications have to interact with each other across a network connection. So example would be web-based systems. Now what is a distributed system? Any system in which the multiple computing nodes which are interconnected by a network and where exchange information is happening for the accomplishment of collective tasks. Such systems are called distributed systems. A client-server system is a specific kind of distributed system in which devices in one group act as clients for devices in the adjacent group. So distributed systems pose special challenges in terms of security simply because of the number of devices that are involved. Because there are a large number of devices that comes in the client side and in the server side. So and susceptible to attacks like man in the middle attack. Now what is cloud computing? So cloud computing is the use of shared remote computing devices for the purpose of providing improved efficiencies, performance, reliability, scalability, and security. These devices are usually based on virtual machines and can be outsourced to a third-party provider or provided in-house. So cloud computing is basically the sharing of resources over a network. And there are three models for cloud computing activities. They are software as a service, platform as a service, and infrastructure as a service. So the first one is software as a service, where the users of software as a service is allowed to use specific application that execute on the service provider's environment. So for example, any photo editor or video editor that works on your browser is actually working from on the cloud. It is not using the resources that is present on your device. So it is a software as a service. Then there is platform as a service. In this model, the user gets access to a computing platform that is typically built on a server operating system. So here the users are getting platforms or development environments where it can be used to web applications, etc. Then there is infrastructure as a service where it provides unfettered access to the cloud devices which you will need to subscribe under an IaaS model. It is like in your phone you have cloud storage. So it is actually giving you storage as a service. So storage is a kind of infrastructure. If in the real life we needed storage, we would have to buy physical hardware. But here we are getting that infrastructure via the cloud. So that is known as infrastructure as a service. Now, what is database systems? So, the two main database security issues are aggregation and inference. So, the first one is aggregation, and aggregation happens when a user does not have the clearance or permission to access specific information, but only have the permission to access components of this information or only parts of this information. So, users then have to figure out the rest and obtain the restricted information. So, as does not have the clearance to know. And then there is inference, where inference is the intended result of aggregation. So the inference problem happens when a subject deduces the full story from the pieces he learned through aggregation. So the user was able to get some of the pieces of the information through aggregation, and now he is deducing the full story. That is known as inference. Inference is the ability to derive information not explicitly available. To prevent aggregation and inference, the subject and any application or process acting on the subject's behalf need to be prevented from gaining access to the whole collection, including the independent components. Now, what are the attack prevention techniques on database system? So the first one is content dependent access control, which is based on the sensitivity of the data. So the more sensitive the data, the smaller the subset of individuals who can gain access to the data. Then there is context dependent access control, which means that the software understands what actions should be allowed based upon the state and sequence of the request. The database software would need to keep track of what the user is requesting. Then there is cell suppression, which is a technique used to hide specific cells that contain information that could be used in inference attacks. Then there is partitioning a database, which involves dividing the database into different parts, which makes it much harder for an unauthorized individual to find connecting pieces of data that can be brought together and other information that can be reduced or uncovered. Then there is noise and perturbation, which is a technique of inserting bogus information in the hopes of misdirecting an attacker or confusing the matter enough that the actual attack will not be fruitful. Now, what are web-based systems? So, considering their exposed nature, websites are primary targets during an attack. It is essential for web developers that they provide maximum deterrence to attackers. So, web-based systems are all these systems that are available online. So websites can be thought of an example of web-based system. So websites are the primary targets during an attack because they are exposed to the public. So some important principles have to be followed while developing these. The first one is simplicity. So a clearer and simpler website architecture is the easier to analyze, and since it is easier to analyze, its security aspects can be very well implemented. Then there is input validation, where user-generated input fed into the website needs to be critically scrutinized. Then there is encryption, where it helps to secure the input or output operations of a web application. Fail securely, which is in the event of an error, website should behave in a predictable and non-compromising manner. Then finally, there is WAF or web application firewalls, which are systems that inspect the traffic going to or coming from a web application in order to filter out potentially malicious content. Now, mobile systems. Since mobile devices are basically small computers, most of the same security vulnerabilities, threats, and risks apply to them also. So they can be compromised by malware, sensitive data which can be stolen from them, denial of service attacks can take place, etc. So mobile devices may provide a jumping point to malware from the mobile device to computer system that may be directly connected to the corporate network. So if the mobile device is connected to a network in which your computer is also connected, the malware can jump from the mobile network. So enterprise mobile device security principles need to be implemented, and these include only devices that can be centrally managed should be allowed access to corporate resources. Remote policies should be pushed to each device, and user profiles should be encrypted with no local options for modification. Data encryption, idle timeout locks, screensaver lockouts, authentication, and remote wipe should be enabled. Bluetooth capabilities should be locked down. Only allowed applications should be installed. Camera policies should be enforced, and restrictions for social media sites should be implemented. Then endpoint security should be expanded to mobile endpoints, and 802.1x should be implemented on wireless voice over Internet protocol clients on mobile devices. Now, what is embedded systems? Embedded systems are usually built around microcontrollers, which are specialized devices that consist of a CPU, memory, and peripheral control interfaces. So microcontrollers have a very basic operating system, and the computing device most probably are embedded to a mechanical or electrical device or system. Examples are digital thermometers, washing machines, traffic lights, etc. The main challenge in securing these systems is that ensuring the security of the software that drives them. Many vendors build their embedded systems around commercially available microprocessors but use their own proprietary code that is difficult, if not possible, for a customer to audit. Now let's talk about Internet of Things or IoT. The Internet of Things is the global network of connected embedded systems which has a large number of devices ranging from smart bulbs to even vehicles. In IoT, each node is connected to the internet and is uniquely addressable. Most visible aspect of this explosion is in the area of smart homes, in which lights, furnaces, and even refrigerators collaborate to create the best environment for the residents. So, since all these things are connected to a network, there are a lot of security issues also which can come with them. The security issues are authentication. Most IoT devices are very poor authentication. Then there is encryption. So cryptography is typically expensive in terms of processing power and memory, both of which are very limited in IoT devices. So the fallout of this is that data at rest and data in motion can be vulnerable in many parts of the IoT. And finally, updates. Many IoT vendors does not provide functionality to automatically update their software and firmware when patches are available. Let us see what are industrial control systems or ICS. Industrial control systems consist of information technology that is specifically designed to control the physical devices in an industrial process. So these ICS exist on every factory floor to control conveyor belts, industrial robots, etc. They also exist in the power and water infrastructures to control the flow of these utilities. But unlike other information technology systems, these systems can directly cause physical harm to humans, and because of this, external attacks on these systems should be prevented. And for these reasons, securing ICS requires a slightly different approach than traditional IT systems. So these include programmable logic controllers, distributed control systems, supervisory control, and data acquisition. So the single greatest vulnerability in industrial control systems is their increasing connectivity to traditional IT networks. And the recommendations for their security include applying a risk management process to ICS, segmenting the network to place IDS or IPS at the subnet boundaries, disabling the unaided ports and services on all ICS devices, implementing least privilege through the ICS, use encryption wherever feasible, ensuring that there is process for patch management, and finally monitoring the audit trails regularly. Now let's see what are the common threats. So the first one is maintenance hooks. Maintenance hooks are a type of backdoor. So these are basically instructions which gives the developers easy access to code. But during the development phases, this can be very helpful. However, if they are not removed before the software goes into production or deployment, they can cause major security issues. So the preventive measures that can be taken are using an IDS or intrusion detection system to watch for any attackers using these backdoors. Then using a file system encryption to protect sensitive information, and also implementing auditing to detect any type of backdoor use. Then there are incremental attacks, which are attacks which happens in small increments. So the first one is data diddling, which occurs when an attacker gains access to a system and makes small random or incremental changes to data during storage, processing, or other transactions, rather than obviously altering the file contents or damaging or deleting the entire files. Then there is salami attack, which is a systematic whittling at assets in accounts or other records with financial value, where every small amount is deducted from balances regularly and routinely. Then there is time of check or time of use attacks, TOC or TOU. This takes advantage of the dependency on the timing of events that takes place in a multitasking operating system. For example, if process 1 validates the authorization of a user to open a non-critical text file and process 2 carries out the open command, if the attacker can change out this non-critical text file with a password file while process 1 is carrying out its task, he or she has just to obtain access to this critical file. Then there is race condition. When two different processes need to carry out their tasks on one resource, the processes usually need to follow the correct sequence. So if a system splits up the authentication and authorization steps, an attacker could be authorized before he or she is even authenticated. So the countermeasures for these include the first one, to protect against race condition attacks. It is best not to split up critical tasks that can have their sequence altered. This means the system should use atomic operations for access control function. To avoid the TOC or TOU attacks, the OS can apply software locks to the items it will use when it is carrying out its checking task. So if the user requests access to a file, while the system is validating the user's authorization, it should put a software lock on the file being requested. Then there is buffer overflow. So this occurs when programmers fail to validate the input data sufficiently, particularly when they do not impose a limit on the amount of data their software will accept as input. When the normal maximum size of the buffer is exceeded, the extra data collector is called overflow. Thus, this type of attack that results when someone attempts to supply malicious instruction or code as part of a program input is called buffer overflow attack. So the countermeasure is that designers must specify bounds for input data or state acceptable input values and limits on how much data will be accepted, passed, and handled when input is solicited. Developers must also follow such limitations when building code that solicits, accepts, and handles input. Now let's see what is cryptography. So cryptography is a method of storing and transmitting data in a form that only those it is intended for can read and process. Cryptography is an effective way of protecting sensitive information as it is stored on media or transmitted through untrusted networks. So the goal of cryptography is to make obtaining the information too work intensive or time consuming to be worthwhile to the attacker. So what are the cryptographic services? The first one is confidentiality. So this renders the information unintelligible except by the authorized entity. Then there is integrity, where data has not been altered in any unauthorized manner since it was created, transmitted, or stored. Then there is authentication. This verifies the identity of the user or the system that created the information. Then non-repudiation, which ensures that the sender cannot deny sending the message. Now let's see some cryptographic definitions. The first one is plain text. It is a form of data that can be understood either by a person or a document or by a computer executable code. Then there is ciphertext, which is encrypted form of data. Neither human nor machine can process this until it is properly decrypted. Then there is a crypto system, which is a system or product that provides encryption and decryption, and this can be created through hardware components or program code in an application. Then there is an algorithm, which is a set of rules, also known as the cipher, which dictates how enciphering and deciphering takes place. Then there is a key, which is a secret value, usually a long string of bits, which works with the algorithm to encrypt and decrypt the text. And finally, there is key space, which are range of values that can be used to construct a key. So the flow would be like it first to plain text, it will be encrypted, then it goes to ciphertext, and it should be decrypted to read the plain text back again. Now, what is steganography? Steganography is a method of hiding data in other media types so that the very existence of the data is concealed. Only the sender and the receiver will be able to see the message because it is secretly hidden. Encrypted messages can draw attention because it tells the bad guy this is something sensitive. So, because it is encrypted, it gives out the idea that it is sensitive. But a hidden message would not attract this type of attention. Even though the same secret message can be embedded into this image. So, steganography is a type of security through obscurity. The components involved in steganography are a carrier signal, data stream, or file that has hidden information inside it. Stegomedium, which is the medium in which the information is hidden. Then the payload, which is the information that is to be concealed and transmitted. Null or concealment cipher. A null cipher, also known as a concealment cipher, is an ancient form of encryption where the plain text is mixed with a large amount of non-cipher material.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of cybersecurity by answering this question. Which one of the following can be considered as the class of computer threats? A. DOS attack. B. Phishing. C. Soliciting. D. Both A and C. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Today, it is regarded as the simple form of steganography, which can be used to hide ciphertext. In a null cipher, the plain text is included within the ciphertext, and one needs to discard certain characters in order to decrypt the message. Most characters in such a cryptogram are nulls, only some are significant, and some others can be used as pointers to the significant one. So the image given on the right side is an example. Now, running key cipher. So in classical cryptography, the running key cipher is a type of polyalphabetic substitution cipher in which a text, which is typically taken from a book which is agreed upon previously, and is used to provide a very long key stream. Usually, the book to be used would be agreed ahead of time, while the passage to be used would be chosen randomly for each message, and this would be secretly indicated somewhere in the message. So, an example would be if the plain text is fully at once and the line of text selected is from some book, page 63, line 1, it would be taken like this, and the ciphertext would be taken from respective tables. Now, substitution cipher. So this is a method of encrypting by which units of plain text are replaced with ciphertext. So according to a fixed system, this will be done. The units may be single letters, pairs of letters, triplets of letters, mixtures of the above, and so forth. The receiver deciphers the text by performing the inverse substitution. Then there are mono-alphabetic ciphers which uses fixed substitution over the entire message. And there are polyalphabetic ciphers that uses a number of substitutions at different positions in the message. Now, what is a transposition cipher? In a transposition cipher, the values are scrambled or put into different order. The key determines the positions the values are moved to. When implemented with complex mathematical functions, transposition can become quite sophisticated and difficult to break. So, symmetric algorithms employed today use both long sequences of complicated substitutions and transpositions on messages. Let's see what is symmetric cryptography. In symmetric cryptography, the sender and receiver use two instances of the same key for encryption and decryption. So the key has dual functionality in that it can carry out both encryption and the decryption process. Symmetric keys are also called secret keys because this type of encryption relies on each user to keep the key a secret and properly protected. If an intruder were to get this key, they could decrypt any. The equation used to calculate the number of symmetric keys needed is n into n minus 1 by 2. The strengths of symmetric cryptography are that they are much faster because they are less computationally intensive than asymmetric functions, and it is harder to break if using a large key size. But the weaknesses are that it requires a secure mechanism to deliver keys properly, and each pair of users needs a unique key. So as the number of individuals increases, so does the number of keys. Also, the number of keys possibly making key management overwhelming. Then it also provides confidentiality but authenticity or non-repudiation. Now, what is asymmetric cryptography? In these systems, each entity has different keys or asymmetric keys. The two different asymmetric keys are mathematically related. So, if a message is encrypted by one key, the other key is required in order to decrypt the message. The pair of keys is made up of one public key and one private key. The public key can be known to everyone, and the private key must be known and used only by the owner. So here, if confidentiality is needed, the sender would encrypt the file with the receiver's public key. This is called a secure message format because it can only be decrypted by the person who has the corresponding private key. If authentication is needed, sender would encrypt the data with his or her private key. This provides assurance to the receiver that the only person who would have encrypted the data is the individual who has the private key. This is called open message format. Now, the strengths of asymmetric cryptography is that better key distribution than symmetric systems. It has better scalability than symmetric systems, and it can provide authentication and non-repudiation. The weaknesses are that it works much slower than symmetric systems, and this is mathematically very intensive. Now, let's see what are data encryption standards or DES. DEA is the algorithm that fulfills DES, which is just a standard. So, DES is the standard and DEA is the algorithm. But in the industry, we usually just refer to it as DES or Data Encryption Standards. DES stands for Data Encryption Architecture. It is based on symmetric key crypto system. It is a block encryption algorithm with fixed size 64-bit blocks. It uses 56-bit keys plus 8 bits of parity. It uses 16 rounds of transposition and substitution, and it is no longer considered strong enough. Now, what are DES modes? Block ciphers have several modes of operation. Each mode specifies how a block cipher will operate. One mode may work better in one type of environment for specific functionality, whereas another mode may work better in another environment with totally different requirements. So the modes are electronic codebook ECB, cipher block chaining CBC, cipher feedback CFB, output feedback OFB, and counter CTR. Now let's see what are advanced encryption standards or AES. After the DES was used as an encryption standard for over 20 years, it was cracked in a relatively short time. So NIST came with a new standard called the Advanced Encryption Standard or AES. So here the block sizes that AES supports are 128, 192, and 256 bits. The number of rounds depends upon the size of the block and the key length. Both the key and the block sizes are 128 bits. There are 10 rounds. If both the key and the block sizes are 192 bits, there are 12 rounds. If both the key and the block size are 256 bits, there are 14 rounds. So this architecture works well when implemented in software and hardware in a wide range of products and environment. It has low memory requirements and has been constructed to easily defend against timing attacks. Now let's see what are the other symmetric algorithms. The first one is IDEA, International Data Encryption Algorithm. Stands for the algorithm which uses 64-bit blocks, 128-bit key, and 8 rounds of computation. These are used in email encryption software and pretty good privacy or PGP. Then there is Blowfish, which uses 64-bit block size, 32 448 bits in steps of 8 bits key size, and 16 rounds of computation. Then there is Twofish, which is a modification of Blowfish using 128-bit blocks and uses variable key length up to 456 bits. RC4, which is a type of stream cipher. It has a variable key size and is used in the SSL and W RC5, which uses block sizes of 32, 64, or 128 bits with key length up to 2040 bits. And this is created as a candidate algorithm for AES. RC6, which uses key size of 128, 192, and 256 bits and has a block size of 128 bits. And this is based on RC5 and was also a candidate for AES. Now let's see what are hashing algorithm. So first of all, what is hashing? So hashing is actually matching data to a long string of numbers. So the goal of using a one-way hash function is to provide a fingerprint for the data or message. So strong cryptographic hash algorithm features are hashing algorithm should be collision free. It does not create the same hash value for two or more messages. The hash should be completed or over the entire message. The hash should be a one-way function, so messages are not disclosed by their values. And given a message and its hash value, computing another message with the same hash value should be impossible. The function should be resistant to birthday attacks. Now, what are the hashing algorithms? MD4, which is a one-way hash function that produces a 128-bit message digest value. It was used for high-speed computation in software implementations and was optimized for microprocessors, but it is no longer considered secure. Then there is MD5, which is the newer version of MD4. It still produces a 128-bit hash, but the algorithm is more complex, which makes it harder to break. Recent research has shown MD5 to be subject to collision attacks. Then there is SHA. SHA1 produces a 160-bit hash value or a message digest. This is then inputted into an asymmetric algorithm which computes the signature of a message. SHA1 was found to be vulnerable to collisions. Newer versions of this algorithm, collectively known as the SHA2 and SHA3 families, have been developed and released. They are SHA256, SHA384, and SHA512. Now, what is a birthday attack? So a strong hashing algorithm does not produce the same hash for two different messages. If the algorithm does produce the same value for two different messages, this is called a collision. An attacker can attempt to force a collision, which is referred to as a birthday attack. This attack is based on the mathematical birthday paradox that exists in standard statistics. So, for example, how many people must be in the same room for the chance to be greater than even that another person has the same birthday as you? The answer is 253. And how many people must be in the same room for the chance to be greater than even that at least two people share the same birthday? The answer is 23. So there is a high probability of finding two people who share a birthday than of finding another person who shares your birthday. Or stated another way, it is easier to find two matching values in a sea of values than to find a match for just one specific value. Now let's see what are the attacks on cryptography. Ciphertext only attacks. So here the attacker has the ciphertext of several messages. So each of these messages have been encrypted using the same encryption algorithm. The attacker's goal here is to discover the key used in the encryption process. This is the most common type of attack because it is very easy to get ciphertext by sniffing someone's traffic. And the hardest attack to be successful because the attacker has little to no information about the encryption process. Then there are non-plain text attacks. Here the attacker has the plain text and the corresponding ciphertext for one or more messages. The goal here is to discover the key that is used to encrypt the messages so other messages can be deciphered and read. Messages usually start with same type of beginnings and close with the same type of ending. The attackers has some of the plain text and capture an encrypted message. The rest is accomplished by reverse engineering, frequency analysis, and brute force attempts. Then there are chosen plaintext attacks. Here the attacker has the plaintext and the ciphertext, but can also choose the plaintext that gets encrypted to see the corresponding ciphertext. So how is this carried out is that the attacker can email a message to you that you think not only will believe but will also panic about, encrypt and send to someone else. Meanwhile, attacker is sniffing your traffic and now has a copy of the plaintext of the message because he wrote it and a copy of the ciphertext. Then there is chosen ciphertext attacks. Here the attackers can choose the ciphertext to be decrypted and has access to the resulting decrypted plaintext. This is a harder attack to carry out compared to the previously mentioned attacks, and the attacker may need to have control of the system that contains the crypto system. Then there is differential cryptanalysis. This is an attack that looks at ciphertext pairs generated by encryption of plaintext pairs with specific differences and analyzes the effect and result of those differences. Turned out to be an effective and successful attack against DES and other block algorithms. Since the attacker chooses the different plaintext messages for this attack, it is considered a type of chosen plaintext attack. Then there is linear cryptanalysis. The attacker here evaluates the input and output values for each S box. He evaluates the probability of input values ending up in a specific combination. He also identifies the specific output combinations. This allows him to assign probability values to different keys until one shows a continual pattern of having the highest probability. Then there are side channel attacks. In cryptography, we can review facts and infer the value of an encryption. So here an attacker could measure power consumption, radiation emissions, and the time it takes for certain types of data process. With this information, he can work backward by reverse engineering the process to uncover an encryption key or sensitive data. The idea is that instead of attacking a device head on, just watch how it performs to figure out how it works. And finally, there is meet in the middle attacks. This term refers to mathematical analysis used to try and break a math problem from both ends. It is a technique that works on the forward mapping of function and the inverse of the second function at the same time. So the attacker works by encrypting from one end and decrypting from the other end, thus meeting in the middle. Let's see what is physical security. The purpose of physical security is to protect against physical threats. So the following physical threats are among the most common. They can be either natural or man-made. The first one is natural, and the threats include fire and smoke, flood, earthquake, storms, etc. Then there are man-made threats like vandalism, explosion or destruction, utility loss, personal loss, etc. What is server room security? Server rooms or data centers are restricted and protected rooms where your mission critical servers and network devices are housed. So centralized server rooms need not be human compatible. Server rooms should be designed to support optimal operation of the infrastructure and to block unauthorized human access or intervention. Server rooms should also be located at the core of the building. Server rooms should be located away from water, gas, and sewage lines. And the walls of your server rooms should also have 1 4 minimum fire rating. Now let's see what is work area security. The design and configuration of internal security, including work areas and visitor areas, should be considered carefully. So areas that contain assets of higher value or important should have more restricted access. For example, anyone who enters the facility should be able to access the restrooms without going into sensitive areas. But only network administrators and security staff should have access to the server room. Valuable and confidential assets should be located in the heart or the center of protection provided by a facility. Walls or partitions can be used to separate similar but distinct work areas. Such divisions deter casual shoulder surfing or eavesdrop. Floor to ceiling walls should be used to separate areas with different levels of sensitivity and confidentiality. Now, what is physical access control? So, a variety of technical controls are used as access control mechanisms to manage physical access. The first one is smart cards. So, these are credit card size IDs with an embedded magnetic strip or integrated circuit chip. They contain information about the authorized bearer that can be used for identification or authentication purposes. Some smart cards can even process information or store reasonable amounts of data in a memory chip. Then there are memory cards, which are machine readable ID cards with a magnetic strip. Like a credit card, debit card, or ATM card, memory cards can retain a small amount of data but are unable to process data. Memory cards often function as a two-factor authentication control. Then there are proximity readers, which is a passive device, a field powered device, or a transponder. The proximity device is worn or held by the authorized bearer. When it passes a proximity reader, the reader can determine who the bearer is and whether they have authorized access. Now let's discuss communication and network security. First of all, what is a network architecture? So a network architecture is the design of a computer network, or it is a framework for specifying how a network's physical components and their functional organization and configuration should be. It also defines how the operational principles and procedures are, and as well as the communication protocols that should be used. A sound architecture can be reused time and again, and since we intend our architectures to be reusable, it is imperative that we apply secure design principles when we implement them. Now let's see an architecture called the Open Systems Interconnection model. So the Open Systems Interconnection or OSI model is a conceptual model created by the International Organization for Standardization ISO, which enables diverse communication systems to communicate using standard protocol. So simply, the OSI provides a standard for different computer systems to be able to communicate with each other. And the OSI model is a concept where all the working of the internal components are divided in abstract layers, and this abstraction layers subdivide the communication systems further into smaller manageable parts. So the OSI model's goal is to help others develop products that will work within an open network architecture, and this reference model was described by the ISO standard 7490. So these are actually protocols that work in every layer, and a protocol is a standard or set of rules that determines how systems will communicate across the networks. So the first layer is the application layer. So this is the layer that works closest to the user and provides file transmission, message exchanges, terminal sessions, etc. And this layer does not include the actual applications, but rather the protocols that support the applications. So this layer processes and properly formats the data and passes it down to the next layer within the OSI model. Some examples for the protocols working at this layer are the simple mail transfer protocol, hypertext transfer protocol, domain name system, internet relay chat protocol, and the line printer daemon protocol. Now the next layer is the presentation layer. So this layer is responsible for defining how information is presented to the user in the interface they are using. So this provides a common mean for representing the data. This layer is concerned with the meaning of the data, but with the syntax and is not concerned with the meaning of the data, but with the syntax and format of the data. So the common functions used here are protocol conversion, data translation, compression, encryption, character set conversion, etc. Usually, no protocols work at this layer. Example are ASCII, BMP, GIF, JPG, WAV, AVI, and MPEG formats. Now, session layer. So this layer is responsible for establishing a connection between the two applications, maintaining it during the data transfer, and controlling the release of this connection. So there are three different modes or three different types of connections. The first one is a simplex connection, where the communication only takes place in one direction, though in practice this is very seldom, which happens very rarely. Then there are half duplex connection, where communication takes place in both directions, but only one application can send information at a time. Here, so communication is taking place in both the directions, but information will be going in one direction at a time. Then there are full duplex, where communication takes place in both directions and both applications can send information at the same time. And some protocols that work at this layer are the password authentication protocol, point-to-point tunneling protocol, network basic input-output system, and remote procedure call. Now, transport layer. So this layer is responsible for providing host-to-host communication services. And this layer establishes a logical connection between the sending host and the destination host on a network. And this ensures that the data units are delivered free of errors. This also ensures that the data units are delivered in sequence, and also that there is no loss or duplication of data units. And this provides connectionless or connection oriented services, and transport layer provides services to the session layer. For example, transmission control protocol and user datagram protocol. Now the network layer. So this layer inserts information into the packet's header so that it can be properly addressed and routed to the actual destination. And this defines the most optimal path the packet should take from the source to the destination, and provides logical addressing so that any endpoint can be identified. This layer handles the congestion in the network and defines how to fragment a packet into smaller packets to accommodate different media. This manages message routing, error detection, and control of node data traffic, and provides services to the transport layer. The examples are IP, OSPF, ICMP, and RIP. Now the data link layer. So this layer establishes the communications link between individual devices over a physical link or a channel. So the data link layer defines hardware that are physical or MAC addresses, as well as the communication process that occurs within a media type. It also formats the message into data frames and adds a customized header containing the hardware destination and source address. So there are two sublayers in this data link layer. Which one? The first one is the logical link control layer, LLC, which controls the frame synchronization, error checking, and the flow. And there are media access control layers, which controls the way system on the network gains access to the data and gets permission to transmit it. The examples are address resolution protocol, serial line internet protocol, and point-to-point protocol. Now, physical layer. So the physical layer defines the means of transmitting raw bits over a physical data link connecting network nodes, and it converts the bits into voltages or light impulses for transmission. It defines rules by which bits are passed from one system to another on a physical communication medium, and it defines the types of signaling such as analog or digital, electrical or optical, characteristics of signal, asynchronous or synchronous, simplex, full or half duplex, etc. It defines the topology of the network as well, whether it is star, bus and ring, etc. So the examples are EIA 232 and synchronous optical network, ISDN, DSL, SONET, etc. Now, what is a TCP or IP model? So we have already seen an OSI model. So this model the transmission control protocol or internet protocol model is a suite of protocols that governs the way data travels from one device to another. Besides TCP and IP, there are other protocols also here. So the internet protocol suite, commonly known as TCP or IP, is the set of communication protocols used in internet and similar computer networks. And the current foundational protocols in the suite are TCP and IP. This model is also called the DARPA or the DoD model, consists of only 4 layers as opposed to the OSI's model's 7 layers. So if we see, so these are the different protocols that happen in the different layers in the TCP or IP protocol. On the left side, we can see the OSI protocol model where there are 7 layers, and in the TCP or IP protocol, some of those layers are clubbed into one. For example, the application presentation and session in OSI model is just the application layer here, and the data link and the physical layer in the OSI is just the link layer. And in these layers, all these protocols mentioned happens in the different layers here. Now, let's see how the transfer data is structured. So, the message is formed and passed to the application layer from a program and sent down through the protocol stack. So, each protocol at these layers adds its own information to the message and passes it down to the next layer. So, this activity is referred to as data encapsulation. So, when a data needs to be transferred from the application layer to the different layers, so what happens is on each layer, different protocols are present, and these protocols adds its own information to the data, and the data can be split up into different packages, and it adds all these information to this data, and this is called data encapsulation. So encapsulation data is decapsulized in the way that is mentioned in the right side of the slide. So first of all, there will be different data frames, and then it will be packets, and then segments, and finally we can get the data. So what are these protocols that take place or sit in between these layers? So let's talk about one, the transmission control protocol or TCP. So the TCP is referred to as a connection oriented protocol because before any user data is actually sent, handshaking takes place between the two systems that want to communicate. So it's like when you're meeting a new person, we just shake hands with them. So before a proper transfer of data is happening, there is a TCP handshake that happens between the systems that are going to communicate or transfer data. So once the handshaking completes successfully, a virtual connection is set up between the two systems. So what happens at the TCP handshake? Here the TCP must set up a virtual connection between the two hosts before any data is sent. This means the two hosts must agree on certain parameters, data flow, windowing, error detection, and option. So this is what happens at the handshake, where the systems agrees on how the data should be sent, what are the parameters, what are the error detection processes, and other options. So the TCP application has HTTP or HTTPS, FTP, SSH, and SMTP. Now, the next protocol that we talk about is User Datagram Protocol or UDP. So UDP is also a transport layer protocol considered connectionless because it does not go through any handshake. So like the TCP, there is no handshake happening here. So what happens is UDP sends out messages without first contacting the destination computer and does not know if the packets were received properly or not. Whereas in a TCP connection or TCP setting, the computers will very well know if the data is reaching there because they are already agreeing on how the data will be reached and all those things. So the UDP application has DNS, DHCP, SNMP, and NTP. So we'll compare the differences between a TCP and UDP. So the properties that we are going to compare are reliability, connection, packet sequencing, congestion control, usage, and speed. So talking about reliability, in TCP, it uses ACKs to ensure all packets have reached. But in UDP, lost packets cannot be recovered and it does not have any ACKs. In connection, TCP is connection oriented, but UDP is not connection oriented. In packet sequencing, TCP uses sequence numbers to ensure that the packets are ordered, but in UDP there is no sequencing done and it does not ensure any proper ordering. And in congestion control, it uses Windows system to control congestion, but in UDP there is no congestion control. And in usage, it can use when reliable delivery is must. But UDP, we cannot use when reliable delivery is a must, but it can be used when high amount of data is sent and speed is more important than reliability. And comparing about speed, The TCP has comparatively slow speed, while the UDP has a relatively much faster and is very lightweight also. Now let's talk about ports. At the software level within an operating system, port is a logical construct that identifies a specific process or a type of a network service. So a port is identified for each transport protocol and address combination by a 16-bit unsigned number known as the port number. So port numbers can be classified as the first one well-known ports, which are 0 to 1023, and these are used by all the well-known services like Telnet port 23, SMTP port 25, HTTP port 80, SNMP ports 161 and 162, FTP ports 21 and 20, etc.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cybersecurity, then Intellipaat has a post-graduation certification in cybersecurity and ethical hacking by ENICT Academy, MNIT Jaipur. This course is of very high quality and cost-effective, as it is taught by MNIT professors and industry experts.
Then there are registered ports ranging from 1024 to 49151. So these ports can be registered with the Internet Corporation for assigned names and numbers, ICANN, for a particular use. Then there are dynamic ports ranging from 49152 to 65535, which are available to be used by any application on as intended base. Now, what is Internet Protocol? So the Internet Protocol.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of cybersecurity by answering this question. What is code red? A. An antivirus program. B. A photo editing software. C. A computer virus. D. A video editing software. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Specifies that each node on a network must have a unique IP address. So there are two versions of these IPs known as IPv4 and IPv6, where IPv4 uses 32 bits for its addresses, whereas IPv6 uses 128 bits. Thus, IPv6 provides more possible addresses with which we can work with. And then each data packet is assigned an IP address of the sender and the recipient as well. And each device receives the packet and makes routing decisions based on the packet's destination IP address. And IP addressing provides an unreliable datagram service. And IP addresses also includes network and the host as well. Now let's talk in detail about IPv4. So IPv4 network addresses are in 32 bits length and are expressed as dot decimal. For example, 198.168.0.100. Usually, if we have a modem and we need to configure the modem, we'll be typing an IP address similar to this. So there are two types here. First one is classful addressing, in which the address space is divided into 5 classes: A, B, C, D, and E. And each of these classes has a valid range of IP address. So class D and E are reserved for multicast and experimental purposes. Then there are classless addressing. This is an improved IP addressing system and it makes the allocation of IP addresses more efficient. It replaces the older classful addressing system based on classes. It is also known as classless interdomain routing or CIDR. Now, what are private networks and loopback? So, private networks, organizations are encouraged to assign private network IP addresses to nodes in its internal network. So, they are not routable over the internet. The address blocks reserved for private networks are 10.0.0.0 to 10.255.255.255 and the remaining ones. And a loopback address is a special address used to signify a node's on address. So, loopback addresses 127.0.0.1 point back to the issuing computer. Now we'll talk in detail about IPv6. So IPv6 uses 128 bit space compared to the 32 bit space that IPv4 uses. And this increases the address space much more than what IPv4 allows. And this allows scoped addresses, end-to-end secure transmission and authentication. And this has more flexibility and routing capabilities and allows for QoS. An anyCAD address can be used to send a packet to any one node in a group of nodes. And the new address space provides the potential for a maximum of 3.4003 in 10 raised to 38 addresses. And IPv6 addresses are represented as 8 groups of 4 hexadecimal digits separated by colons. Example is given below. Now, what is the IPv6's address structure? So, an IPv6 address is made up of 128 bits divided into 8 16-bit blocks, and each block is then converted into 4-digit hexadecimal numbers separated by colon symbol. For example, given below is a 128-bit IPv6 address represented in the binary format and divided into 8 16-bit blocks. So this is the 128-bit IPv6 address, and when we are converting it into hexadecimal equivalent of the IPv6 address, it comes out to be this one. So IPv6 provides some rules to shorten the address. The rule 1 is discard leading zeros. So in block 5, if we see there is 0063. So here the leading two zeros can be omitted and it can be just written as 63. Rule 2, if two or more blocks contain consecutive zeros, omit them all and replace with double colon sign as shown. So if there are consecutive zeros, then they can be omitted and they can be replaced with a double colon sign. So if you see here, you can see that after the 0063, there are consecutive zeros coming, so they are replaced with double colons. And in rule 3, if there are still blocks of zeros in the address, they can be shrunk down to a single zero. So if there are groups of further zeros remaining, they can be shrunk down to a single zero. So this second block will be shrunk down to a single zero. Now, what are the different IPv6 address types? So following are the major categories of IPv6 address. The first one is global unicast address. So here a unique IPv6 address is assigned to a host interface, and these addresses have a global scope and essentially the same purposes as IPv4 public addresses. So global unicast addresses are routable over the internet. Then there are link local IPv6 addresses. So here an IPv6 address allows a communication between neighboring hosts that reside on the same link. So link local addresses have a local scope and cannot be used outside the link. And they always have the prefix FE80::10. And then there are loopback IPv6 addresses. So here an IPv6 address used on a loopback interface is called a loopback IPv6 address, and the IPv6 loopback address is 0:0:0:0:0:0:1, which can be noted as :1/128. And then there are unspecified addresses, which are IPv6 unspecified address, which are denoted with a couple of zeros, and which can be noted as :128. Now we'll discuss about the coexistence of IPv6 and IPv4. So the transition from IPv4 to IPv6 will not be something that is done overnight. So it will take some time, and a number of mechanisms have been developed to make the transition easy. So dual stack, where each device on the network is configured with both an IPv4 and an IPv6 address, is called dual stack. And the idea is that once all the devices have implemented IPv6, the IPv4 part of the network will be depreciated. Then there is 64 tunneling. So here it assigns a block of IPv6 address spaces to any host or network that has a global IPv4 address and encapsulates the IPv6 packets inside IPv4 packets for transmission over an IPv4 network using 6 in 4. So, and also routes traffic between 6 to 4 and native IPv6 networks. Then there is translation. So here a host with IPv4 address sends a request to an IPv6 enabled server on the internet that does not understand IPv4 address. So when the IPv4 host sends a request packet to the IPv6 server, the NATPT device or router strips down the IPv4 packet, removes the IPv4 header and adds IPv6 header and passes it to the internet. Now, what are multi-layer protocols? So, not all protocols fit nearly within the layers of the OSI model. So, this is particularly evident among devices and networks that were never intended to interoperate with the internet. The lack of these robust security features to protect the availability, integrity, and confidence of data is visualized here. So, the distributed network protocol or the DNP3 is where communication protocols designed for SCADA systems, particularly those within the power systems, and these are not general purpose protocols like IP, nor does it incorporate routing functionality. Instead of using the OSI model, it uses a simple 3-layer model called the enhanced performance architecture that roughly corresponds to layers 2, 4 and 7 of the OSI model. Then there are controller area network bus or CAN bus, and this allows microcontrollers and other embedded devices to communicate with each other on a shared bus and used in different automobiles. So these devices can control functions including steering, braking and throttling. So a CAN bus was never meant to communicate with anything outside the vehicle except for a mechanic's maintenance computer. So there never appeared to be a need for security features. Now what are converged protocols? So converged protocols are those that started off independent and distinct from one another, but over time converged to become one. So the first one is fiber channel over Ethernet, FCOE. So here, and this is an encapsulation method that allows fiber channel frames to ride over Ethernet networks. And nowadays, FCOE is used in some storage area networks. Then there are multi-protocol labeling switches, MPLs. MPLs are used to create VPNs over a variety of layer 2 protocols and is referred to as a layer 2.5 protocol. And this is considered as a convert protocol because it can encapsulate any higher layer protocol and tunnel to over a variety of links. Then Internet Small Computer System Interface. So this ISCSI is a technology that allows peripherals to be connected to computers. So the problem with this was that it has limited range. And the solution was to let this ride on TCP segments, so a peripheral device could be literally anywhere in the world and still appear as local to a computer. Then there is voice over internet protocol. So this is a tunneling mechanism used to transport voice and or data over a TCP IP network. So VoIP has the potential to replace or supplant the PSTN, as is often less expensive and offers a wide variety of options and features. Let's talk about transmission media. So a transmission medium is a physical aspect in a network connection through which the data is moved. So broadly speaking, we use three different types of transmission media. The first one are electric wires that encode information as changes in the voltage level of an electric current. Typically, we use cables which are two or more wires encased within a sheet. Then there are optical fibers that transmit data that is encoded in the wavelength, phase, or polarization of the light. The light is generated by either an LED or a laser diode. And as with electrical wires, we usually bundle multiple fibers in the cables for longer distances. And finally, free space is the medium that we use for wireless communication. Any electromagnetic signal can travel through it even outside our atmosphere. And we tend to use mostly radio signals in free space. But every now and then, you may find a system that uses lights such as infrared laser beam. So an example would be a TV remote that uses infrared beams to control the channel. We are actually transferring data through free space. Now, what are the transmission types? So a signal is an electromagnetic or electrical current that is used for carrying data from one system to another or through a network to another. So the signal is a function that conveys information about a phenomenon. So there are two types of signals. The first one is analog signal. These are continuous signal for which the time varying feature of the signal is a representation of some other time varying quantity. Example, analogous to another time varying signal. Then there are digital signals that are used to represent data as a sequence of separate values at any point in time. It can only take up one of a fixed number of values. And this type of signal represents a real number within a constant range of values. So analog signals can be kind of continuous, and digital signals can be thought of as discrete in a way. Now, what are the transmission types? So, asynchronous and synchronous network technologies are the different types we use, and they provide synchronization rules to govern how systems communicate to each other. So, asynchronous system, there is no timing component, and it surrounds each byte with processing bits, and the parity bit is used for error control. And each byte here requires 3 bits of instruction like start, stop, and parity. And in a synchronous type, here timing component for data transmission is very important, and it is used for data synchronization or transmission synchronization. Then there are robust error checking through cyclic redundancy checking, and these are used for high speed, high volume transmissions. And there is minimal overhead compared to asynchronous communication. Now let's compare the differences between a broadband and a baseband. So first one is a baseband. So these are typically used for digitally signaling over a single wire, and the digital signal used in a baseband transmission occupies the entire bandwidth of the network media to transmit a single data signal, and it is bidirectional. However, the sending and receiving function cannot occur at the same wire at the same time. And Ethernet networks use baseband transmission, for example, are 10 base T or 10 base FL. And using baseband, it is possible to transmit multiple signals on a single cable by using multiplexing. And broadband uses time division multiplexing, which divides a single channel into time slots. And then there is broadband. And broadband uses analog signals in the form of optical or electromagnetic waves over multiple transmission frequencies. And for signals to be both sent and received, the transmission media is split into two channels. Alternatively, two tables can be used also, one to send and one to receive transmissions. And multiple channels are created in the broadband system by using a multiplexing technique known as frequency division multiplexing, FDM. And FDM allows broadband media to accommodate traffic going in different directions on a single media at the same time. Now we'll see the different types of cabling that is used. So the first one is twisted pair. Here it consists of two insulated wires that are arranged in a regular spiral pattern. So here the wires can be shielded or unshielded, and it can span up to 100 meters, and then we need amplifying devices that are used to amplify the signals. So Cat5, Cat6 and Cat7 are the commonly used wires in these days. Then there are coaxial cables. So this consists of a hollow outer cylindrical conductor, and these are expensive and resistant to electromagnetic interference (EMI). So there are thin net cables that span distances of 185 meters and throughput of about 10 Mbps. And then there are thick net, also known as 10 base 5, where the span is 500 meters and the throughput is of 10 Mbps. Now finally, fiber optic cables. These carry data over glass as light waves. So this uses our principle of total internal reflection to carry light from one end to another. So the glass core is surrounded by a protective casing which is enclosed in inside an outer jacket. The higher transmission speed allows signals to travel over long distances. So since we are transferring data as light, it can travel at the speed of light, which is very high. And it is much more secure than the UTP or coaxial cable. So there are two modes. The first one is single mode, where a small glass core is used to transfer data over a long distance. This is less susceptible to attenuation. And then there are multiple modes, where a large glass core can transfer more data, but only up to a shorter distance, because attenuation can happen here. Now, what are the problems we will face during cabling or when we use different types of cable? So the first one is noise. So this is caused by surrounding devices or faults in the cable. Examples are motors, computers, fluorescent light, microwave ovens, etc. So the noise can come as electromagnetic interference, or when it's a optical fiber, it can be light sources also. Then there is attenuation. So attenuation is the loss of signal strength as the signal travels along a long wire. So attenuation increases with higher frequencies, and it can also be caused by cable breaks and malfunctions as well. Then there is crosstalk. So this occurs when electrical signals spill over the wires, and UTP is more vulnerable than the STP in crosstalk. Now we have seen the physical aspects of network like cabling and all. So we'll see how this cabling or how the physical wires or connections are used to set up a network known as network topology. So topology refers to the way a network is physically connected. And a difference actually exists between physical network topology and logical topology. A network can be configured as a physical star, but work logically as a ring, as in a token ring technology. So the first one is ring topology. Here, a series of devices are connected by unidirectional transmission links. And these links form a closed loop and do not connect to a central system. And each node is dependent upon the preceding nodes, and if one system fails, all other systems should negatively be affected because of this interdependence. Then there is bus topology. Here, a single cable runs the entire length of the network, and nodes are attached through drop points on the cable. So there is linear bus topology, where a single cable is there and nodes are attached, and there are tree topology, which has branches from the single cable as well. So the main cable itself becomes potential single point of failure, because since everything is connected to the main cable, and if somewhere a failure happens, everything can be affected. Then there is star topology. Here all nodes are connected to a central device such as a switch, and each node has a dedicated link to the central device as well. So the central device is a potential single point of failure, and if one workstation fails, it does not affect other systems because there are dedicated connections between each device to the central device, and it is the most common topology in use today with Ethernet systems. Then there are mesh topologies. So here all systems and resources are connected to each other. So usually a network of interconnected routers and switches are used that provide multiple paths. And then there are full mesh connections where every node is directly connected to every other node. And then there is partial mesh where every node is not directly connected. Example, the internet. Now what is collision domain and broadcast domain? So collision domain. So this is part of a network where packet collisions can occur. So collisions occur when two devices send a packet at the same time on the shared network segment, and this can reduce the network efficiency. So on a hub port, each port is in the same collision domain. By contrast, each port on a bridge or a switch is in a separate collision domain. Then broadcast domain. So this is a domain in which broadcast is forwarded. And broadcast domain contains all devices that can reach other data that we reach each other at the data link layer by using broadcasts. And all ports on a hub or a switch are in the same broadcast domain, whereas all ports on a router are in different broadcast domains. Now we'll talk about media access technologies. Media access technologies set up the rules of how computers will communicate on a network and how errors are handled. These technologies reside at the data link layer of the OSI model. When the data or message reaches the data link layer, the protocol at this layer adds the necessary headers and trailers that will allow the message to traverse a specific type of network: Ethernet, token ring, FDDI, etc. So what is token passing? So a token is a 24-bit control frame used to control which computers communicate at what intervals. The token is passed from one computer to another, and only the computer that has the token can put frames onto the wire. The token contains the data to be transmitted and the source and destination information as well. And when a system has data it needs to transmit, it has to wait to receive the token. This type of media sharing method is used by token ring and FDDI technologies. Then there is carrier sends multiple access with collision detection, CSMA or CD. So here computers listen for the absence of a carrier tone on the cable, which indicates that no other system is transmitting data. So if two computers sense this absence and transmit data at the same time, but a collision can take place. So if a computer observes collision, it will abort its transmission and alert all other stations. And all stations will execute a random collision timer to force a delay before they attempt to transmit data. This random collision timer is called the back-off algorithm, and Ethernets usually use CSMA or CD for media access. Then there is carrier sense multiple access with collision avoidance. So here each computer signals its intent to transmit data, and this tells other nodes to transmit data right now. So once the system identifies that the media is clear and it can put its data on the wire, it sends out a broadcast to all other systems telling them it is going to transmit the information. So here each system will wait a period before attempting to transmit data to ensure collisions do not take place. The wireless LAN technology 802.11 uses CSMA or CA for its media access functionality. Now we'll see what is Ethernet. So Ethernet is a L2 technology that enables several devices to communicate on the same network. And Ethernet uses a bus or star topology, and it is officially defined through the IEEE 802.3 standard. So here it is a contention-based technology where all resources use the same shared communication medium, and it uses the carrier sense multiple access with collision detection access method. It supports full duplex communication, and it can use coaxial, twisted pair, or fiber optic cabling. Now, what is a token ring connection? So, a token ring is a local network media access technology that enables the communication and sharing of network resources. So, it was originally developed by IBM and then defined by IEEE 802.5 standard. And initially, it had the ability to transmit data at 4 Mbps, which was improved to transmit at 16 Mbps. And it uses token passing technology with a star configured topology. And physically, the topology can be star, but the signals and transmissions are passed in a logical ring. And each computer is connected to a central hub called a multi-station access unit. Now, what is a fiber distributed data interface? FDDI. So, this is a high-speed token passing media access technology with data transmit speeds of up to 100 Mbps. And this is usually used as a backbone network using fiber optic cabling. And FDDI also provides fault tolerance by offering a second counter-rotating fiber ring. And each node on the FDDI network has a relays that are connected to both the rings. So if a break in the ring occurs, the two rings can be joined. And before the fast Ethernet and gigabit Ethernet hit the market, FDDI was mainly used as campus and service provider backbones. And because the FDDI can be employed for distances up to 100 kilometers, it was often used in MANs as well. And a version of FDDI, copper distributed data interface, can work over UTP cabling also. Let's talk about network devices. Several types of devices are used in our local networks and wide area networks to provide intercommunication among computers and networks. And the different network devices vary according to their functionality, capabilities, intelligence, and the network placement. So some of the commonly used devices are bridges, switches, routers, and firewalls. So let's see what are bridges. So a bridge is a local area network device and works at the data link layer, therefore works with MAC addresses. And when a frame arrives at a bridge, the bridge determines the MAC address and forwards the frame to the correct port. So what is a forwarding table? So a bridge starts to learn how the network's environment is as soon as it is powered on and as the network changes. And it does this by examining frames and making entries in its forwarding tables. So the functions of bridges are it segments a large network into smaller, more controllable pieces, and it uses filtering based on MAC addresses, and it joins different types of networks while retaining the same broadcast domain, and it isolates collision domains within the same broadcast domain, and it can translate between protocol types. Now, what are switches? A switch is a multi-port bridging device with each port providing dedicated bandwidth to the device attached to it, and the switch employs full duplex communication. So one wire pair is used for sending and another pair is used for receiving, and the switches stops the sharing of network medium and the problems like collision and network contention. Today's L3 and L4 switches have more enhanced functionality than L2, like routing functionality, packet inspection, traffic prioritization, and QoS functionality. And these are also called multi-layered switches. Now, what are VLANs? Switches provide a security service called virtual LANs. So virtual LANs enables administrators to separate and group computers logically based on resource requirements, security, or business needs instead of the standard physical location. Now, what is VLAN hopping? So, this is a type of attack where the attacker can send traffic from one VLAN into another. So, switch spoofing is one type of attack where the attacker can have a system act as though it is a switch. The system understands the tagging values being used in the network and the trunking protocols and can insert itself between other VLAN devices and gain access to the traffic going back and forth between them. Then there is double tagging, where an attacker can also insert VLAN tags to manipulate the control of traffic at the data link layer. Now, what are routers? Routers are L3 or the network layer devices that are used to connect similar or different networks. For example, they can connect two Ethernet LANs or an Ethernet LAN to a token ring LAN. It has two or more interfaces and a routing table, and so it knows how to get packets to their destinations. And because routers have more network level knowledge, they can perform functions such as calculating the shortest and most economical path between the sending and receiving hosts. So the primary functions of routers are they create new headers for each packet, and they build routing tables. They can filter traffic based on ACLs, and they does not forward broadcast packets. Now let's talk about firewalls. So firewalls are used to restrict access to one network from another network or from the internet itself. A firewall device supports and enforces the company's network security policy. And a firewall may be a server running a firewall software product or a specialized hardware appliance. So, what is a DMZ? Demilitarized zone is a network segment located between the protected and unprotected networks. And these DMZ usually contains web, mail, and DNS servers, which must be hardened systems because they would be the first in the line of attacks. And what are the different types of firewalls? So, there are packet filtering firewalls, stateful firewalls, proxy, and next generation firewalls. So we'll see what are the different types of firewalls in detail now. The first one is packet filtering firewall. So these are the first generation of firewalls that makes access decisions based upon network level protocol header values. And the device is configured with ACLs, which detect the type of traffic that is allowed into and out of specific networks. And the filtering here is done based on the source and destination IP address and the source and destination port numbers, protocol types, inbound and outbound traffic direction, etc. So packet filtering is a stateless inspection because the device does not understand the context that the packets are working with, and they are not effective at protecting against attacks that exploit application specific vulnerabilities. Then there are stateful firewalls. So a stateful firewall is one that monitors the full state of active network connections. This means that the stateful firewalls are constantly analyzing the complete context of traffic and data packets, seeking entry to a network rather than discrete traffic and data packets in isolation. So this maintains a state table that tracks each communication session, and it provides a high degree of security. It improves performance, and it provides data for tracking connectionless protocols such as UDP and ICMP. So what is stateful? So stateful inspection firewalls unfortunately have been the victims of many types of DOS attacks, and several types of attacks are aimed at flooding the state table with bogus information causing the device to crash or freeze. So the stateful means that it is actually aware of the state of whatever is happening in the network or the It is able to constantly analyze the complete context of the traffic and data. Now, what is a proxy firewall? So, a proxy firewall stands between a trusted and untrusted network and makes the connection on behalf of the hosts. And so, proxy firewalls breaks the communication channel, and there is no direct connection between the two communicating devices. So, there are circuit level proxies and application level proxies. So, in a circuit level proxy firewall, it creates a connection between the two communicating systems, and it works at the session layer of the OSI model and monitors traffic from a network-based view. So this type of proxy cannot look into the contents of a packet, thus it does not carry out deep packet inspection. SOX is an example of a circuit level proxy. And about application level proxy, it inspects the packet up through the application layer. It understands the packet as a whole and can make access decisions based on the content of the packet. Now, next generation firewalls. So these provide capabilities beyond a traditional stateful firewall. And while a traditional firewall typically provides stateful inspection of incoming and outgoing network traffic, a next generation firewall includes the additional features like application awareness and control, integrated intrusion prevention, and cloud delivered threat intelligence. So there are standard firewall capabilities like stateful inspection and integrated intruder prevention, application awareness and control to seek and block risky apps. There is threat intelligence sources. There are upgrade paths to include future information feeds and also techniques to address evolving security threats. Now, what are the firewall deployment methods? So, firewalls can be placed in several areas on a network and they can protect an internal network from an external network and act as a choke point for all traffic. A firewall can also be used to segment and partition network sections and enforce access controls between them. Then, firewalls can also be used to provide a DMZ architecture. So, now we'll see what's the bastion host. So, this is a special purpose computer on a network specifically designed and configured to withstand attacks. The computer generally hosts a single application, for example, a proxy server, and all other services are removed or limited to reduce the threat to the computer. And different systems can be considered bastion hosts like mail, web, DNS, since many of these are placed on the outer edges of the networks. Now, what is a dual home firewall? So, a dual-homed firewall host architecture is built around the dual-homed host computer, which is a computer which has at least two network interfaces. So such a host could act as a router between networks, and these interfaces are attached to these networks. And the network architecture for a dual-home host firewall is simple, and the dual-home host sits between and is connected to the internet and the internal network. Now, what is a screened host? So this is a firewall that communicates directly with the a perimeter or router and the internal network. So the traffic received from the internet is first filtered by an edge router, and the traffic that makes it past this phase is sent to the screened host firewall, which applies more rules. The screened host firewall is the only device that receives traffic directly from the router. Now, what is a screened subnet? A screened subnet architecture adds another layer of security to the screened host architecture, and here instead of the firewall redirecting the traffic to the internal network, an interior firewall also filters the traffic. So the use of these two physical firewalls creates a DMZ. Now let's see what a proxy server is. So proxy servers act as an intermediary between the clients that want access to certain services and the servers that provide those services. So it can validate the request is safe and then send an independent request to the server on behalf of the user. So it may cache the response it receives from the server as well. So there are two types of proxies.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of cybersecurity by answering this question. Which one of the following can be considered as the class of computer threats? A. DOS attack. B. Phishing. C. Soliciting. D. Both A and C. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
The first one is forward proxy, which is the one that allows the client to specify the server it wants to communicate with. And then there is reverse proxy, which appears to the client as the original server. So the client sends a request to what it thinks is the original server. But in reality, this reverse proxy makes a request to the actual server and provides the client with the response. Now, what is a unified threat management or UTM? So the UTM appliance provides all the functionalities in a single network appliance like firewalls, anti-malware, anti-spam, intrusion detection system or intrusion prevention system, content filtering, data leak prevention, and VPN capabilities. So the goals of UTM are simplicity, streamlined installation and maintenance, centralized control, and the ability to understand the network's security from a holistic point of view. Now, what is a content distribution network or CDN? So, a content distribution network CDN consists of multiple servers distributed across a large region, each of which provides content that is optimized for users closest to it. So, the different features of this content distribution network are performance. So the shorter distance to users will not only reduce latency but also minimize the packet loss, resulting in a much better performance. Then there is availability. So here the requests are always routed to the nearest available location. So if one server is not available, requests are automatically sent to the next available server. Then there is security. So most CDNs should protect content providers and users by mitigating against a wide array of attacks, including DDoS attacks. And then there is intelligence. CDN can also offer valuable analytical information to discover trends about end user connectivity, device types, and browsing experiences across the globe. This data can give critical actionable insights and intelligence into their user base. Now let's talk about endpoint security. So an endpoint is any computing device that communicates through a network and whose principal function is not to mediate communications for other devices. So examples are desktops, laptops, servers, smartphones, tablets, POS terminals, IoT devices, etc. So endpoint security is the concept that each individual device must maintain a locked security, whether or not its network or telecommunication channels also provide or offer security. So every system should have an appropriate combination of local host firewall, anti-malware scanners, authentication, authorization, auditing, spam filters, and intrusion detection systems or intrusion prevention systems. Now, what is a honeypot? So, a honeypot is a network device intended to be exploited by attackers with the administrator's goal being to gain information on the attack tactics, techniques, and procedures. So, these honeypots would be having files which might seem to the attackers are very sensitive information, but would be actually diplomatic information placed by the administrator so that the attackers will be slowed down, and while they are trying to attack this, administration will be able to gain more insight about the attackers. So it usually sits in the DMC and attempts to lure attackers to it instead of to actual production computers. And to make it alluring to attackers, administrators may enable services and ports that are popular to exploit. Now, a honeynet is when two or more honeypot systems are used together, and honeypots needs to properly segmented from any other live systems on the network. Now, what is network access control, NAC? With exponential growth of mobile devices, it is critical to have the tools that provide the visibility, access control, and compliance capabilities. An NEC system can deny network access to non-compliant devices, place them in a quarantined area, or give them only restricted access to computing resources, thus keeping insecure nodes from infecting the network. So the benefits of an NEC are the first one, profiling, which recognizes and profiles users and their devices before malicious code can cause damage. Then there is guest access, where it can manage guests through a customizable self-service portal that includes guest registration, guest authentication, guest sponsoring, and a guest management portal. Then there is security posture check, which evaluates security policy compliance by user type, device type, and operating systems. And then there is also incident response, where it mitigates network threats by enforcing security policies that block, isolate, and repair non-compliant machines without administrator attention. Now, what is NAC 802.1x? So the IEEE 802.1x is an IEEE standard for port-based network access control, which is PNAC. It provides an authentication mechanism to devices wishing to attach to a LAN or WLAN. The IEEE 802.1x defines the encapsulation of Extensible Authentication Protocol EAP over IEEE 802, which is known as the EAP over LAN or EPOL. The EPOL was also modified for use with IEEE 802.1aE and IEEE 802.1ar to support service identification and optional point-to-point encryption over the internal LAN segment. 802.1x authentication involves three parties, which are the supplicant, the authenticator, and the authentication server. Now, let's see what is a software-defined networking is. So, SDN is an architecture designed to make a network more flexible and easier to manage. And SDN centralizes management by abstracting the control plane from the data forwarding function in the discrete networking devices. So there are two parts, which are the controller that enables centralized management, control, automation, and policy enforcement. And then there are APIs or protocols that relay information between the controller and the individual network devices. So the benefits of an SDN are simplifying operations, agile, programmable networks, and intent-based networking. Now, what are network protocols? So a network protocol is a set of rules followed by the network, and network protocols are formal standards and policies made up of rules, procedures, and formats that define communication between two or more devices over a network. Now let's see what is the address resolution protocol, or ARP. So the ARP is a communication protocol used for discovering the link layer address, such as a MAC address associated with a given internet layer address, typically an IPv4 address. The ARP broadcasts a frame requesting the MAC address that corresponds with the destination IP address. And each computer on the broadcast domain receives this frame and odd, but the computer that has the requested IP address ignores it. So the computer that has the destination IP address responds with its MAC address. Then what is ARP cache poisoning? So an attacker broadcasts false ARP messages over a LAN in order to link an attacker's MAC address with the IP address of a legitimate computer. Once the link has been established, frames meant for the original destination are sent to the hacker's computer first. Now, what is Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol, or DHCP? DHCP is a network management protocol used on Internet Protocol networks, whereby a DHCP server dynamically assigns an IP address and other network configuration parameters to each device on the network. DHCP is a UDP-based protocol that allows servers to assign IP addresses to network clients in real time. Now we'll see what is DHCP snooping. So DHCP snooping ensures that DHCP servers can assign IP addresses to only selected systems identified by their MAC addresses. Also, advanced network switches have the capability to direct clients towards legitimate DHCP servers to get IP addresses and restrict rogue systems from becoming DHCP servers on the network. Now, what is Internet Control Message Protocol, ICMP? The ICMP is used by network devices, including routers, to send error messages and operational information indicating success or failure when communicating with other IP addresses. So it differs from transfer protocols such as TCP and UDP in that it is not typically used to exchange data between systems. The most common application of ICMP are ping and traceroute. So the ICMP-based attacks are ICMP flood, which is a common DOS attack in which an attacker attempts to overwhelm a targeted device by ICMP echo requests. Then there is ICMP tunneling, which establishes a covered connection between client and server using ICMP echo requests and reply packets. So Loki is an application developed to perform such attacks. Now, what is a simple network management protocol? SNMP. The SNMP is an application layer protocol which uses UDP to monitor the network, detect network faults, and even used to configure devices. There are three components of SNMP. The first one is SNMP Manager, which is a centralized system used to monitor network. Then there is the SNMP Agent, which is a software management module installed on a managed device like PC, routers, switches, servers, etc. Then there is Management Information Base, which consists of information of resources that have to be managed, and this information is organized hierarchically. So security was one of the biggest weaknesses of SNMP until version 3, and the security approaches in SNMP v3 targets confidentiality, which is the encryption of packets to prevent snooping. Integrity is used to ensure that a packet has not been tampered while in transit, including an optional packet replay protection mechanism. And authentication, which is used to verify the messages from a valid source. What is a domain name service, or a DNS? So the DNS is a method of resolving host names to IP addresses. So names can be used instead of IP addresses within the network environments. So many companies have their own DNS servers to resolve internal host names, and these companies also use the DNS servers at their internet service providers to resolve host names on the internet. So the DNS namespaces are split up administratively into two zones. The DNS server that holds the file for one of these zones is said to be the authoritative name server for that zone, and the DNS server that records the map hostnames to IP addresses refers to the resource records. Now let's see what are the DNS threats. So DNS spoofing or DNS cache poisoning is a form of threat in which it's a form of computer security hacking in which it corrupts the DNS data, and the corrupt data is introduced into the DNS.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cybersecurity, then Intellipaat has a post-graduation certification in cybersecurity and ethical hacking. by ENICT Academy, MNIT Jaipur. This course is of very high quality and cost effective, as it is taught by MNIT professors and industry experts.
The solver was cached, causing the name server to return an incorrect result record. Example, an IP address. This results in traffic being diverted to the attacker's computer. Then the mitigation is that it needs to use stronger authentication mechanisms, and DNS SEC implements PKI and digital signatures, which allows DNS servers to validate the origin of a message to ensure that it is not spoofed and potentially malicious. The registration issues are domain grabbing, which refers to the practice of registering internet domains with the intention of selling the ownership rights rather than keeping them for their own personal use. Then there is cyber squatting, which concentrates specifically on trademarks and proper names. The aim of registering legally protected terms as part of the domain name is to sell them to an actual rights owner for a higher transfer fee. What is email service? The electronic mail is a method of exchanging messages between people using electronic devices. The SMTP works as a message transfer agent and moves the messages from the user's computer to the mail server when the user clicks the send button. The SMTP also functions as a message transfer protocol between email servers. The post office protocol is an internet mail service protocol that supports incoming and outgoing messages, and the internet message access protocol is also an internet protocol that enables users to access mail on a mail server. Now, what is a simple authentication security layer? So, this is a protocol independent framework for performing authentication. This means that any protocol that knows how to interact with SASL can use its various authentication mechanisms. POP3 and IMAP has the capability to integrate with SASL. Now, what are the threats to email? The first one is email spoofing, where it is a creation of email messages with a forged sender address. The core email protocols do not have any mechanism for authentication, making it common for spam and phishing emails to use such spoofing to mislead or even prank the recipient. Then there is email spam. While ordinarily spam is simply considered a nuisance, the true danger lies in the malware that can be delivered by spam. So the mitigation measures are SMTP authentication, which is developed to provide an access control mechanism. This comprises an authentication feature that allows clients to authenticate to the mail server before an email is sent. Then there is sender policy framework, which is an email validation system designed to prevent email spam by detecting email spoofing by verifying the sender's IP address. The SPF allows administrators to specify which hosts are allowed to send email from a given domain by creating a specific SPF record in DNS. Then there are domain keys identified by mail, which allows email servers to digitally sign messages to provide a measure of confidence for the receiving server that the message is from the domain it claims to be from. Now, what is email security? So, we'll discuss the methods that add security to an existing email infrastructure. The first one is secure multi-purpose internet mail extensions. So, this implements email authentication through X.509 digital certificates and privacy through PKC's encryption. Two types of messages can be created using S or MIME. There are signed messages and envelope messages. A signed message offers integrity and center authentication, and an envelope message offers integrity, center authentication, and confidentiality. All major email vendors support this S or MIME. Then there is MIME Object Security Services, MOSS. So this is utilized for authenticity, confidentiality, integrity, and non-repudiation for email messages. It uses RSA, DES, and MD5 algorithms to support authentication and encryption services. There is also privacy enhanced mail, which is an email encryption mechanism that is used to allow authentication, integrity, and confidentiality. It uses RSA, DES, and X.509. Then there is pretty good privacy, which is an asymmetric public-private key system that uses IDA algorithm to encrypt, decrypt, and digitally sign files and email messages. It is not standard, but is widely supported on the internet. Now, what is network address translation or NAT? So, organizations that use private IP addresses have the advantage of using a private addressing in a network while using the internet at the same time using NAT. So, the private ranges from addresses shown here. So, the different types of NAT are static NAT, which is a one-to-one mapping of a private IP address to a public IP address. Static NAT is useful when a network device inside a private network needs to be accessible from the internet. Then there is dynamic NAT, which is a mapping of a private IP address to a public IP address from a group of public IP addresses called a NAT pool. So dynamic NAT establishes a one-to-one mapping between a private IP to a public IP. Then there is port address translation, which is a type of dynamic NAT which can map multiple private IP addresses to a single public IP address by using a technology known as port address translation. Now, what are the routing protocols? So, a routing protocol specifies how routers communicate with each other to distribute information that enables them to select routes between any two nodes on a computer network. So there are two types of routing protocols. The first one is static routing protocol, which requires the administrator to manually configure the router's routing table. So if a link goes down, routers cannot tune themselves to use better route. Then there is dynamic routing protocol, which can discover routes and build a routing table. So routers use these tables to make decisions on the best route for the packets they receive. It can adjust routing table and based on the changes that take place to different routes. Now, what are the techniques used in routing protocols? The first one is distance vector routing protocol. This makes their routing decisions based on the distance and a vector, that is the number of hops and direction. It takes these variables and uses them to determine the best route for a packet. So RIP is an example of a distance vector routing protocol. Then there is link state routing protocol. This builds a more accurate routing table because they build a topology database of the network. So these protocols look at more variables than just the number of hops between two destinations. They use packet size, link speed, delay, network load, and reliability as the variables in their algorithms to determine the best routes for the packets to take. OSPF is an example of a link state routing protocol. Now, what are the different types of routing protocols? There are two types. They are interior routing protocols and exterior routing protocols. In interior routing protocols, they are divided into two further. The first one is routing information protocol, RIP, which is considered a distance vector protocol, which means it calculates the shortest distance between the source and destination, and it is considered a legacy protocol because of its slow performance and lack of functionality. Then there is open shortest path first protocol, which uses link state algorithms to send out routing table information. The use of these algorithms allows for smaller, more frequent routing table updates to take place. Authentication can take place with clear text passwords or hash passwords, or you can choose to configure no authentication on the routers. Then there is exterior routing protocols, which are connecting different AS. The first one is border gateway protocol, which enables routers on different ASs to share routing information to ensure effective and efficient routing between the different AS networks. Border gateway protocol is commonly used by internet service providers to route data from one location to the next on the internet. The BGP uses a combination of link state and distance vector routing algorithms. Now, what are intranets and extranets? So an intranet is a private network that allows employees and staff in an enterprise to securely share knowledge and information easily within the company or organization. So information, tools, directories, and services available on the company's intranet are typically unavailable on the general public network. Then there is extranet, which is a private network that leverages internet technology and public telecommunication system to share part of a business information to or information operations over a secure system with suppliers, vendors, partners, customers, or other businesses. An extranet is often considered part of a company's intranet that is extended to authorized users outside of the organization.
Concerning cybersecurity, the first question is, what exactly is cybersecurity? In simple words, cybersecurity is the application of technology, processes, and controls to protect system, programs, devices from cyber attacks. Cybersecurity aims to reduce the risk of cyber attacks. As we all know, cybersecurity is a field that has evolved into one of the most advanced technologies. According to Forbes, the global cybersecurity market will be worth to $70 billion by 2026, up from $173 billion in 2020. In simple words, cybersecurity can also be coined as information security, because in cybersecurity, we are securing our data, our private information from hackers and from users with malicious intent. We live in a digital era. Whether it's booking a hotel room or hailing a cab or ordering food online, we are constantly getting the data from the internet that is stored on the cloud. So this cloud is nothing but a huge data center that we can access online. And this is the golden opportunity for the hacker with so many access points as public IP addresses and constant traffic and tons of data to exploit. Importance of cybersecurity. It is completely accurate that today's generation lives on the internet, right? And most of the users are unaware of how those random bits of zeros and ones reach the computer securely. Yes, cybersecurity makes this possible. Cybersecurity is important because it protects all categories of data from theft and damage. This includes sensitive data, personal data, and information related to health. Cybersecurity awareness is the combination of both knowing and doing something to protect a business information assets. Basically, when an enterprise employees are cybersecurity aware, it's a plus point for them. It means they understand what are cyber attacks, the potential impact of the attack, and the steps required to reduce risk and prevent cybercrime infiltrating their online workspace. Cybersecurity is required because it protects us from threats and such as data theft and misuse. Cybersecurity skills. The demand for cybersecurity skills is at an all-time high as organizations move online and to cloud storage. Having a strong technical and coding knowledge along with soft skills for cybersecurity helps to raise a cybersecurity career. Nowadays, everything is operating online and every transaction is happening online. So, this is the right time for acquiring the cybersecurity skills to make a better career. These are a few cybersecurity skills. First one is system administration and networking. Computer networking is really the pillar of internet. It is the most crucial attribute to have in cybersecurity. To begin a career in cybersecurity, one must first gain extensive knowledge on computer networking, virtual machines and operating systems. The best cybersecurity expertise is the one who has a thorough understanding of multiple operating systems and can help us from cybercrimes. It is necessary for a cybersecurity expert to have a hands-on knowledge on software applications such as Mac, Windows, and Linux. Controlling network security. Managing network security is one of the fundamental skills that every cybersecurity professional should have. As a cybersecurity specialist, one must be able to run intrusion detection systems and detect suspicious network activities beforehand, as well as understand the differences between IDS and IDPS and how they relate to the firewall. Coding. Coding is one of the technical skills required for cybersecurity. The top programming languages for improving cybersecurity skills and pursuing a rewarding career are C, PHP, HTML, SQL, even Python and C++. As a result, choose the best language for your cybersecurity career and learn the fundamentals. Security in the cloud. In the coming years, there will be greater demand for cybersecurity experts with cloud security skills. Companies are looking for cybersecurity experts who are familiar with AWS and Azure. Since AWS and Azure are cloud-based services, companies are having a lookout for experts who have extensive knowledge on the cloud. The next topic is cybersecurity certifications. What are cybersecurity certifications? Computing and the internet are more important than ever. The well-respected security certifications listed below will help us understand the valuable members of the IT community. The list of top best cybersecurity certifications are here: CISSP, CompTIA Security Plus, GSCC, SSCP, CEA, OSCP, PMP, CISA, CAP, and CISM. Certificates in cybersecurity are now available in variety of formats and topics, ranging from forensics to intrusion detection to ethical hacking. These certificates are commonly administered by accrediting bodies such as CompTIA, EC Council, and CA Square. Working in IT security necessitates both knowledge and certifications. So these cybersecurity certifications are important in working in IT security. IT security department. Let's discuss about the first certification, that is CISSP, with an acronym of Certified Information System Security Professional. A widely recognized credential for information technology security professional is CISSP. CISSP course is aligned with ISC Square CBK 2018 and covers all aspects of IT security. So one may become a strong information security expert by having this certification. The CISSP exam is based on the managerial mindset. That means the answer might not be from the technical background. It mainly focuses on managerial topic. The domains of CISSP are security and risk management, asset security, identity and access management, communication and network security. There is a total of 11,679 jobs listed by the CISSP certification. The next certification is CompTIA Security Plus certification. CompTIA Plus is an excellent entry-level industry certification. This certification requires 2 years of an IT administrator with a security focus. And this certification is valid for a period of 3 years. One of the valid DoD's recognized baselines for level 2 IT security technicians is the CompTIA Security Plus certification. CompTIA Security Plus is one of the greatest methods to start a career in security. When it comes to CompTIA Security Plus jobs, the number is insanely huge and the overall difficulty isn't that challenging for majority of people. The job roles for CompTIA certification holders are help desk managers, analysts, system administrators and DevOps. The next certification is GSAC, that is GIAC Security Essential certification. Another notable entry-level InfoSec certification, that is DoD approved for level 2 IT security. Security Essentials are the name of the certification, which also includes Network Essentials. GSAC domains comprises of the following: Windows Network Security, Networking and Protocols, Critical Controls, and Cryptography. The pay scale of a GSEC certified professional varies from $50,000 to $91,000. The next certification we'll talk about is SSCP, that is System Security Certified Practitioner. SSCP is seen as a relatively easy vendor neural badge to obtain. The certification is one of the US Department of Defense approved baseline certification for both level 1 and level 2 information assurance technical certification. The domain SSCP cars are cryptography, access control, security operations and administrations, risk identification and analysis. The next certification on the list is CEH, that is Certified Ethical Hacking. It is an intermediate level certification that focuses on preventing and safeguarding systems and networks against the most frequent attacks. CEH is aimed to guarantee that students have a thorough understanding of hacking techniques. Hacking techniques such as footprinting, network scanning, cross-site scripting, SQL injections, worms and viruses, social engineering and honeypots. The job title for CEH is Application Security Analyst. Also check out our course on Certified Ethical Hacking on our website. The domains of CEH include security operations, risk identification, access control, and cryptography. The next certification on the list is OSCP, Offensive Security Certified Professional. This certification focuses on ethical hacking and penetration testing. And to take up this exam, one must first clear penetration testing using Kali Linux course. It's a must-have for this certification. The fact that you can only pass the OSCP if you study a lot and learn it quickly. It's one of the main reasons for its popularity. This certification will put your determination and capacity to learn on your own to the test. These are two incredibly useful abilities in the actual world. So OSCP basically focuses on self-learning. This certification is higher on the list because penetration and ethical hacking are such a small fraction of secure employment. This credential has more than 1,104 job openings. The next certification is Project Management Professional. Project management is always going to be around as you rise in seniority and you going to be leading projects in the organization. So it makes sense to get more knowledge on this certification. The PMP certification in cybersecurity is one of the most respected certification for project management. The PMP has a total of 15,266 job openings. The next certification is CISA, that is Certified Information System Auditor. Another useful certification to have on your resume is CISA. It verifies experience, technology, and expertise in the field of IT security control auditing. The CISA program teaches how to manage to audit and guarantee that IT assets are adequately protected. Job titles of CISA are Information Security Analyst and IT Auditor. Salary range of CISA professionals and the job titles. The next certification is CAP, Certified Authorization Professional. CAP certifies skills and teaches the processes that information system go through before being authorized, including the authorization process, assessment process, and how to monitor information security controls in a real-world enterprise setting. Information System Security Officer, ISSO, Security Control Assessor, Information Assurance Analyst, and Compliance Analyst are some of the job titles held by CAP certification holders. The CAP certifier is in charge of overseeing the information system security procedures. The next and the last certification is CISM, Certified Information Security Manager. CISM is a managerial certificate. CISM validates skill sets, expertise, and how to develop, deploy, and manage expertise enterprise information security programs. This certification is ideal for Chief Information Security Officer, Security Professional, Security Consultant, and Security Analyst. Domains of CISM are similar to CISSP. The domains are listed below: security operations, risk identification, access control, and cryptography. Cybersecurity key skills. First one is problem solving skills. As a cybersecurity professional, problem solving will play a major role in your day-to-day work. So in this field, need to find creative ways to take on and address complex information security challenges. So problem solving skill is considered as a key skill for cybersecurity. Technical aptitude. Cybersecurity is a technology-focused field, and the cybersecurity expert will likely be tasked with responsibilities such as troubleshooting, maintaining and updating information security systems. Attention to detail. Being able to defend an organization against cyber breaches requires you to be highly vigilant and detail-oriented to effectively detect vulnerabilities and risk. Communication skills. As a cybersecurity specialist, you'll be working closely with individuals, other roles and departments, and it is important to be able to effectively communicate and explain your findings and concerns. Hacking knowledge. A basic ethical hacking knowledge is required, as it helps the enterprise to detect hacking in prior. Knowledge of security. Having a knowledge across all the platforms and having a knowledge in security is a must. Forensic skills. As cybersecurity and forensics are closely related, a deep observation is required. So forensic skills are also important. Computer fundamentals. Knowing the basic computer fundamentals is a must for a cybersecurity expertise.
So who exactly is a certified ethical hacker? An ethical hacker, also referred to as a white hat hacker, is an information security expert who penetrates a computer system, network, application, or other computing resources on behalf of its owners and with their authorization. Organizations call on ethical hackers to uncover potential security vulnerabilities that malicious hackers could exploit. The purpose of ethical hacking is to evaluate the security and identify vulnerabilities in target systems, networks, or system infrastructure. The process entails finding and then attempting to exploit vulnerabilities to determine whether unauthorized access or other malicious activities are possible. Moving on, let's see what exactly is Certified Ethical Hacker Exam. This course will teach you the latest hacking tools, techniques, and methodologies used by hackers and information security professionals to lawfully hack an organization. This exam covers more than 500 new threats and vulnerability scenarios as it is updated to version 11. And one more thing, CH version 11 is provided by EC Council, that is the governing body who give all certifications for cybersecurity. Now let's see what makes this cybersecurity CEH version 11's certification different from other cybersecurity certifications. The first one, it has mapped NICE 2.0. CH version 11 falls perfectly under NICE 2.0 framework specialty areas, protect and defend and analyze, and even securely provision, helping you to further your career as a federal employee. Next, we have emerging attack vectors. A greater focus on 18 attack vectors, including the OWASP top 10 IoT hacking vulnerabilities analysis, APT, fileless malware, web API threats, webhooks, web OSHL, other attacks, cloud attacks, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and much more. Next, we have modern exploit technologies. This is to improve your exploit development by learning about existing and new vulnerabilities from the entry level. Get exposure to the latest technologies such as OT technology and container technology. This exam also has hands-on hacking challenges. You will get the luxury of trying 24 exceptional hacking challenges that is spread across 4 complexity levels with the Break the Code challenge. There you can showcase your cutting edge tricks to get into highly sought after positions. You will also learn modern case studies and current events. Exemplary case studies to help you understand the TTPs and scope of an attack. You will also learn from the modern real world incidents and ongoing trends to protect, detect, and analyze a potential cyber attack beforehand. This exam also has enhanced focus on malware analysis. After doing this examination, you will be one step closer to learning the latest malware analysis tactics for ransomware, banking, and financial malware like IoT botnets, OT malware analysis, Android malware, and many more malwares like that. Then you will also have live cyber range. They have the brand new iLab cyber range for now 100% mapped to the certified ethical hacker training program. It is no more based on simulations rather than real world challenges. Before it was on simulations and now it's the real world challenges. And this is the most interesting part. This exam has greater focus on cloud and IoT services. You will get dedicated modules on cloud and IoT incorporating CSP's container technologies like Docker or Kubernetes, cloud computing threads, and various IoT hacking tools such as Shikra, Bus Pirate, and many more. Now let's see what's new in version 11 that was not there in previous versions. The first one we have is hacking challenges on steroids. You will have 24 incredible challenges across 4 levels. Then you will also have cloud computing that was not there in previous versions. You will also have hacking web applications like web API, webhooks, and web shell concepts, web API hacking, and security. After that, in operational technology, you will learn tools and methods like ICS, SCADA, HMI based attacks, and side channel attacks. WPA3, we are most familiar with it. Now that WPA3 exists in this world, we have WPA3 encryption and cracking as well. After that, you will also learn malware reverse engineering, that is the static and dynamic malware analysis.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cybersecurity, then Intellipaat has a post-graduation certification in cybersecurity and ethical hacking by ENICT Academy, MNIT Jaipur. This course is of very high quality and cost-effective, as it is taught by MNIT professors and industry experts.
Here you will analyze the malware and even create it, and then you will learn how do you even prevent a malware. Then you will also learn enumeration, where you will learn new networking techniques like NFS, Telnet, SMB, FTP, TFTP, even IPv6, border gateway protocol, and enumeration techniques. After this, let's move on to the exam outline. What exactly CH version 11 exam consists of. First one, it has 125 number of questions and you will get 4 hours to answer them. And for 125 questions, you will not have negative marking, so you can attempt any number of questions. Now the format of the questions is there will be multiple choice questions. The 4 options, you will have a question that is real world scenario based and you have to answer that. For example, I am CEO of a company and my company has been attacked by some attackers. Now what are the next steps I have to take in order to prevent those attacks in future? So the questions like that, you have to answer them. Now the exam prefix that you have is 312-50. It's more like an exam code that you have to put before applying to that exam. After that, let's move on to the interesting part, how you are scored and what are the passing scores. In order to maintain the high integrity of the certification exams, EC Council exams are provided in multiple forms. Each form is very carefully analyzed through beta testing with an appropriate sample group under the preview of a committee of subject matter experts that ensure that each of the exams has not only academic rigor but also has real world applicability. They also have the process to determine the difficulty rating of each question. The individual rating then contributes to an overall cutoff score for each exam form. To ensure each form has equal assessment standards, cut scores are set on a per exam form basis, depending on which the exam form is challenged. Now the cut scores can range from 60% to 85%. Now this is the exam outline of what you will learn in CH version 11 exam. You will have 20 modules in total, starting from Introduction to Ethical Hacking to Cryptography. You will learn 5 phases of ethical hacking inside it, like footprinting, reconnaissance, scanning networks, vulnerability assessment, malware threats, sniffing, and the most interesting and new topics that we have is IoT hacking, cloud computing, and even hacking wireless networks like WPA3 and WPA2. In addition to it, you will have a separate module for denial of service, session hijacking, and even SQL injections. Now moving on, these are the tools that you learn in CH version 11 exam. Now these are not all the tools that you learn. You learn around 500 plus tools that are there in Kali Linux operating system. These are the most famous tools that you learn for creating malware and scanning networks. Wireshark and Nmap are the 2 tools that scans the network and gives you the IP addresses of all the devices that are connected to it.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of cybersecurity by answering this question. What is code red? A. An antivirus program. B. A photo editing software. C. A computer virus. D. A video editing software. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
MySQL will be useful when you do SQL injection into a website. And Metasploit is a tool, and it's a very famous tool that we use to create malwares and viruses. Not only these, you will have 500 more tools to learn. After this, let me tell you what are the job roles that you do after you do this certification. So in total, you have a lot of jobs, but these are the top job roles that I have, and companies are looking for these specific job roles. You have Information Security Analyst, Information Assurance Security Officer, Information Security Manager, and Information System Engineer. Now these 4 job roles that you have that are for information security role. After this, you will also have IT auditors, vulnerability analyst, and network admin and engineer. Now these 3 job roles are specially for penetration testers and offensive security people. So after you complete the exam, you will have 2 options to go inside the companies. Either you go as a security expert or you can go for as a penetration tester, which is an offensive security measure. Now after this, so these are the top companies that are hiring ethical hackers as of now. As you can see, there are very big companies and very famous for it. You have companies like American Express, Amazon, IBM, SAP, KPMG, Deloitte, Microsoft, Wipro, and Cisco. These are the very big companies that require ethical hackers on a regular basis. So after you do the certification, you can also get into these organizations and learn a lot and earn a lot from them. Moving on, let's see the most interesting part of this session. You will get to know the salary of all the job roles that you do after you complete CH version 11 exam. Now for new people who are in USA, their salary starts with $104,500, that's annual. And in India, for new people who have just graduated or who are new to this industry, they earn from 3.5 to 6 lakhs per annum. Now for professionals who have 3 years to 5 years of experience, they earn $2 million in USA. And for India, you will earn 30 LPA. Reason number 1, very high paychecks. Now that's definitely the top reason to learn cybersecurity. There's nothing wrong to say that with the increasing challenges in cybersecurity domain, the overall number of professionals needed have fallen short. Now due to this reason, the experts in this field have seen significant growth in their salaries since recent years. On an average basis, an expert earns around $42,000 to $78,000 after getting the required skills. That means from 10 lakh rupees to 25 lakh rupees per annum. After getting the required training, the professionals are free to work with any organization. And this is because almost all of them, whether small or large scale, need security experts in this arena. Since the demand is more and supply is less, the salary of cybersecurity professionals is expected to grow at a rapid pace. So it's the right time to learn cybersecurity and become future ready to grab those big paychecks. The second reason we have is very highly demanded field. Now for those having professional recognition of their skills, there are currently a very large number of vacancies which are available across the globe. In fact, it's one of the professions with wide demand. The workforce is expected to rise around 6.5 million by the end of next year. Experts say that by 2022, there will be more than 5 billion people across the internet, and to cater the needs of them, there will be needed of more and more cybersecurity professionals. Organizations in almost every sector need to have these professionals with them to keep up with the pace, and the fact is there are many organizations who even hire cybersecurity professionals consistently. The third reason we have is the requirements are super basic. Well, if you think pursuing career in cybersecurity is challenging, you are possibly wrong. If all you need to have with you is confidence and a professional background in IT, the overall eligibility criteria is relaxing across the globe. One reason for this could be the huge gap between demand and the availability of experts. Even the college students and young professionals can go for it without worrying about anything. For those who doesn't have a professional background, can simply proceed with the cybersecurity certification, which enable them to earn quality as experts in cybersecurity. The fourth reason we have is cybersecurity trends are forever. Now trends may come and go, but cybersecurity trends are forever. One of the major issues and drawbacks working in IT sector is that tech changes often impacts the overall number of jobs and earnings of professionals. However, it's not same for all the domains in IT, including cybersecurity. Cybersecurity experts are huge in demand and will also remain in the future due to rapid growth of the internet. There's nothing much that has changed in this sector since last few years, and experts have a very large number of options to begin their career after fulfilling the requirements. Cybersecurity job trends are always forever, and there are no chances of shortfall of demand of those who have gone through professional training in this domain. Cybersecurity is an option for youngsters that can pursue with closed eyes due to another leading reason, that is knowledge. Of course, it has a lot to learn for freshers. Now the fifth reason we have is opportunities and scholarships for cybersecurity education. Due to extreme shortfall in availability of cybersecurity professionals all over the world, various governments have introduced special scholarships for the students. If you are interested in studying cybersecurity in any part of the world, probably there will be some best scholarships that you can apply without fulfilling complex and competitive requirements. Now there are various opportunities for study and for job one can simply make sure in the present scenario. Forbes magazine recently stated that there will be more than 2 million jobs lying vacant in this domain in different parts of the world. Thus, experts after getting the required skills can move anywhere they want. The sixth and most interesting reason is you don't need mathematics. Now that's a very good reason for those who hated maths in school and colleges. Well, the fact couldn't be denied that maths is a challenging and subject for many college-going students. Not everyone loves it, and the fact is, it doesn't let them proceed with other best options that have maths as an important part. Cybersecurity training and education is totally free from involvement of maths, and thus, one who hates it need not to worry. Learners can rather learn the programming and other core topics related to cybersecurity and can work in a challenging environment. The seventh reason we have is you can work with top class organizations after getting required skill set. One of the best thing about cybersecurity is that there are huge number of organizations where professionals are required. Some of the well-known organizations such as Dell, Accenture, etc. have many cybersecurity professionals working for them at many top positions. Experts also have the option to work with governmental agencies, defense agencies, banks, hospitality industry, and other sectors after providing his or her skills. Hacking is the coolest thing which you can learn and can simply make sure that things remain safe under all conditions. The eighth reason we have is you learn skills that no one knows. Cybersecurity is a domain that simply introduces you with the skills that no one else can easily acquire. It is because of this reason that many young minds are paying a lot of attention to building a career in this domain. White-hat cybersecurity experts are familiar with many concepts about network and other security which are very interesting to know. Companies can simply make sure that professionals work with the full satisfaction and have something new to work on each day. The job of a cybersecurity expert is not much complex, but there is a lot to learn about the core networking, network security, and so on. Many professionals have already grabbed some of the best paying jobs because of no other reason than the skills that they have acquired with time. Professionals can easily learn the working of a number of gadgets and is thus a useful domain for those who have interest in this. The ninth reason we have is it's never too late to begin with. Another great thing about cybersecurity is it's never too late to realize that you want to be in this profession. Now there are a lot of people across the globe that opted for this option after completing 50 years of age. In fact, it could be the best things that you could do after retirement if you are having background in IT sector. There's no need to worry about the job security as experts in this field are always demanded widely. You are always welcome to join the training courses and other options and for reaping the benefits cybersecurity domain has to offer you. The 10th and final reason we have is managership and leadership skills. Cybersecurity professionals with a relevant degree in this domain can simply make sure of excellent manager and leadership skills. It is true that in most of the study programs, these skills are not introduced to the students. However, they are required to build a solid reputation and to grow in one's field. All the right qualities required to gain leadership position are directly or indirectly be inherited by those who work as a cybersecurity professionals. It's nothing but the flexibility in the job that makes sure workers can simply learn the same. Now that's it about the top 10 reasons why you should learn cybersecurity.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cybersecurity, then Intellipaat has a post-graduation certification in cybersecurity and ethical hacking by ENICT Academy, MNIT Jaipur. This course is of very high quality and cost-effective, as it is taught by MNIT professors and industry experts.
Let's start with subjective questions. Now let's get into our first question. The first question is, what is a CIA trade? Now CIA Triad is a model designed to handle policies for information security within an organization. CIA stands for confidentiality, integrity and availability. Confidentiality is a collection of rules that limits access to information. Integrity means it assures the information is trustworthy and reliable. Availability provides reliable access to data for authorized people. It is the most important part of an organization to work and increase their business. Now let's get into our second question. Compare symmetric and asymmetric encryption. It has different purposes. Symmetric uses a single key to encrypt and decrypt information, while asymmetric uses a pair of public and private keys to encrypt and decrypt information. Symmetric encryption performs faster, while asymmetric encryption performs slower. Some algorithms that symmetric uses is AES, RC4, DES, Quad, 3DES, Blowfish, etc. And examples of asymmetric algorithms are Diffie-Hellman and RS. The purpose for symmetric encryption is it's preferred for transferring huge data, while an asymmetric is used for exchanging secret keys very safely. Our next question is, what's the difference between hashing and encryption? Let's look at the answer. Both hashing and encryption are used to convert readable data into an unreadable format. The significant difference is that encrypted data can be transferred into original data by decryption, whereas hashed data cannot be processed back to the original data. Our next question is, what's the difference between vulnerability assessment and penetration testing? The answer for this is, I'll tell you first about vulnerability testing. It's a process to define, detect, and prioritize the vulnerabilities in computer systems, network infrastructure, applications, etc., and gives the organization the required information to fix the flaws. While penetration testing, which is also called as pen testing or ethical hacking, it's a process of testing a network, system, application, etc. to identify vulnerabilities that attackers could exploit. My next question is, what's a three-way handshake process? People who know networking might have guessed it the right answer. A three-way handshake process is used in TCP protocol for transmission of data in a reliable way between the host and the client. It uses three kinds of packets. The first one is sync packet. The client wants to establish a connection with the server and sends a segment with SYN to the server if the server is up and has open ports. Then the server responds to the client request with sync acknowledge signal bits that send it has open ports. And finally, the client acknowledges the response of a server and sends an ACK packet back to the server. Our next question is, what are the types of port scanning? Now we all know there are ports in computers, right? A port scanning is an application designed for identifying open ports and services accessible only on host network. Security administrators mostly utilize it for exploiting vulnerabilities and also by hackers for targeting victims. Some of the most popular scanning techniques are ping scan, TCP connect, TCP half open, stealth scanning, and UDP. Our next question is, what is more secure, SSL or HTTPS? Now SSL is a secure sockets layer. It's a secure protocol that provides safer conversation between two or more parties across the internet. It works on top of the HTTP to provide security. While HTTPS, it means Hypertext Transfer Protocol Secure, is a combination of HTTP and SSL to provide a safer browsing experience with encryption. In terms of security, SSL is more secure than HTTPS. Now our next question is very basic that every networker should know. What are the 7 layers of the OSI model? Now the main objective of the OSI model is to process the communication between two endpoints in a network. I'll start from layer 1, that's physical layer. It transfers the computer bits from one device to another through the network. It also controls how physical connections are set up to the network and also bits represented into signals while transferring either optical, electrical or radio waves. The second layer we have is data link layer. It handles the flow of data to and fro in the network. It also controls problems that occur due to bit transition errors. The third layer we have is network layer. It is used to transfer data to and fro through another network. Transport layer is used for sending data across a network and also offers error checking practices and data flow controls. Session layer determines the period of a system that awaits for another applications to respond. Presentation layer manages encryption and decryption of data required for the application layer. It translates or formats data for the application layer based on the syntax of application that accepts. The final layer we have is application layer. It allows users to communicate between network application when required to perform network related operations. Now let's get into our next question. This is very important for cybersecurity and networking people. What is the use of Address Resolution Protocol, aka ARP? Now ARP is a protocol specially used to map IP address to physical address such as Ethernet addresses. It translates 32-bit addresses to 48 bits addresses and vice versa. This is needed because the most common level of IP we use today is 32 bits long and MAC addresses are 48 bits long. Our next question is how to reset or remove the BIOS password. Now there are many ways to reset or remove BIOS password. You must have seen similar picture like this in your PCs or in your laptops. You have to enter password there and then the hard disk allows you to get into the computer. Now the ways are by removing the CMOS battery, by using software, by using the MS-DOS command, or by using motherboard jumper, or by using backdoor BIOS passwords. Now we use tools for this which you are going to learn when you learn cybersecurity. The next question is explain traceroute. Traceroute is a tool that shows the packet path. It lists all the points that the packet passes through. Traceroute is used mostly when the packet does not reach the destination. It's also used to check where the connection breaks or stops or to identify the failure. Now if you see in this command prompt, I tried to trace route google.com and it shows me how many hops I have to reach the Google server. The next question we have is what is a VPN? Now VPN stands for Virtual Private Network. A VPN connection establishes a secure connection between you and internet. It's a network connection method for creating an encrypted and safer connection. This method protects data from interference, snooping, and censorship. Next we have define the process of salting. What is the use of salting? Now salting is that process to extend the length of passwords by using special characters. To use salting, it's very important to know the entire mechanism of salting. The use of salting is to safeguard passwords. It also prevents attackers testing known words across the system. For example, what you see on your screen. We have a user password that's happy face. We add some salt value to it and we get an hash algorithm. Then again we use salt into it and then we get a hash value. Now even if hacker tries to hack your password, he can see the hash value but not the user password. The next question we have is what is black box testing and white box testing? Black box testing is a software testing method in which the internal structure or program code is hidden. Example, when you search something on Google by using keywords. And white box testing is a software testing method in which internal structure of the entire program is known by the tester. For example, when you input to check and verify loops in any program. The next question we have is what is IP and MAC addresses? IP address is the acronym for Internal Protocol Address. An Internet Protocol Address is used to uniquely identify a computer or device such as printers, storage disk, or a computer network. For example, we have IP address as 192.64.25.124. MAC address is the acronym for Media Access Control Address. They are used to uniquely identify network interfaces for communication at the physical layer of network. We have an example for MAC address 9C355B5F4CD7. Now these are the format what IP address looks like and what MAC address looks like. The next question we have is explain honeypot and its types. Honeypot is a decoy computer system which records all the transactions, interactions and actions with the users. Honeypot is classified into two categories, production honeypot and research honeypot. Production honeypot is designed to capture real information for the administrator to access vulnerabilities. They are generally placed inside production network to increase the security. Research honeypot is used by educational institutions and organizations for the sole purpose of researching the motives and tactics of the black hat community for targeting different networks. The next question we have is, what is WEP cracking? Web is a secured layer. In order to crack web, we need to first capture the large number of packets. That means we can capture a large number of IVs. Once we have done that, we will use tools like AirCrackNG. These attacks will be able to use statistically attacks to determine the key stream and web key for the target network. This method is going to be better when we have more than 2 packets, and our chances of breaking the key will be very higher. The next question we have is, list out various methods of session hijacking. So we have 4 methods of session hijacking. The first is using packet sniffers, cross-site scripting, IP spoofing, and blind attack. The next question we have is, explain the difference between stream cipher and block cipher. Stream operator operates on a small plain text units, while block cipher works on very large block data. Stream requires very less code, while block requires a large amount of code. Stream cipher can be used only once, whereas block cipher can be used at any number of times. Stream cipher is used on SSL or secure socket layer, while block cipher is used to encrypt file and database. Stream cipher is used on hardwares, while block cipher is used on softwares. Now let's move on to our next question. What is remote desktop protocol? Let me show you an image first. Have you come across image like this, guys? If you are not, go on your run command and then type remote desktop connection and press enter. You will come to this screen. RDP is developed by Microsoft, which provides graphical user interface to connect 2 devices over a network. The user uses RDP client software to serve this purpose, while other device must run RDP server software. This protocol is specifically designed for remote management and to access virtual PCs, applications, and terminal server. It's time for multiple choice questions, guys. Now in this section, I need you guys to answer before I give you the answer. Which of the following tool is used for Wi-Fi hacking? Any guesses? Well, the correct answer is AirCrackNG. Our second question is, which of the following is a popular IP address and port scanner? I think you guys can guess it. It's Angry IP Scanner. There are dash types of scanning in ethical hacking and cybersecurity. How many types of scanning are there, guys? There are 3 types of scanning in ethical hacking and cybersecurity. The next question is, which of the following is the most important activity in system hacking? Is it covering tracks, escalating privileges, cracking passwords, or information gathering? The correct answer is cracking passwords. It's very difficult, right? Moving on to our next question, which of the following is the first computer virus? It's Creeper, Blaster, Sasser, or none of the above. I know you guys know it. So the correct answer is Creeper. Our next question is, which of the following option is used to protect data against passwords? Now this is a security question. Authorization, authentication, encryption, or non-repudiation. The correct answer is, it's encryption. What does TCP IP stands for? Is it option A, B, C, or none of the above? The correct answer is Transmission Control Protocol, Internet Protocol. Now our next question is, why would a hacker use a proxy server? Any reasons? To create a stronger connection with the target, to create a ghost server on the network, to obtain a remote access connection, or to hide malicious activity on the internet. The correct answer is to hide malicious activity on the network. That's why hacker uses a proxy server. Moving on to our next question, which of the following can be considered as the class of computer threats? Is it DDoS, phishing, soliciting, or both A and C? The correct answer is DDoS attack is considered as the class of computer threats. Moving on to our final question. In Wi-Fi security, which of the following protocol is more used? WPA, WPA2, WPS, or both A and C? The correct answer is WPA2.
Coming to the first question on the Stop Ethical Hacking interview questions and answers set, it states, what are the advantages and disadvantages of hacking? Well, we're talking about the general term of hacking here, and if you're wondering about are there even any sort of advantages to it, well, yes, that's the entire point of ethical hacking, right? So one of the most important advantages is that it can be used as a way to ensure that, You can fix all the bugs and the loopholes that are present in the system. And at the end of the day, if you do fix all of this, it means that it will not allow actual hackers to create a nuisance by accessing your data in an unauthorized way, and a lot more. And of course, if you yourself are hacking into your company in an ethical manner to test the security features, it means that when an actual hacker does try to get in, that he or she will fail. Therefore, it will prevent data theft. And of course, any sort of malicious attacks can be kept at bay as well. But now, the disadvantages of hacking in an unethical way talks about massive security issues, because at the end of the day, it's illegal. The second thing is that you can have unauthorized system access, which is not recommended, and stealing private information can become very easy, and of course, violating privacy regulations can get out of hand as well. So when you ask this question in the interview, make sure to talk about both the advantages and the disadvantages of ethical and unethical hacking as well. Coming to question number 2, it states, what is the difference between asymmetric and symmetric encryption? Well, whenever we talk about asymmetric encryption, one important thing you really have to know is that it lies in the name. So with asymmetric encryption, what we're trying to do is we're having different keys for encryption purposes, and of course there's another different key for decryption purposes. But in the case of symmetric encryption, as the name suggests, both the keys that's used to encrypt and decrypt are exactly the same. And then another important point is that with asymmetric encryption, right, it's really powerful, it's more secure, but it is very slow to implement in real life. So whenever someone talks about implementing just asymmetric encryption, it's always recommended to take a hybrid approach to find the best way, the fastest way possible. And then when we talk about symmetric, of course, when you directly compare it to asymmetric encryption, it's pretty fast. It's actually really fast, but then the key needs to be transferred over an unencrypted channel, which could lead to some sort of deficiencies, and that could lead to potential hack as well. So if your product is time sensitive and if you really like having security on the go, then you would be using symmetric encryption. But if you'd prefer to take more time out of your day, then of course asymmetric encryption is more secure, and that's the way to go. Coming to question number 3, it says, how can you avoid ARP poisoning? Well, ARP poisoning is one of these types of network attack that can make or break a product, right? So either you're trying to protect a website, you're trying to protect a brand, a product, whatever it is that you're doing. Once you are, victim to this, things go really out of hand. So how can you avoid ARP poisoning? There are 3 main ways to do this. One is by making use of what we call as packet filtering. What packet filtering does is that it filters out and blocks all the packets which actually clash with all the source address data that's coming in, to make sure that all the incoming sources are continuously tracked and monitored. And the second thing is that you can keep away from trust relationships, right? See, organizations have to develop protocols, and the dependency on trust has to really be as little as possible, because at the end of the day, you will never know when trust is broken between 2 organizations, right? So keeping that in mind, protocol over trust relationships is something that I would definitely recommend. And when you're thinking about utilizing ARP spoofing softwares, right? Because there are programs out there that have the capability to assess and certify the information completely and check for its validity, of course, before transmitting it, right? So this information you can have complete control of. You can spoof the information, you can block it, you can send in an entirely different information that's spoofing, and you can do a lot of things with these ARP spoofing softwares that will make sure that you do not, you can avoid ARP poisoning, basically. Coming to question number 4, it states, what can an ethical hacker do? Well, this is a very generic question, very simple question with a very specific answer. So basically, do not get carried away. Keep your answer very concise. So an ethical hacker, what he or she does is that they are a person who is completely capable and proficient at working with computers and thoroughly experts in networking, because at the end of the day, they use all of this skill and technique that they have to infiltrate either a network or an environment or a website or whatever it is, to make sure that they do it so that actual hackers don't. So they do it, they report what the vulnerabilities are there to the security team. The security team fixes all of that to make sure that an actual hacker will not exploit that and have unauthorized access. So it's a way of the company hacking itself, and or hiring a person to do it for them, to show vulnerabilities, such that they can fix it and prevent unauthorized access. So coming to question number 5, it states, why is Python utilized for hacking? One important thing you really have to know about Python is that it's used literally everywhere, be it artificial intelligence, be it web development, game development, hacking, whatever you think about, Python is there, right? Similarly, in the case of hacking as well, here it's a widely used scripting language for hackers, especially in today's world of trending programming languages and scripting languages. And it has some very nice features that makes it very important for hacking. It has so many libraries that it comes with, and this intense kind of functionality that Python provides, right? So you will have to do very little to get a huge output. So keeping that in mind, it always is an added advantage for a hacker. So as minimal as you do, but having a result which is pretty big. So comparing all of this and comparing how powerful Python is by itself, followed by all the libraries, the modules, the functionality it provides, it is definitely one of the reasons why Python is utilized for hacking. Now, coming to question number 6, it states, what is farming and what is defacement? Well, whenever we talk about farming, right, so farming is one of these strategies where the attacker who's planning an attack will compromise the DNS. DNS basically stands for domain name system. These servers are completely compromised on the user PC. So what this does is that there is a goal where traffic is completely directed from the site of requirement towards a malicious site. So farming literally means compromising the DNS to move traffic away from the actual site into a malicious site too. Now, coming to defacement, right? So defacement is one of these other strategies where the hacker actually completely attacks the firm's website and then changes the entire contents of the website with something else. So you might have, hackers' names, images, or some messages, background music, videos, or whatever that didn't belong to the original owner. So that, right? So all of those details are, considered in defacement. So changing the entirety of the website could be one of the things. The content of the website, how the website works, does the website work or not at all. So all of these things come under defacement and farming too. So coming to question number 7, it says, what is cuff patty? Well, cuff patty is one of these offline dictionary attacks that takes place especially over a WPA or WPA2 networks by making use of the PSK based verification that we have. When you can think of an example, WPA personal is something that also come to cuff patty as well. So whenever dictionary attacks are considered, right, for example, like cuff patty here, what we're trying to do is we're trying to have an enhanced attack to see if there is a computed PMK document that is available for the SSID that we are trying to assess to see if we can attack or not. If that's the case, then of course the attack takes place. So this is basically an offline dictionary attack, and it is as simple and straightforward as that. Coming to question number 8, it states, what is network enumeration? Well, network enumeration is one of those revelations that happens to gadgets and hosts on a network. So what's basically happening is that they tend to utilize all the obvious disclosure protocols, right? So when you can think of an example, think about ICMP and think about SNMP and how they gather data. So even though on the front they may look like it works similarly, but there's a lot of different things that happen. They check different ports on remote hosts, right? So what we're trying to do here is we're trying to have known services to use, but we're trying to further recognize what's happening with the remote host, what's the function of this remote host and how it's working as well. So to understand all of this, to get a better idea of the gadget or the host in the network, to see if any sort of data can be obtained from it, that is basically network enumeration. Question number 9 states, distinguish between phishing and spoofing. Well, phishing and spoofing, as the name suggests, actually are very different underneath the surface, even though they seem very similar on the top. Let's say one person goes on to download a malware on their PC or let's say on their network, right? And the other part, so one actually, phishing you can consider to be an example of having a malware downloaded on your PC or a network. And the other part is that you can give monetary data to a person who's a scammer online and all of that. And all of it alongside, a delivery of this kind of a malicious software to your PC, that's spoofing. Taking money from you, right? Gathering something for recovery purposes, that's phishing. Spoofing involves a method of delivery into your network or into your machine, but phishing always talks about taking something away or recovering something from your PC in an unauthorized way. That's the basic difference between phishing and spoofing. Question number 10 states, what is network sniffing? See, whenever we talk about sniffing, right, it's usually system sniffing that comes into picture, because here we're trying to use all the tools to make sure we can have the capabilities to monitor, assess, and analyze what is going on with the PC system that we are sniffing on. So sniffing is this kind of an illegal access over a machine where you have all the details and all the control out of it. So you can either steal data, you can make use of its processing power, or a lot more things. Now, when the same thing happens over a network, we call it as network sniffing, because here, there's two cases that we do sniffing. One can be for ethical purposes, and the other one, of course, is unethical purposes, right? So system admins, what they do is they make use of all of these tools, be it analytics or be it system monitoring as well. This is done to make sure we can avoid any sort of traffic bottlenecks that happen, and we analyze and assess every single state. This is one way of utilizing it ethically. But network sniffing illegally is when you can utilize and you can sneak in softwares which are untrustworthy, and of course at the end of the day you can pick up a lot of scrupulous information such as email IDs, delicate information. You can hijack the machine, you can have a lot of personal details, intrude privacy, and a lot more. So this is network sniffing. Coming to question number 11, it states, what do you mean by DOS or DOS? What are the regular types of DOS assault? Well, DOS actually stands for denial of service. It's one of the most malicious attack that takes place. It's a pretty common attack that gets executed on a network or a system that's present. So what we usually do with DOS is that we flood the entire system with traffic that is absolutely meaningless, or we can consider to be useless as well. So all of this inrush of traffic, so what it does is that it'll take your entire network and it'll crash it out. So when that happens, right, of course it's going to cost you time and money. And there are many types of DOS attacks that take place. You have the buffer overflow attacks, you have SYN attacks, teardrops, smurfing, and of course you have viruses as the general form of DOS as well. So when you're a denial of service literally is that you'll be breaching and you'll be flooding system with traffic to make sure you halt whatever is going there, and that whatever system it's there or whatever network it's there, it will not be able to provide service anymore. That is how the name came about, literally calling it denial of service. Coming to question number 12, it says, what do you understand by footprinting in ethical hacking, and what are the techniques used for footprinting? One thing you need to know about footprint is that it's a very simple thing. It's about accumulating, it's about revealing as much as information, as much as data possible, even before we gain access into the network that we're going to. It's almost like assessing without having complete access over it. The techniques that are very popular are basically open source footprinting. We have scanning, network enumeration, and stack fingerprinting. So when we talk about the open source footprinting, here what we're trying to do is we're trying to search for all the contact data of the administrators, that we try to maybe guess for the password and social engineering. We understand, we can try in a couple of passwords considering their name, their phone number, their email to see if any of those work. And then we have network enumeration. Network enumeration is basically our attempt to distinguish the domain names and to see how they differ from the network blocks that are present in the target traffic as well. Then we have scanning. With scanning, what we try to do is that once we know that the network that we want to attack, the second thing is to check all the IP addresses that are connected on the network and then to spy on them, right? So to distinguish the active IP addresses, we use ICMP, which is basically the Internet Control Message Protocol, and that will act as the functioning IP address. It will reveal a lot of details that you can use even before you hack into the system, or in fact you can use those details to hack or breach the system as well. Coming to stack fingerprinting, so this is basically the final stage of what happens in a footprinting step is executed, because what we are trying to do here is that once you know the host, once you know the port, once you have mapped everything by completely understanding the network, once you have all of the details, that is when you have reached the stage of stack fingerprinting, because here you completely have an idea of what's going on, what hosts, what ports, how they are mapped, how they can be breached, and it's basically a plan of action. So all of these techniques can be used and implemented to perform footprinting. Coming to question number 13, it's a very simple difference question. It states, what is the difference between encryption and hashing? See, encryption and hashing both are pretty similar when you think about it on paper, but at the end of the day, there's a lot of differences as well. But the most simple difference is, you can get carried away with this question. I really suggest you keep it very concise, because as an ethical hacker, there's a good chance that you should know about encryption and hashing, right? So when we talk about encryption, the main differences lie in reversibility and irreversibility, right? So when you encrypt data, you can decrypt it later by using a cipher or a key. But whenever you're hashing something, hashing is totally irreversible, right? There's no way to go to the source once you have the product. That's one important difference. The second difference is what encryption always talks about is how you can have confidence over your data about your network and about your product. But what hashing talks about is, of course, confidentiality is prime in hashing as well, but it makes sure that integrity of your data is true, that nothing can be beaten, it cannot be messed around with. So depending on that moment, whatever is more important, right, be it data integrity or data confidentiality, you would go on to pick one of these two methodologies, or sometimes they go hand in hand too. Now, coming to question number 14, it says, what is the CIA triangle? CIA is basically an acronym that stands for confidentiality, integrity, and availability. With confidentiality, we talk about how the information can be kept secret, first of all, to make sure that, people do not get access to it who are unauthorized. When we talk about integrity here, all we're trying to do is we're making sure that the information that is present cannot be altered unless it is authorized. So it means keeping the information unaltered or at the time. And then when we're talking about availability or talks about both confidentiality and integrity in a way that the data is only available to authorized parties and not someone who doesn't have access to the data. So keeping your data secret, keeping it unaltered, and keeping it only accessible to authorized parties is all about the CIA triangle, or what we call as the confidentiality, integrity, and the availability triangle as well. Now, coming to question number 15, it says, what is the difference between vulnerability assessment and penetration testing? So, vulnerability assessment can also be called as VA, and penetration testing can also be called as PT or pen testing for that matter. So, if you're asked this question in multiple ways, do know that they are the same. So what we talk about vulnerability assessment is that it is one of these approaches that we use to find flaws that is present either in an application or a network, right? So it's all about, think of an approach like you're traveling on the surfaces hunting for things that you can pick up. It's almost like, it's an overview of what you can assess and what you can pick up. Now with penetration testing, we'll find all of the vulnerabilities in the vulnerability assessment stage, and here we try to find all the vulnerabilities, like how an actual hacker would do and perform all of those as well. So it can be considered as the analogy to digging for gold rather than traveling on the surface. So you'll be digging deeper, you'll be trying to actually get into the system and break through as well. So that is the basic difference between vulnerability assessment and penetration testing. Coming to question number 16, it says, what is a firewall? Well, firewall, as the name suggests, is probably the most important thing whenever we talk about network security or whenever we talk about ethical hacking, right? Because this is either a device or a piece of software that we use to make sure that we can allow traffic, we can block traffic, or we can monitor the traffic in detail based on a couple of rules. So all of these are usually placed either inside the network or just on the boundary or outside the network, or in fact all of those at a time as well. So whenever this goes on, firewall is basically inside the system. Whenever it's present, it's usually based on to provide access specifiers and access methodologies to the people inside the company. When it's placed at the boundary of trusted and untrusted networks, it is trying to monitor the incoming and the outgoing traffic. And when it's outside the network, what it's trying to do is it's trying to analyze and assess for potential hacking scenarios as well. Coming to question number 17, it says, what is data leakage and how will you detect data leakage and how will you prevent it, of course. Data leakage, as the name suggests, means that data is going out of your organization without you knowing it, or even if you have no knowledge over it, there's a very good chance someone can misuse the data, right? So that's one very important thing. So to detect data leakage, right, you have many things, and first of all, to detect it, you have to understand where it's going through. You have a lot of things, right? You can have printouts, you can have laptops, lost and found items, you can have emails, unauthorized data to public portals, you can have pen drives, you can have pictures. So there are multiple ways through which data can go out of an organization. For each of these, of course, you will have to cater to individual solutions to make sure that, let's say things that you cannot upload on websites, you cannot put in pen drives into your organization's laptops as well. Or let's say you cannot have an unmonitored email that goes out of your network. You cannot print confidential information. There's so many things depending on the organization that you can do to make sure that data leakage is prevented. And then coming on to the 18th question, it states, what are the hacking stages? What are the step-by-step methods through which hacking takes place? Explain each stage. See, hacking, or whenever you're targeting any sort of machine, actually happens in 5 important phases. The first step is surveillance. Surveillance is the first step where we're trying to analyze, where we're trying to gather as much data, we're trying to perform vulnerability assessment, we're trying to understand the target as much as possible by getting details, in a very detailed and in-depth way. And then after we do surveillance, we do scanning. Scanning involves trying to go through the data that you've collected to see if you can find any sort of causality, because once you find causality, there is a very good chance you can use all the computerized tools that you have, all of the softwares where you can have port scanners, port mappers, vulnerability scanners, and you can use all of these tools to see if you can find a way in, and then getting access, right? So this is where the actual hacking happens, because this is where the hacker actually gets into your machine through all of the data that's obtained from surveillance and scanning, and actually gets into the network. So this is the step that you will get hacked through. And of course, after that, once the hacker has access into the computer or into the network, they must make sure that they keep access no matter what, right? So they can have future exploitations, future assaults. You can have backdoors, you can have rootkits, you can have trojans, you can have a lot of ways that the hacker can continuously come back and monitor and in fact hold access as well. That's the simple step of access maintenance. And then covering tracks, right? So once hackers have got all the stuff that they need to do, what they have to do is they have to maintain access, and they have to keep away from getting detected, right? If a hacker is detected in a system, it means that the company or the network or whatever is going on will find that out. So you have to cover your tracks every single way. You have to keep it in a way that it's basically tiptoeing through a network, is what we call, to make sure that you are undetected yet you have unauthorized access. Now, coming to question number 19, it states, what are the tools used for ethical hacking? Well, again, this is a very generic questions where you can get carried away. So make sure you're keeping it concise when you're answering this. Understand that there's many tools that you can use, especially in the case of ethical hacking, or what we call as moral hacking as well. But many purposes that you can have a result towards if you are using these tools. For example, we have Nmap. Nmap actually stands for network plotters. So what network plotters is that it's an open source tool that's basically used for security auditing and the purpose of network discovery. And then you have Metasploit. Metasploit is one of the most popular, one of the most powerful exploit tool out there, which you can use to perform basic pen testing. And after that, we have Burpsuit. Burpsuit is one of these really big platforms that exist today, because this is where we're trying to use and try to see if we can play around with the security testing of all the applications that are present on the internet. And then you have Angry IP Scanner. So here what we're trying to do is it's one of these lightweight cross-platform information processing tool that is basically used to assess ports and addresses, so we can scan and get all the details as required. And of course, we have Keenable. Keenable is a popular password recovery tool, all the Microsoft operational systems out there. So Etcap is one of these network capture modules. It actually stands for local area network capture, and it is used for man-in-the-middle attacks that we perform, especially whenever we go on to perform attacks after the stage of network security. So these are some of the really popular tools in ethical hacking, and do understand that there's a lot more tools. You do not have to just state these that are present on the screen. You do have leeway to talk about the tools that you might have used, and of course how you have used them as well. Coming to question number 20, it says, what is MAC flooding? MAC flooding, as the name suggests, is one of these other techniques that we make use of whenever we require any sort of protection, whenever a network switch is actually compromised. So here in MAC flooding, what happens is that the hacker actually floods the network switch completely with huge amounts of data, of which is of course definitely more than what the switch can handle. So what the switch does at the end of the day, when it sees a lot more data that it can handle, is it becomes a hub, and it starts transmitting every single packet over every single open port that exists. So doing this means that it is literally giving the hacker a highway to steam through to attempt to send his or her packet into the network and steal whatever information is required as well. So think about it like a dam, and think about sending in so much water that the dam floods open and the water is let out, right? similar analogy here as well. And in fact, that's one of the reasons why it has the name Mac flooding too. Coming to question number 21, it states explain how you can stop your website from being hacked. Again, this is a general question, so make sure always never to get carried away, never to start your answers with stories. Keep it very concise, and that's what I would recommend as well. So to make sure your website doesn't get hacked, always make sure you're using a firewall, because if you have a firewall, it means that it can drop all the traffic that's coming in from suspicious processing addresses. If you do not have a firewall, you can easily be open to a DOS attack, and then you can encrypt all the cookies that come in and come out, because you can have session poisonings and cookie poisonings that can happen. And using the encryption of cookies, what you can do is you can prevent all of this, because at the end of the day, what you're trying to do is you're associating cookies with the consumer information. You can have a lot of arrangement that's made, right? So once you get the cookie to be slow, once you get the cookie to be encrypted, you can work with it easily. And then you're validating and confirming the user input, because this is a place where you can stop the type tampering that gets happened whenever a user is confirmative, and verifying the data before processing it as well. So this is one of the most important things, especially whenever you're working on your website security. And then of course we have the header sanitization and validation. So here what we're trying to do is we're actually beneficial against cross website scripting, be it XSS or any other types of methodologies that involve verifying and sanitizing headers. We're trying to pass the parameters over via the addresses, type parameters, hidden values, and everything. So all of this is at the end of the day done to make sure we can be safe against XSS attacks as well. So these are some of the steps that you can use to stop your website from being hacked. But at the end of the day, does it completely stop? That is subjective. But depending on rather having either none or everything of these, I would really prefer having everything of these as well. So coming to question number 22, it states what is Burp Suite? What are the other tools that it contains? As we already discussed previously, Burp Suite, this could be a follow-up question to that. Burp Suite is an integrated platform that we use for attacking the applications present on the internet. It contains a lot of tools. In fact, it contains a plethora of tools that a hacker would require to hack into any applications, right? So think about the functionality. You have the proxy, you have spider, you have a scanner, you have intruders, you have repeaters, decoders, comparers, sequences, and you can literally go on and on whenever you talk about Burp Suite. And in this question is somewhere where you can actually go on and on, because if you've either used Burp Suite, heard of it, or how powerful this suite is, it would really add value to your application and your candidature as well. But then understand this, Burp Suite is a very powerful suite. It's a very powerful platform which provides a lot of tools. So at least mentioning 5 or 6 of these functionalities and tools will help you a lot. Coming to question number 23, it states what is SQL injection and what are the types of SQL injection? Well, one thing you really have to know is that if you do not work on handling the user input in a very effective way, it will definitely lead to an SQL injection in one point or the other. Because here what we're trying to do, or what a hacker would eventually do, is they would inject SQL queries into the system, into the database, and this will give them unauthorized access. And with unauthorized access, they can do anything, right? So they can execute any sort of administrative operations that they want, and pick up data, delete data, modify data, and they can do everything that an administrator could do basically. So this is SQL injection. So there are many types of SQL injections, but the 3 most popular one is error-based SQL injection, you have blind SQL injection, and of course time-based SQL injection as well. Coming to question number 24, it states what is SSL and why is it not enough when it comes to encryption? SSL is only used for identification, identity verification, and you really have to know this, and this is how you should start the answer. Because with SSL people think that it is hard encryption, that it is a barrier to hackers. Well, no, with SSL all you try to do is understand what goes on, what's the identity of the product that's right in front of you. So with SSL, how it's meant to be is to provide you a way that you can prove a person that's engaging on the other side whenever they say whoever they are, because you cannot have imposters have the SSL verification done too. So in that particular case, SSL and TLS, right? So these two are actually used by almost everyone online, because everyone who are present online is first of all a huge target, and there's a lot of implementation that goes on that goes on, especially with SSL and TLS. And at the end of the day, the entire world knows how powerful identity verification is, even before beginning any sort of valid or invalid communication too. Now, coming to question number 25, it states what programming language is used for hacking? Well, again, this is a very subjective question because depending on the requirement at that moment, maybe the project that you're working on, the company that you are being hired for, they might ask any one of these five languages, be it Python, C, C++, Java, Perl, or Lisp. So having a bit of proficiency in all of these languages will definitely help because, even though these are the most popular hacking languages that are present out there, each of these languages have their own niche applications, and each of these have their own sort of best approaches we take towards programming. And it is very educative, it's very informative, and of course, more the information the merrier in the world of ethical hacking, right? So considering all of that, it definitely helps to have good amount of knowledge on Python, C, C++, Java, Perl, and the working of Lisp as well. Coming to question number 26, it's what is the meaning of a spoofing attack? We've discussed this before, but let me reiterate on this because it's a very, very important question. A spoofing attack is when a person tries to be someone that they are not. Of course, it can be done with malicious intent where a person tries to impersonate another user, another device, or whatever it is on the network, so they can use that as leverage to launch an attack on the network host. This is done to either steal the data, to bypass access controls, to basically wreak havoc in the network. And then there are many types of spoofing attacks that gets deployed to achieve the end result, whatever it is. The end result may be stealing the data, having a denial of service later on, or having access which is undetected, and a lot more things too. Coming to question number 27, it states, what are the different types of spoofing? This definitely can be a follow-up question to the 26th question, but you have to understand that there's three types of spoofing that happens. We have the ARP spoofing, we have DNS spoofing, and of course the most popular we have is IP spoofing attacks that takes place. So whenever you ask this question, you can talk about these three spoofing attacks that are there. Coming to question number 28, it says, what is active and passive reconnaissance? See, whenever we talk about active and passive, as the name suggests, there is something that has to do with participation, right? See, with passive reconnaissance, what we're trying to do is we're trying to gain information regarding the targeted computers or the targeted networks without having to participate right then and there or to actively monitor it. Now, what happens in active reconnaissance is that whenever the hacker actually engages the target system, you'll actually be performing a task there. That's the active part of it. You can be doing a port scan, you can be doing a lot of network scan, you can be doing vulnerability analysis, you can be doing pen testing. So when you're doing this kind of a reconnaissance step where you're actively participating to sit and find out where there's a vulnerability or find out where you can access the system through, that is active reconnaissance, and the difference between passive reconnaissance as well. Now, coming to the 29th question, it says, differentiate between a MAC and an IP address. See, MAC stands for Machine Access Control. This is an address that gets assigned to each device that is present on a network. Your mobile phone will have a MAC address, your computer will have a MAC address. Any device that basically has the capability to talk to the internet or a network gets a MAC assigned to it. So whenever we talk about IP addresses, right? So IP addresses are these way of distinguishing two devices in between, in the same network or on a different network as well. So whenever you have the capability to say, yes, this is the machine that's connected, through the network, and then yes, this is the IP address through which you can have a personal gateway to that particular machine on the network and provide valid identification to the router, that is IP address as well. So the MAC address cannot be changed, but the IP address definitely can be. Now, coming to the 30th question, it says, have you earned any sort of certification to improve your learning and implementation process? See, be it in the field of ethical hacking, be it in the field of anything in the world of technology, right? A certification is going to add a lot of value to your career. In terms of learning, in terms of you being trained by industry level experts, in terms of you being hands-on working with industry level projects, job prospects, basically a wealth of knowledge and a lot more things. So I'm sure if you're at this point of time, you would know that a certification would add extreme amounts of value to your career and learning, right? But what does it do to the interviewer? Well, the interviewer will know that you are very interested in a career in ethical hacking if you're certified here, because it shows that you've put in your time, your money, your efforts, and your dedication to become an expert into that. So that shows that you have a strong aspiration, a passion towards ethical hacking. And of course, if you've done this through a certification program, it means that you are willing to put your time down to learn something new, to work on it. And this in a team player environment, in an actual production environment, will mean a lot to the company, and that is exactly what the interviewer will be looking forward to as well. So my suggestion whenever you're answering this question is to, of course, talk about what certifications you've cleared, what examinations, what programs you've been enrolled to, and all of that. Once you've spoken about what the certification programs are, do not nag a lot about it, but rather talk about how you've used it. See, anything in the concept of cybersecurity or anything in the field of IT in general is used to solve a problem that is making the human life difficult. So what problem have you solved after you have been certified or after you being an expert into it? So have you thought about a solution to a problem that doesn't exist, or have you solved a problem in a different way than someone else as well? So talk about the practical aspect, because that is where all the heart of the heart of an ethical hacker definitely lies. And so you can answer this in many ways. I would definitely suggest you guys use this.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cybersecurity, then Intellipaat has a post-graduation certification in cybersecurity and ethical hacking by ENICT Academy, MNIT Jaipur. This course is of very high quality and cost effective, as it is taught by MNIT professors and industry experts.